BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in Bronford.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Well, good morning and welcome to the third and final day of BUCS Regatta 2023. I'm Camilla Hadland-Horrocks here in the commentary box with Alex Darby, and we'll be bringing you through the first few AB semi-finals of this morning's racing. Darbs, we've got the men's beginner doubles to look forward to. Now, we've had the time trials this morning, quite a lot of drama in the beginner doubles time trials. We've seen all the action, haven't we?
Yeah, I feel like maybe a bit more in the women's doubles, but there was definitely some in the men's doubles as well. We were very pleased earlier that 25% of the major finalists coming out of Birmingham, so we'll take that. And doesn't mean we're going to win, of course, got to go earn it now, but first step is to put yourself in position to do that. They did that. So we got two Birmingham crews in here, along with Queen's, Edinburgh, Surrey, and Queen's again. So Queen's also, they qualified 3. So 50% of the qualifiers are out of Birmingham or Queen's. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a stat and a half, isn't it? Birmingham and Queen's really looking to showcase their breadth of beginner sculling, and yeah, 3 crews from each of those universities. Pretty good going from a large old time trial. And 2 very, and also credit to Bournemouth as well. Bournemouth, 2 crews coming out of the second AB semi-final. So a small proportion of universities producing beginner doubles here for the AB semi-finals. Now, it's quite a new event. Darbs, talk me through the thought process for Birmingham, you know, and maybe we can apply that to other universities, of putting together a double in its kind of, you know, recent years. It's still in its infancy.
I think you're giving us a lot of credit to thinking there's a strategy behind this, because the crew in 1 that features yesterday's, I think, D final winner, Finn Carpenter, the Minnesota Miracle Man, whose parents are probably actually watching, so Hello over there in Minnesota. I don't know if they're watching live. Might be, might not. He turned out to be the fastest sculler on camp, and he was in a different double. So we just put him with the tallest guy, and Finn's the shortest guy. So I did actually ask Ellie from Surrey. I was like, here's 6 guys. Who wouldn't you think should be in a double together? She pointed straight at Finn and George. So the strategy was he's fast and he's fast, getting a double. And the rest was just, we're not doing an 8, throw him in. But I'm sure there was a lot more thinking behind some of the other doubles.
I think it's a good opportunity. Small boat sculling. If they're not comfortable to take on the single, and not all universities have the resources to put all of their athletes out in singles. Doubles a great method to be able to get that small boat sculling experience, and certainly a great tool as well to help with learning how to move the boat. They're much more twitchy. They're harder to balance, these smaller boats, than the 8s, like you say, and can create sort of better technical habits for these beginner athletes who all learnt to row this academic year. If you're just joining us here for the first time, hello, welcome. This is the BUCS Regatta live stream, day 3 here, and we're kicking off with the AB semi-finals for the men's beginner double sculls. 3 boats to progress through in this AB semi-final to the A final. That will take place in a couple of hours' time. That's where the medals can be won. But like you say, Alex, you've got to be in it to win it almost. You've got to be there in order to get to the next step. So all of these crews have done that by qualifying in the top 12 in this morning's time trial. The next stage on their journey, if they want to be in the hunt for a medal, is to come in the top 3 of this race here. So just a reminder of the crews over on the far left of your picture. You can't see them, but we've got the Birmingham C and Birmingham A crews in lanes 1 and 2. Just in front of you, you can see Queen's University Belfast just on the edge of your picture, and it's an Edinburgh 1 in from the left, followed by Surrey, Queen's University Belfast C right on the edge of the right hand side of your picture. And these are just the quiet moments now whilst we await the starters' orders. And we had a few kind of difficulties with the wind yesterday up here at the start, especially for the beginner athletes. It's a really challenging situation because no coaches are allowed to kind of, help out with, isn't it? And it can be quite a daunting experience if you're doing it for the first time.
Yeah, I've just been keeping an eye. These are doing a good job of just staying pointing the right way. This Edinburgh boat's got Nick Bacon in. He definitely was in a single. So some of these...
up and place the blades into the water at the same time. It's loads and loads to think about, and as a beginner, it's hard to, again, create those habits where you do it without even thinking really. So one of those things kind of slips, you don't quite get your blades in the water, you can end up with sort of wonky steering, with too much pressure on one side versus the other. Right, we're coming up to attention, and we're off the start now. That was a very kind of conservative start there from Edinburgh, really taking their time with those first few stroke stubs.
Yeah, the age-old saying, you cannot win a race at the start, but you can lose a race at the start, coming into play. So sometimes it is just best to ease off the start, get into your rhythm, and then go from there. So you can see actually this good angle, because even though Edinburgh and Queen's are both kind of moved out to the side of their lane, the lanes are really wide. You could probably fit 2 doubles rowing side by side, just about. It would be a bit of a squeeze, but there is some play in this. Also, for anyone not familiar, you don't automatically get disqualified if you do leave your lane. It's just if you impede another crew. So just little things like that. Obviously, you aim to stay in your lane, but it's not like an automatic disqualification, which I think some of the beginners at first are quite worried about that. They think as soon as they leave their lane, they're going to get red flag thrown out. But it's not like that. As long as you don't impede anyone else or you're following umpire's instructions, it's usually just fine.
Yeah, and this is the most difficult part of the race, especially if you're the steers person. One of these two athletes in the crew, usually the bow person, so the person closest to the finish line, and now closest to us on camera, is sort of tasked with steering the boat and making those calls, harder on one side, harder on another, to keep the boat straight. But this point is really hard, and you can see those lines there in the distance. Can you see the black lines on the yellow background? They're actually tools for these athletes to be able to get themselves straight. They line up the back black line with the front back line, and if they can see that both of them are in alignment, they know that they're going straight down the course. So it's a really useful tool for not sort of turning your head and spinning around, because looking towards the finish line, it's not really going to do you much good, and it's going to upset the boat rhythm and balance. And it's a bit like, I don't know, if we've got any fans of kind of open water swimming who are tuning in, but if you're trying to swim towards a point in the far distance, very, very difficult to maintain a straight line. It's kind of the same thing when you're out here on the water in these fine sculls. So a great start here for Edinburgh University, given their success in the beginner men's singles. Like you say, Nick Bacon here contesting within this crew, and one of the other athletes, I'm sure, from that single sculls event, coming together to make one of the fastest crews from the time trial, and Queen's University Belfast going with them here, Darbs.
Yeah, I was just watching the Surrey crew. They're the ones in the darker kit, not the far left of what you can see right now. One in from that, or now two in from that. Just struggling with their steering a little bit. I think if you're on a course like this, you should never actually turn your head around. Like, you get in the habit of it when you're in a river, you have to keep a lookout. But realistically, you should just use, like you said, the marker boards to start with, and then the buoy lines. You shouldn't ever really have to turn your head around on a straight lake like this.
But I mean, it's hard to remember that some of these crews have never been on a 2K rowing course before. Edinburgh, yes, they have the luxury of being able to train on Strathclyde Country Park, which is a buoyed international 2,000 metre rowing course, so they will be very used to doing this, to practicing looking forward. But some of the other crews, they might not even have one within a few hours drive of them, so they'd never have practiced until they arrived here at Nottingham on this type of course, unless their club had been on a camp or whatnot. But here's Edinburgh. They were successful in the time trial by 15 seconds over the 1,500 metres to take victory in this time trial. So we would expect them to be the fastest crew in this semi. They're paired up with Queen's University Belfast B. Well, they came fourth in the time trial this morning, but all very tight for the medals based on the time trial results. Queen's University Belfast B were very close to some of the crews ahead of them that we'll see in the second semi-final, and so would expect this Queen's crew that went with Edinburgh off the start to start emerging as our second place. Now for third, we'll get a bit of an idea once our cameras can get a picture and a snapshot of the whole lake. We're just focusing on that leading crew at the moment, and it's moving very well indeed.
Yeah, Edinburgh way out in front at the moment, as you'd expect, and just delivering as long as they can be clean, because yesterday, I forget his name, he had a double-barreled surname. He was right out in front in the single, and then capsized. I don't know if he's with Nick Bacon in this double potentially. So obviously you don't want anything like that happening. We did see some capsizes in the time trial, so it can happen. But this Edinburgh crew look really slick. You can now see all the crews. So Edinburgh out in front. I think it could be the two Queen's crews in 3 and 6. They look like they're quite well positioned. The Birmingham crew in 1 not doing as well as they probably would like to do. Especially not when there's another Birmingham crew in there. There's always a little bit of rivalry there. But Jack Rowe and Dom Grimshaw, they're in lane 2. They're also in the mix. So 3 to go through to the A final. The rest will go to the B final. Just looking up the course, they're about to approach the last 500 metres. Well, Edinburgh are in the last 500, and the others are not quite at the last 500.
Yeah, Edinburgh are doing what they do best and getting out in front, controlling the field, looking back at everyone else in contention, and Mike Hughes, the beginner coach at Edinburgh University, will be putting another tick in the box, I'm sure, as these guys roll towards the finish line. Another successful race done in dominating style, and yeah, it tends to be the blueprint for what we see from the Edinburgh beginners, is this kind of dominant few lengths leads out at the front of the field. But Queen's University Belfast here looking to overturn Birmingham from the time trial results, out from lane 6. Queen's University Belfast C closest to the bank where all the coaches will be cycling alongside, and I'm sure Megan Hunter, the Queen's University Belfast beginners coach, will be pleased that she's on the side that she can give encouragement to keep them moving alongside Birmingham. And Dobbs, I feel like this is going to be a big final 250 for Birmingham A.
Yeah, I think they've got a good position now, but don't go too wild, boys. I think they're all right at the moment. Just be calm, because I've seen what happens when they're not. So let's just make sure we're calm to the finish, boys. I know you can't hear this till later, but just row well. No, nothing mad. Just put the blades in and push. That's all you got to do. Edinburgh coming up to the line. They're looking so good, to be honest. Like you say, their strategy, I know it seems to be like get out in front. I just think they're faster than everyone else. They can't help it. The only way of them not being out in front was to actively try and go slowly, and I just don't think you do that in a race.
I just think the coaching model must be so just so superior, to be perfectly honest, to be able to produce this many beginners year on year since joining the club. Mike Hughes has done such an amazing job of teaching beginner athletes to be able to get them into a position where they win races by this much. Absolutely awesome stuff. Another one for them. Queen's University Belfast that will cross in second. That's the B crew, but it's going to be a tight finish there between Birmingham and Queen's University Belfast C, and I think Birmingham just doing their job as you asked of them, Dobbs.
Yeah, the silent assassin Dominic Grimshaw obviously just went, no, we're having this, and him and Jack Rowe very happy coming through. I gave him a bit of stick yesterday, Jack, but not having a torso, but he was fine today. He's got his C-pad. Just up to the line, we've had Surrey. They're congratulating themselves on hard work there. And then if we just stay on this screen just for a moment, you'll see Finn and George. So they all go into the B final. So Finn and George just crossing now. So from that, it was Edinburgh as we expected, Queen's as we expected, and Birmingham will join them in the A final.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just like the boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race of the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Is going to be semi-final 2, men's beginner doubles. It's Sussex, Durham, Bournemouth, Queens, Bournemouth and Birmingham. So like we mentioned, Bournemouth have also qualified 2 crews into this. Looking down the course, looks to me like a much closer spread of boats than the last race. The middle 2 lanes are in the ascendancy. That's Queens and Bournemouth. They look like they are in position to go through, but they're under a lot of pressure from the crew in lane 2 from Durham, and then on the outside lane there's quite a close race. So Durham are trying to get on terms with the front 2, and then Bournemouth and Birmingham are trying to fight each other on the outside lanes there. That's Bournemouth C. So Bournemouth had some good single scullers yesterday, especially down this last part. I think they'll have a sprint in them. They definitely had a sprint in them yesterday. We actually saw one of the scullers sprinting through to win in the last 100 metres, even though he'd been maybe over a length down coming into that last 100 metres. So they've done a good job there. 3 positions in the final are up for grabs here. It does look like Queen's, Belfast and 4 are just poking their way out in front of Bournemouth, but I expect Bournemouth to race them hard down the final 150, 200 metres or so. We're just getting into that last couple of 100 metres in a few strokes time. So Queens look good. Bournemouth are chasing them hard. It's a 3-way battle between, I would say it looks like Durham just out in front of Bournemouth and Birmingham out on that far side. So this is what's happening now. We're about to get to the last 200 metres. It is definitely Queens, Belfast getting through there first. Bournemouth second, but it's still a 3-way race. Durham had a couple of issues on those last couple of strokes, and that's really reopened the door for either Bournemouth or Birmingham on that far side. But Durham is still in this. They haven't thrown it all in the bin yet. They're still moving. They're back on pace, but they were definitely a couple of lengths further up than that, and they were in a better position. So Durham are really going to have to work back to try and get back into that position. Looks like it's Queens first, Bournemouth second, and then it's either Bournemouth or Birmingham on that far side, or Durham. Kimberly, what do you think is going to happen down in this last little bit here?
Do you know what? I think the pace is actually with Bournemouth B. I think they're the faster moving crew on the water over Durham at the moment. And a move into lane 7 there from the Birmingham B crew. They're going to have to adjust that, but I think that's put them out of the race for the top 3 and has allowed for, Bournemouth C to slide past Durham, who were moving very quickly in that third 500. But a great finish there for Queen's University Belfast A. They will take that first place through to the A final ahead of Bournemouth B. Bournemouth C punch up in the air, give a wave to their compatriots from their club as well. That's 2 crews through to the A final for Bournemouth, 2 crews through to the A final for Queens, and 1 crew through to the A final for Birmingham.
Yeah, I know those boys haven't quite crossed the line yet. They're about to. They'll be frustrated there because they went for their final sprint, which they had to do, but it took them into the service lane, the warm-up, the road to the start lane, and obviously you can't race down there with crews coming up the other way. So yeah, definitely Alex Reed's got his head in his hands at the moment, but I know how much he would have put in there. Those 2 guys, they actually got held up by 23 seconds in the time trial. I think they caught a crab, lost a blade, got it back, took them 23 seconds to recover. If they hadn't have done that, and obviously you have to put a clean race in, they would have been the 3rd fastest. So I think they felt like they would have been able to make it through here. But once again, when push came to shove, it's being able to deliver at that moment, and it just went away from them a little bit with about 100 metres to go.
Yeah, and look, it's all part and parcel, isn't it, really, of that racing experience, is those kind of moments of pressure where you lose a blade, you have to recover, you sort of lose sight of the steering a little bit because of putting in that final sprint. That's the thing that you compromise. That's all things, as you build your racing experience, more things become habitual. You get to do things, that racing sprint might come more naturally, so you can focus that little bit more on the steering, you can focus that little bit more on the technique that allows you to stay in your lane, and that will all come, won't it? Hopefully we'll see them in the intermediate categories in years to come. And we'll move now onto a new category. This will be the first of the AB semi-finals in the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. In lane number 2, we've got Nottingham. In lane 3, Cambridge C. In lane 4, Durham A. In lane 5, Bristol. And in lane 6, Cambridge B.
So women's inter lightweight pairs, 5 in this semi-final. We'd expect it to be 3 through to an A final. This is how the intermediate events typically work. So we've got 5 in the race, 3 to go through, and not as competitive as probably a couple of these crews would have liked. At the moment, Nottingham looking comfortable, along with Cambridge and Durham. Those 3 crews, not particularly high rate at the moment. It's not a Sunday paddle, of course, but they seem to have done their work in the first 1,700 metres or so. There's about 300 metres left in this. Nottingham, Cambridge and Durham look quite comfortable there. The only crew that might be able to challenge this would be the Cambridge crew out in lane 6, Bristol in 5. They're not going to be able to make a big enough move at this stage in the race with about 200 metres to go. So looking very good for Durham, Cambridge and Nottingham. Durham just out in front at the moment, so if they stay there, they'll have the seeded lane for the final. Nottingham just put a bit of a move on. Not a massive sprint, but there's definitely a little bit more work going on in the water, so maybe they prefer to have a better lane. I know yesterday there was a little bit of a kerfuffle about lanes that Nottingham were involved with, so I'm sure they would like to put that aside and just go, well, if we win this, we'll get the best lane. So they're just pushing through, and Cambridge seem to be happy to let them go.
Yeah, but Durham just looks so in control here at the lead of this race. They've got tons of steps in rate in the bank and could respond to hold on to a lead with these final 5 strokes if they needed to, if Nottingham decided to really ratchet it up, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They are going to allow Durham to maintain that kind of striking through the line ahead of Nottingham for 2nd place and Cambridge for 3rd place. And then a big sprint there for the other crew from Cambridge University, Cambridge B. That will see them into the B final of this intermediate event, with Bristol following through finally there. And an important win for Durham, I'd say, in this event, and across all of the categories. We're keeping sort of tabs on what's happening in the Victor Ludorum, which is the trophy for the weekend for the most number of points scored. You earn points through your rankings across beginner, intermediate and champ. And so at the moment, leading the standing, Oxford Brookes University, after that sensational day yesterday across all of the men's sweep events, victory in the women's 8s as well over Saturday and Sunday, but they're not here today. So Durham are 2nd in the standings. They've got a number of points to make up, so any wins across any of the events or high places, it's all potential points in the bank, you know, guaranteeing an A final that Durham will be hunting down Darbs. And it's been some time since Durham has won the Victor Ludorum, so this would be a huge comeback for the squad that's not been victorious since 2015.
Well, it looks like Durham need a couple of 100 points in that. And they're at 516, so they've been picking up on average about 250 a day, so they should be able to overhaul Brookes, but there aren't quite as many events on the Monday, so that could play into it as well. Yeah,
we'll keep tabs on it. As I say, if Oxford Brookes had entered anything today, I think it would have been a cut and dry story for Oxford Brookes taking that overall Victor Ludorum. But Durham, they're entered in plenty today, so any Durham boats you see on the live stream, you now know that they are probably going after the overall trophy this weekend. So higher positions count a lot for them. Amongst, you know, Edinburgh was also up there in the Victor Ludorum as well. There's plenty of universities that may think that they're within reach, but certainly Durham the closest at the moment to Oxford Brookes in that 2nd place. So we're moving on now to the next of the AB semi-finals of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs, and this will be contested between Exeter in 1, De Montfort in 2, Cambridge in 3, Durham in 4, Queen's in 5 and Bath in 6. So leading out this women's intermediate lightweight pairs event, well, it's Durham again, and we've just talked about how important it is for Durham to rack up wins, rack up points that will be available in the finals for each of these crews, and they're leading this one by a pretty surmountable amount of clear water over lane number 1, which is Exeter. Exeter are trying to brush off what is a very close race for the third and final spot through to the A final between Queen's University Belfast over in lane 5 along with Cambridge A in lane number 3, and Cambridge are having to really go through the phases of their finish now. The sprinting stages coming early for them, as Queen's also trying to mount a challenge here for that spot in the A final. This might be one of the closest finishes of the morning, as Cambridge and Queen's go hammer and tongs into the red boys. Only half a length separating them. Queen's just getting the better of Cambridge for now. But as we move through into the line, it is going to be Durham University that take the top spot through to the A final in this women's intermediate lightweight pairs event. But this is where it's all going to come down to the wire here, and Queen's University Belfast have not only done enough to shake off Cambridge, but they've come up enough to challenge Exeter as well. It's not going to be quite enough water for them to move into second, but they will take third and get an opportunity to race those crews again in the A final. Cambridge just miss out there on the A final alongside over in lane 6. Bath moves through with De Montfort into the B final. Well, the second semi-final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs concluded. We'll now move on to the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. In lane 1, Oxford University A, in lane 2, Cambridge A, in lane 3, Edinburgh B, in lane 4, Cambridge B, in lane 5, Oxford University B, and in lane 6, Durham A. So we're now back with the pictures of Cambridge University B in lane number 4, leading out this AB semi-final of the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. And some of the usual suspects here that historically lots of pedigree in the lightweight categories, the likes of Edinburgh University up here in this top 3 as well, it seems. They sit next to Cambridge B, who are in lane number 4, but pretty even then across the markers. We've got Cambridge A also there in lane 2, Oxford University B in lane 5 there. You can see them one in from the left in those bright sort of pinky red tops. That's Oxford also contending for that top 3 spots. It's Agamemnon Crumpton and Oliver Featherstone there for Oxford, who are pushing on to try and close the gap between themselves and their Blues rivals from the boat race, Cambridge University, who sit out at the lead of this field, 3 in from the left-hand side of your picture. Great push here coming from Cambridge A in lane 2 as well, trying to shuffle themselves up along with lane 1, Oxford University A2. This could be a real humdinger of a final 500 as 4 crews who sit behind Cambridge B in lane 4 going for only top 3 spaces. And in pairs things can change so quickly. At the drop of a hat, a decision is made by the crew to wind the rate, to focus on the catches, and that speed can be picked up really easily in these little light boats. So we could see a big change in this order in this final 250 metres. Just over a minute to go in this race. Still Cambridge B with, I wouldn't say a comfortable lead, Dubs, but certainly a lead in these small boats. But look at this, the race for 2nd and 3rd into the A final of the intermediate lightweight pairs is really heating up.
Yeah, that's definitely where the race is happening for 2nd and 3rd, and I guess even 4th, 5th, 6th. Like, they're all in touching distance. Who's that over there? Is that Oxford, or is that, who's in the bright orange?
Yeah, that's Oxford. They've been closing in, but closing in fast enough, unfortunately. This crew, like we say, Agamemnon Crumpton and Oliver Featherstone from Oxford, not quite bridging the gap up to Edinburgh and Cambridge, who are making headway for 2nd and 3rd behind Cambridge B. Only Oxford A, I think, within touching distance in lane 1. They're going to be closest to you. On your screen now, over the line, that's going to be Cambridge University B that take that win. But look how close this is. A huge sprint. Other Cambridge crew, Cambridge A in lane number 2. We'll see them over the line. Gianluca Maffei and Jack Saville to take it over Edinburgh University B, who will still contest the A final, but unfortunately losing that placing at the final moment to Cambridge. Both Oxford pairs missing out there, but both Cambridge pairs going through, Dobbs.
I think that was one of the closest 6 boat spreads I've seen of the weekend. Like, even the 6th place group from Durham were challenging hard. That was one of those semi-finals where people actually had to work. It wasn't one of those, okay, we're kind of comfortably in here, we'll race again in a couple of hours. Like, they did have to work, and that's ideally what you'd hope to see out of the time trial. There's always going to be a spread the way it is, because they don't just put the 6 quickest ones together and so on. And just talking of time, having to work, the Cambridge pair that was just on your screen, which had to work through a crowd. Apparently we have to say it's liberating a lobster now. I don't know if you've seen any of that stuff.
Yes, liberating a lobster. There's a movement. I won't go dig deep too much into the force behind that, but on your page now, that's Durham University B that we're focusing in. We saw Durham A just go into the B final there in the previous semi. This is Jake Murray and Samuel Irving of Durham University. They're sat in lane 2. Harper Adams just coming onto screen now. Oliver Robertson and James Weller representing Harper Adams. But it could be a similar story here, Dobbs. Cambridge University once again. This is Cambridge C in lane 4. They had a successful season in the lightweights, winning the boat race this year. Race and with 3 crews, it looks like could be going through to the A final. They'll be pretty dominating when it comes to this afternoon's final.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but have Cambridge kind of unified everything? Have they just become one big club? Because Oxford and Cambridge used to sort of be, here's our heavy men, open weight men, open weight women, lightweight men, lightweight women, or sometimes you just go, well, here's the open weight group and here's the lightweight group. I think Oxford's still partitioned off, but I think Cambridge just went, we're just going to be one big squad, right? Like a lot of programs are.
Yeah, they did. They made that change a few years ago, and has been with last year's open weight men. They've clean. Been absolutely unstoppable. It's been a huge move by Cambridge to consolidate the clubs, the women, the men and the lightweights, these are the kind of results that are being produced now. After this, they're going to looks like this Cambridge C leading, much like the previous semi-final where we saw the top 2 Cambridge as well, but behind them, that's really we should be keeping an eye. I think it's Durham University in 2nd place. That Irving combination, and then perhaps Edinburgh A to take the final. Yeah, again another sort of long-running reputation in the lightweight men's event, and this crew of Aidan Matthews and Ben Froberg, I think will cut with limited trouble. Contest could come from Newcastle University, and they're a number of lengths back. In fact, they're using this as a chance to try and push up on Durham and maybe show their hand a little bit here.
Yeah, we've got that intra-rivalry the whole time, haven't we, at the moment? It's good to have it. Like, I quite Newcastle and Durham, because you've got race within race then. In this case, though, it's Durham trying to beat Edinburgh. Again, it's not the same rivalry there, but I think there is a kind of we want to be the best northern powerhouse kind of thing between all 3 of those programs at least.
Yeah, the northern trifecta, Durham, Edinburgh, they tend to have a bit of a soft spot for one another, but also quite a rivalry as well. So big well done there to Cambridge C, who take the win in that AB semi-final. Harry Fieldhouse and Thomas Heppel ahead of Durham and Edinburgh, who small celebrations for them. Just coming through the line there, you can see on the near side of your picture Harper Adams. It was also concluded with ahead of them Newcastle. Now we're on to women's intermediate fours. Today is Women's Fours Days. We've got both coxed and coxless, intermediate coxed, champ coxed and champ coxless. And this is the first of our AB semi-finals in the women's intermediate From left to right, we have Glasgow in 6, Nottingham, Cambridge B in 4, Edinburgh in 3, in 2, Cambridge A, and in lane 1, Lancaster.
Like, women's into fours is so mad deep, I tell you. Like, there's just everyone's in here, you know, because some people don't do champ. Like, we haven't done a champ 4, we're just in this, but everyone's in this. How many crews did the time trial? 64 crews did the time trial earlier, and only 36 of them can get in. So about just a bit less than half just got eliminated straight off the bat. And I describe it thing as like, you got to be the correct side of like the bulge or the hump. Like there's this kind of point where if you're 8 seconds, you're in the F final, and if you're 8 seconds faster, you're like, it's crazy how tight it is. So these crews here have managed to be the correct, that kind of bell curve, and they've put themselves in the top 12. And I think Lancaster are having a really good championship. So we've got Lancaster in here. We've seen a few of their crews doing really, really well. In some years they haven't really been around and about, so that's definitely a program that's moved its way up this season for sure, last couple of years.
Yeah, we were saying they just seem to be entered in every event. They've got a really big squad that's come here. I've been delighted to see it. I think we need some new names, you know, up here punching with the usual big programs, the likes of Cambridge, who are leading out this event, the likes of Durham, you know, there's all those names that you see a lot, Edinburgh, and great to see Lancaster kind of coming in, and Nottingham back on the resurgence as well. Great to see them in this top 12 here contesting in lane 5. They've just dropped off the pace a bit. This is Cambridge University B, sat here in lane number 4. This is the crew containing Iris Powell, and we've also got Hannah Prince, Gemma King, Molly Fox, Emily Parry, and moving very well together. And a few familiar names in that one, certainly Gemma King. We've seen her racing this weekend across a number of events, and a few contenders here from the Blondie crew, the reserve crew from the boat race. So very well-versed athletes, and it seems to me like Cambridge looking to make it a 1-2 at the moment. Cambridge A sliding into second position from lane number 2, and Edinburgh are the third and final crew at the moment, sat in a qualifying position. But Lancaster over in lane 6, trying as they might, this leading pack of 3, and I think pulling with the Nottingham in. My apologies, I think Glasgow over in lane 6, pulling with them Nottingham over there on the far side. But our top 3 crews certainly kind of bookended by Cambridge in 1 and 2. And Edinburgh trying to shuffle themselves there onto the top 3 spots.
Yeah, so I think Lancaster the only crew in the 12 you'd maybe put in sort of inverted speech marks. You're right, we want to see more names here, but yeah, programs need to come up to meet it. I know there's kind of a feeling sometimes, like there's a lot of Cambridge crews here, or like on the men's side, it's like, or BUCS just go away, or why don't they want them to go away? They need to be here and race it in the championships, and it's everyone else's job to get up to that level. So Lancaster today have done the job of being in that top 12 and putting themselves in the spotlight in the major finals. Bristol as well, Glasgow, I think maybe another one you might think. But these are programs that should be aiming to be in here, and it's good to see that that is what they're doing. So, you know, Liverpool have had some good women, haven't made it this time, but that can be a motivation for next year in terms of, all right, we were close, but what do we need to do next season to make sure that we don't just miss out, or we do what Lancaster or Glasgow did, and make that's what these programs all have to reflect on after this.
Yeah, I could totally agree. I think that we need to rise to the level of performance, and I think, you know, a lot of these crews will be aiming for events beyond this over the summer. This is the first major championships for a lot of these crews, and it's certainly included in, certainly when I was at university, my kind of big 3, right? You know, big 3 coming to BUCS, going to Henley Women's, and if there was a Henley Royal event that was available for me when I was at university, I would certainly have raced it. But now there is, you know, we've got the Women's 8s, we've got the Temple equivalent Islands Challenge Cup in Henley Royal Regatta. So those 3 events are sort of where the students are aiming, and these big looking to do that. But what a surge here from Glasgow University, Dubs. Over on the far side there, you can see in lane number 6, trying to knock chunks out of their Scottish rivals, who in turn are trying to knock chunks out of Cambridge for 2nd place. Yeah, this race got very exciting late on here. So Glasgow not content with not putting themselves in the ring. It looked to me, I thought, the one on the right of the pitch here, I thought they were trying to make a move on Edinburgh, and it's probably lucky that they did, because Glasgow might have been able to sneak up from that far side. So just one moment, you can see crossing the line now, it's going to be Cambridge, Edinburgh. Glasgow made a great move, but it was half a length in the end. They didn't quite manage to find, so we'll miss out along with Nottingham and Lancaster. But really from Glasgow, being on an outside lane, you'd expect that the quickest crews coming in, but they really got in the mixer there by being 4th, so hopefully that bodes well for them to have a good B final, because these ladies will all race again. It's quite soon as well, being a couple of hours. The format of they leave a lot of time for back on the water. Yeah, and Lancaster just coming into view, who will proceed through to the B final of this women's intermediate coxless. And they'll be wanting to get in, get rested, ready for the next race. Now we're back up at the start. This was the 2nd semi-final, indeed, the women's intermediate cox fours, and we're going to jump live now to ride with XBE for Edinburgh C and Newcastle A in lane. To me, like that's the University of London UL Dubs that's leading the way in this event at the moment. Got Exeter as well in the foreground, so Exeter and London, 2 pretty good intermediate programs there. Yeah, well, you can't really see. Again, it's quite an exciting. It's going to be quite close. Not lane 1, unfortunately. Exeter a little bit off the pace. Oxford, Bristol, Edinburgh and Newcastle with about 500 metres to go. Any big surge right now, any big commitment could make a difference. Would say lanes 2, 3 and 4 maybe slightly, well, actually in 5, you know what, I'm not even going to say that. They're straight across. Let's see what happens in the 500 metres. Let's see who can make a big move, because this is not over by any stretch. How much speed in that previous, if you were with us, you know, it can be really injected into this final 500 metres. Really tough here for these crews. University of London, I think, had a little bit of breathing space out in front, but now that's been eaten away by Bristol University, who sit in 2nd, and through the middle come Oxford University B in 3rd place, vying for a top spot, but they're having to go head to head with Edinburgh C, and what a poor position for Lily Frysham to find herself in. She learnt to row at Edinburgh. She's now having to look back and race against Edinburgh to make it into the A final here in this Oxford crew. That's really tough. Edinburgh found an extra gear here. They've gone early. I think it's now in the ball in Oxford's court to try and get themselves into the A final. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be looking back. He's going to be looking across or even looking ahead, because I don't think Oxford have responded as well as they should have done. The other crews have all started motoring, so Oxford languishing a little bit here under the charge of London. So those are side by side. That's really where the racing is. They're not out of it, but there needs to be a response here. They need to pick it up and move. Out of the front, okay, these 2 crews really have done a good surge out in front. Bristol doing a great job of things. They've moved out well. They're being chased quite hard by Edinburgh. But yeah, I think Oxford are going to have to find something extreme here. Yeah, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to. I mean, probably it shouldn't surprise us that Bristol have managed to slide themselves out into 1st. They were 2nd in the time trial, and so on paper should be the performers that we were expecting. Really close then, a final burst from Edinburgh to bring them almost level with London over the line, and Oxford not managing to find that response to get themselves into the fight for medals later on today. It will then be Newcastle University ahead of Exeter, the final crew in this AB semi-final. And before we head to the men's intermediate pairs AB semi-final, we're just going to have a short break. Intermediate coxless pairs AB semi-final. Another 3 boats to find for the A final here to go through. And looking down the course, it looks to me like it's lane 4, Durham University currently with the lead. They're the boat to the furthest right of your picture there, out in front. Just a quick recap from left to right. We've got Imperial College London over there on the left in 6. Bristol in 5, Durham in 4, Newcastle in lane 3, York in 2, and Nottingham in lane number 1. And Durham have been sort of kings and queens of the pairs so far. We saw them in the women's intermediate lightweight pairs earlier, winning both of those semi-finals, and here they are again, men's intermediate pairs. This crew really sort of keeping a lid on it and just doing the bare minimum really to stay in front.
Camilla, do you reckon that, because every club's going to have a sort of way they row, do you reckon maybe the Durham style, what's being coached them, maybe translates better into pairs than maybe some other places?
That's a really good question. I mean, I think there's been a lot of focus on the pairs for trials preparation, certainly. You know, they've been sending a lot of athletes to trials. I think they had 10 altogether at the final trials just a couple of weeks ago for the under-23 Great Britain team. So yeah, certainly focused from that perspective. But, you know, they rode the big boats well as well. They got a silver in Championship 8s on the first day of racing here. So they probably just have a good group of athletes, and this the second intermediate pair, this is Durham B here leading the way in lane 4. This is the crew comprised of Jack Roberts and Dominic Newton with a bit of a buffer, but look at this race here for the top 3 spots. York, Newcastle and Imperial. York closest to us, Imperial sandwich on the outside, and then Newcastle the filling to that sandwich in the middle. And I think it's going to be Imperial and Newcastle. York with half a length to find in these closing stages. And Durham will take the win, that top spot through to the A final. And look at how close that is there between Newcastle and Imperial. York, I think, the ones missing out there on the near side ahead of Bristol over in lane number 5. And finally, Nottingham will conclude the B final spots in this first AB semi-final before we move on to AB semi-final 2.
Yeah, and in that York boat that just missed out, Ben Newton, the bowman, he's a monstrously big human being, and I could see how much work he was putting in there, so he'll be unfortunately not competing for a medal. But that was good race. You know it's good racing when it's loud. You know, we're on the top of the tower, we've only got like one window cracked open, and when it gets that loud, you know the racing was good, and that was another example of it.
Well, we're on to the second of the AB semi-finals, and Durham once again here leading the way, the fastest qualifiers from the time trial. Both Durham crews given the preferred lane 4 here to race from, and the Durham A crew made up of Jacopo Bertone and Levin Graf both members of that Championship 8 that came away with a silver medal on Saturday. And the top intermediate pairs here, they'll have a pair in Championship as well, and we'll see the repechage in just a second for that event. But really coming out here as much as they can to keep ticking away those points, to chip away at the overall lead that Oxford BUCS have in the Victor Ludorum. And you know, Durham fans will be pleased to see this crew out in front. It's then looking back at the rest of the field, I think it's a classic chevron, a classic arrowhead formation, and you can kind of see it there, look. Lane 4 being the point of that arrowhead, and then either side of the lanes you'd expect to be in that top 3. So on one side, so to the right of Durham, that's Edinburgh University, and to the left of Durham, that is Strathclyde University.
So yeah, Glasgow and 6 not got the memo to form the perfect formation, but that's because they want to be in the top 3, which is what you've got to do to progress. And they're putting pressure on lane 5. I think lane 5 was in the front 3, like that triangle that makes up the lead. So Glasgow know that if they can pick off the crew immediately to their right, they're going to put themselves in a good position. But also making a move over in lane 2, they're also moving forward. That's Exeter. They're going to be looking to be in that front 3 as well. So I think Exeter can kind of tell if they can overhaul the crew to their left, they would make it into the final. But I think I prefer to be where Durham are, sitting out on the front of that point like the tip of the spear, and just being able to survey what's going on, because it would take 3 boats coming through them to not qualify through. And I would say, looking at it, you can see how relaxed and long they look. They could respond to any move that comes at this point. They've just kind of gone to that. There's definitely work. You can always see the big work through the force, but they haven't ramped up. They're just going to be placing a bit of work on the legs rather than work on the lungs, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, and I think in a pair it's important to, as a baseline, to really feel the boat, and work both in legs and lungs can sometimes be thrown away if you aren't moving the boat well. Big sprints coming from the outside lanes though, and trying to again bridge that gap in the final 200 metres to an A final place. I think trying to make that successful. You already talked about Glasgow over there on the far side, Dubs, trying to take shots at their Scottish rivals from Strathclyde, who do have their hands, you know, sort of not firmly, but one hand on an A final place at the moment from lane 5. Edinburgh also part of that Scottish bandwagon in this intermediate men's pairs AB semi-final, but it will be Durham University ahead of Edinburgh. It's Strathclyde making it through to the A final ahead of Glasgow and Exeter. It will then be Newcastle University finally completing the field, the bottom 3 there, Newcastle, Exeter and Glasgow heading for the B final.
Yeah, so that's your men's inter pairs out the way. We haven't had any champ races to this point, and that's what's about to come up on the screen. There you go. So first repechage of the men's champ pair. There are champ events in the events we've just seen. It's just the number of entries have meant that they don't need to run like a second round. They can just go into the finals based on time trial results. But this is the first time where crews are going to have to earn their way into an A final, not via directly for the time trial.
Yeah, so 2 crews to go through from this first repechage. We've had 2 crews directly progress to the A final this morning. They've saved themselves a race. That was Durham University won out the time trial in a time of 5:15.6, and then the University of London second in a time of 5:16.5. So less than a second separating the top 2 that have progressed through to the A final, and now we're looking for a further 4 boats from these 2 repechages to progress through. And well, I think this could be, we've had Durham in lane 4 for the last 3 races on the trot, and could it be yet another Durham lead here? Just quickly again reminding you of the runners and riders. We've got Edinburgh on the far left, Durham one in from that. It's then Bristol that sits in lane 3, and to the furthest right of your picture, Newcastle University A.
So it's pretty close racing here, and 2 of these are going through and 2 of these are done. There are no B finals in Champ. You have to progress through to the A final, or that's your competition finish. So I don't know if any of these athletes are going to double up into anything else today, but if not, this would be the end of their BUCS Championship. So all of them are racing hard. There's no point in hanging back. And as I look up the course, this race is nowhere near the finish line. They're not even at the halfway mark, and they are just slugging it out. I just don't think any of these crews can afford to lose touch at this point. So they have to stay in this race for the duration and then make their move at the end.
And difficult in a small boat to do that, to have the mental agility and strength to stay in the race through the middle 1,000 meters when it really hurts. It's you and one other person. It's a slow moving race in a smaller boat, and really difficult when you're trying to pace yourself. When you're responsible for 50% of the power and speed going into that boat, pacing yourself can be really hard when you're looking across at the rest of the field. Here are our race leaders. It is indeed Durham University B that are currently in the lead in this championship event. This is Oliver Pearson and James Watson-Gandy here, who move through 1,000 metres, a length or so up on Newcastle University A. You can see there the bow ball of Newcastle, age-old rivals from the northeast. They train on the same bit of water up in Newcastle, up on Tyne, and it's where actually our BUCS 4s and 8s head championship runs. Our winter race runs on this piece of water that both Durham and Newcastle train on, and so they'll have been eyeing each other up for months and months since the start of the academic year, all building towards this point. BUCS Regatta, the sort of culmination of the university season, and yeah, like I say, I think a special rivalry between Newcastle and Durham specifically.
Yeah, and I don't know if their boathouses are just each side of a bridge, right? I don't know if they intentionally get on the water at the same time, row in the same direction, put similar boats out or not, just to get a read on each other or not. But they definitely would be keeping an eye on each other. You know, any time a boat went past, I'm sure I would be like, yeah, okay, they look pretty fast, or not, you know. And maybe you can kind of get a feel for what they're targeting as well. But I think, yeah, if you've got a rival right there, the good rival, then, yeah, maybe it influences your season a bit, or vice versa.
Yeah, I think both of these universities, Durham and Newcastle, have pushed each other on. You know, they've been... Durham were the kind of overriding force in the early 2000s up to kind of the sort of early 2010s. Newcastle then started to emerge and overtook Durham, I would say, in terms of the kind of championship calibre. And then, you know, it looks like the tide is turning a little bit again here, just with the results that we've had this weekend. Durham certainly seem to have outperformed Newcastle across the sort of the 8s and the 4s, and now it seems the small boats as well. This is Newcastle's A crew, let's remember. This is Durham's B crew, so this is the second crew from Durham, the top crew from Newcastle. Newcastle being represented here by George Pryor and Benjamin Brockway. But all they need to do is be in the top 2. You know, they need to not be in the bottom 2, bottom half. And tactically, perhaps, they've gone out and said, look, let's just stay ahead of Bristol. You know, let's let Durham go. Let's stay ahead of Bristol. Let's reserve our energy for when we really need it in the A final, because we've got 2 other fresh crews coming into this. That's where we really need it.
I think staying ahead of Bristol is proven to be a pretty difficult task, because Bristol, they've got their foot down. Like we said, you're either in the top 2 or you're done. So there's no point in having anything left over the line, and that's how this is going to play out. So this is going to be another exciting race. Edinburgh is still close, not to be like, they're not in the race here, but they didn't let it go in the middle. Like we were saying, everyone has to sustain a relentless rhythm in the middle, and Edinburgh did. But it's, yeah, Durham have moved out in front, but I think we have Bristol are motoring.
Yeah, this is going to come right down to the wire. Look at this move here from the Bristol crew. We should not write them off one bit. Robbie Prosser and Tibi Verden-Mulot of Bristol University are starting to row through Newcastle. Newcastle have the supporters on the bank. You can see Durham's bows appear on screen. They've not been challenged too much. They're managing to keep a lid on it through the line. But it's going to be, I think, just a surge here finally for Newcastle to poke them, I think, into the A final. We'll await the official result from the Finnish judges there, but I think from my eye, Newcastle maybe just did enough. But remember, line on the screen here, not the official finish line. You'll see Edinburgh come through it in just a moment, but my word, I think that was the race of the day for me so far.
Yeah, that might, I know it's only repechage, that might stay as race of the day, because that was some sprint at the end from both of those crews. And I hope Durham weren't worrying too much, because in the end it was less than half a length. So I hope Durham were just sort of like, no, it's okay. They knew exactly where they were, but yeah, that's part of knowing, that's part of the art, isn't it?
Well, I think the other thing you need to remember, Durham were pretty relaxed going through the first 1,500 metres, right? They had probably a lot more aerobic capacity for that final 500 than the other guys who had been going toe for toe through that first half of the race. So yeah, I suspect you know, more to come from some of those crews as we move on to the second repechage. Again, 3 crews it seems out in front at the moment. We're looking at Imperial and Cambridge on the screen right now. So just to give you a sense of who's racing, we've got 2 Cambridge crews in the centre lanes in lane 4, Cambridge B in lane 3, Cambridge A. And in the outside lanes, Imperial closest to us there on screen in lane 2, and Newcastle B over in lane number 5 off picture. I was just pausing there because I heard a big cheer coming from down below us in the commentary tower, and I think it was because they've announced the results of that previous race, the second spot through to the A final. I think I've still got it, Dubs. My eye said Newcastle, and Newcastle indeed it was by less than 0.2 of a second ahead of Bristol to make it through to the A final of championship pairs.
Yeah, I think Bristol will be frustrated to miss out, but I don't think they could have done much more. Like you say, it was less than 0.2 of a second apart. And these boats don't go at even speeds. They surge forward, back. Well, they never go back, but they surge and surge and surge. So that gap is a surge.
And actually, I'm just looking at the time trial results. Bristol really will be frustrated because they were 6th in the time trial, 6 boats in an A final. You know, they would have thought that they were 6th fastest overall and should have made it. And the reps should be as such that they could make it into that A final. Newcastle was 7th overall by 10 seconds. They were 10 seconds back in the time trial. So a big push from Newcastle, a big performance from them in the side-by-side to overturn that result. So yeah, in that previous race, that was something pretty special from the Blue Star. But focusing in now on the race in front of us, 2 boats to go through to the A final, and I'd say maybe a little bit more clear cut. There is still some space here for the crew from Cambridge to come back. So Cambridge B in lane 4, they should have been our fastest qualifiers out of this repechage, but they seem to be at the moment that they're lingering back in 3rd behind Imperial and Cambridge A. This Cambridge A crew, Seb Benzakri sat in the crew who contested in this year's boat race, along with Thomas Lynch in the boat race back in April in the winning Cambridge crew from in the winning Cambridge crews. I was just trying to remember whether they were in Goldie or in the blue boat itself, but certainly whichever one, they won both. So
yeah, that's big hitting athletes, you know, in this event, and this is champ pairs. You expect to be big hitting athletes. It's not quite the same barn burner, as Fergus likes to call it, that we had in the last one, but there's still competitive racing here between Cambridge, Matthew Edge and Luke Beaver trying to find the speed to get on terms of Imperial. But I think Imperial, they look comfortable to me. Yeah, so Cambridge and Imperial, I believe, are going to go through here. The second Cambridge boat just going to miss out. So overlap, half a length overlap between Cambridge and Imperial as they cross the line, and then another half length back from that. So Cambridge's B crew would have needed to have found quite a decent amount of extra speed down the back end there to find the extra half a length. They couldn't quite get there, and you'll just see Newcastle finishing quick, but Newcastle's B crew, they also will be ending their their bid to win men's champ pairs for 2023. So 2 champ events at the moment, and then we're going to move back to some inter-sculling is what we're expecting to see next.
Yeah, intermediate sculling, lightweight quads. This event used to be a championship event. It was regraded to intermediate, I think, following the sort of smaller numbers of entry that we were seeing in the lightweight events. But certainly this event now, 2 AB semi-finals of 4 crews. This first one, De Montfort, Strathclyde, Edinburgh and Durham. That's going from right to left on your picture, so you can see De Montfort there on the furthest right. In the middle of your picture, that will be Strathclyde, Edinburgh to the left, and then just off the screen, Durham University in lane number 2.
Ollie Timlin in that Edinburgh boat. If you go on Edinburgh's Instagram, you look at their really cool videos. It's always him that makes them. He's a bit of a creative genius, I would say. I think he did row out of Worcester Rowing Club, I believe, as well. Competed in the Diamonds. Well, tried to get in. I don't know if he qualified, but he was going for Diamonds last summer. So pretty good sculler there.
Yeah, and you guys were at Worcester, right? So you'd have crossed paths ahead of his university expedition. But off we go. I do like the sight of all the quad blades going off the start. It's one of my favourite starting sequences, I think, in the quad. Everyone away nice and cleanly and nice and straight as well. I know we talked earlier, we've got a blade on each side. It should be fairly straight, but in the reality of things, in the heat of the moment, sometimes that steering foot can start to wiggle with a bit of a lack of concentration. But everyone away cleanly, and it looks like a great start here for Strathclyde University in lane number 4. And the race not to be last, I would think, here.
Yeah, so it's whether any of these crews have flipped from a race to win mentality to a don't lose mentality, which can be a bit dangerous. I would stick with the race to win mentality, because if you are going for the win, well, it's more likely that you're not going to be in 4th. So that's just going to give you that little bit of bite, that little bit of edge when it comes to, taking anyone. But the crew that comes off least quick from the start, they just need to make a quick, snappy change, make sure they get down onto the best rhythm that they can get and claw themselves back into this race, because a lot can happen in 2K, but there was the kind of the old saying, like, if you can get a length, you're probably safe. I mean, it's more so in an 8. I reckon in a quad you get a length and a half, you're probably safe. Not automatically, but I think that'll be kind of the goal that I would be. If I was coaching these crews, I'd say, like, you want half a length of open water and then just kind of sit on that and maintain that lead. Don't worry if they come back quarter of a length. Just, okay, fine, sit on that move. They probably made a move and then push back out to the length and a half of open water, and then you're pretty safe out there.
Yeah, early days though, you're right. I think in the big boats as well, it's harder to get that bigger distance at this point. Once you settled onto rhythm, they all run at fairly similar speeds, right? A lot can be gained in the sprinting stages, a lot can be, the first 500, the final 500, but that middle cruising speed, it's difficult to separate yourself from other people. So you've really got to grasp onto every little bit and make it count. Those 1%ers. I know people don't like that phrase, but that middle 1,000, it's difficult to change the speed too much from where you settle.
So looking at the time trial, we'd expect De Montfort to be a bit off the pace in here because they were about 12 seconds slower than the 8th place crew in the time trials, who in turn were 5 seconds slower than the next. So we'd expect it to be De Montfort that would find the pace a little bit quick, but at the same time these crews would have gone into that time trial knowing that there were basically just 8 entries, and the time trial was to put yourself in lanes in the semi-final, and then the race would come from there. So just looking at it here, I mean, that's De Montfort you can see on your screen, and they haven't been like shoved right off the pace compared to the Strathclyde crew. So Strathclyde, well, they were the quickest in the first in the time trial. They were easily the quickest compared to the rest of this. I say easily. They were reasonably quicker than the second place crew in this, who is Edinburgh. They had Edinburgh by 6 seconds in the time trial. So you'd think Strathclyde are reasonably quick, but De Montfort were going with them, which is good stuff. And just coming to your screen, you can now also see the Edinburgh crew and the Durham crews. I haven't been on the screen much recently, but you can see them coming through. But a good lead for Strathclyde right now.
Yeah, good lead indeed, and I feel that this Strathclyde crew, each of the athletes within this crew have sort of littered a number of the lightweight events this weekend. Anthony Fidrick, Andrew Laird, Felix Rainish, Ben Partonage. We saw good success for him in the lightweight single scull earlier in the weekend. So they've got a really good sort of group, I think, at the moment, Strathclyde, of lightweight men contesting at this university level, and certainly you can see that having that depth to have 4 performing athletes this weekend in that category has given them a nice sort of arm's length of clear water ahead of the rest of the field. But yeah, this race not to be last, currently being lost, I would say, by the crew from, I think, Durham probably in lane 2, a little bit further back than De Montfort.
Yeah, it's strange. Looking out the window, I don't think Durham look that far back, but on the screen they look a little bit further back. They're not miles back, but just that difference in kind of perspective that you get just looking out the window compared to on the screen. But definitely Strathclyde, they've moved well through that middle part of the race. That's where it's a lot of the speeds are similar in a lot of boats are similar in speed through that middle bit. But if you do just sort of have that 0.5%, maybe 1% extra speed over those middle 100 strokes of the race or so, 150 strokes, it makes a big difference coming out of the back end of that. So looks like Strathclyde did just have that little bit more boat speed, that little bit more run. Because I think as well, a lot of these crews are going to be running at fairly similar stroke rates. So it's going to come down to how far you move your boat per stroke, because you're not necessarily taking more or less strokes than anyone else. So if you do find 5 centimetres a stroke more than the other boats, and then you suddenly multiply that up by 100 strokes, you've got 5 metres extra, which is, another half a length there.
Oh, coming into the closing stages, it's the final 250 metres, and De Montfort and Durham, the ones that are looking across at one another from both ends of the lake and trying to decipher if they've got enough to make it into this A final of the men's intermediate lightweight quads. And for now, I think De Montfort are trying to push Edinburgh back into the hot seat. They've moved past Edinburgh there on the far side, outside lane. Strathclyde won't need to worry about that too much. That's not a problem that they have to deal with moving through to the line comfortably in first place, but it's going to be Edinburgh and De Montfort fighting for second and third. Edinburgh will breathe a sigh of relief as they move through in second. De Montfort resigned to third, but will still leave them in a position to contend the A final. Durham will move across the line into the B final, the only crew to do so from this AB semi.
Yeah, they may not even run a B final potentially. Like they should do, they're supposed to, but if either of those crews decide they don't really want to do it, they won't run it, because they're not going to run one crew down the course. So it's just going to be personal pride, or maybe a bit of whether the coach just wants the trailer loaded. So that's going to happen later on. Move to the next one. Oxford, Queens, Nottingham, Birmingham is who's in this next one. So you can't quite, now they've cut it right to Birmingham now. Like that was obviously off the start. These crews are about 500 metres in. We just wanted to bring you that kind of start. Same deal as the last race. 4 in it, 3 to go through. So the race to not lose is well underway. So one of these crews will proceed to a B final potentially, and the other 3 will compete for the medals in the A final. So yeah, as we say, Birmingham, Nottingham, Queens and Oxford. Queens are who you can see on the screen right now. So we're zooming in on Queens. They look comfortably out in front. Again, some of these names we've seen in other events: James Foley, Kieran Purdy, Hugh Moore, Stuart Irvin. We've seen these race in other events and be successful, so they've come together to make this quad here.
Yeah, we saw Kieran Purdy and Hugh Moore winning in yesterday's championship lightweight doubles event. Huge celebrations after that, after defending the title for Queens. And bringing them together with James Foley and Stuart Irving, it was surely going to make a quick intermediate combination after that success at Championship. So they're going to say goodbye to the rest of the field as they move away, and just Birmingham, Oxford and Nottingham to decide between themselves who wants that second space into the A final.
So in the last race, Durham, who were 5th in the time trial, got picked off by a crew that were way slower in De Montfort. Birmingham are hoping to not have the same happen to them. They're 6th. They might get picked off by 7th place Oxford. So that's really where the race is. It's between lanes 2 and 5. The outside lanes in this case 2 and 5. Birmingham have to put a move on to try and get up to where Oxford are. Oxford look like they're trying to challenge Nottingham. It's definitely Queens out in front. This race now is 500 metres away. It's not out of the realms of possibility for Birmingham to move, but they're going to have one of those monster truck 500s if they're going to want to make this really stick. So I know down on that far side, Gabby Diora is really going to be kicking really, really hard to try and like push her crew on, and it's going to be one heck of a race down into the finish here. Yeah, so exciting times coming down into the closing stages here. We're looking at if Birmingham can get on terms with Oxford. Obviously, that's what I would like them to do, but it's going to take a big move from Henry Elsey, Johnny Skipper, Adam, who's just come back from a rib injury, and Chaz McGill himself, Charlie McCutcheon, next year's men's captain. I don't think his parents will be happy with me calling him Chaz McGill, but whatever, that's what we call him. Yeah, it's Queens though. Look at Queens. They're good. They're really good, and Nottingham look good too.
I mean, I think if there was a champ equivalent event in this, Queens would be in it, right? But there's not. This is the intermediate, lightweight, quadruple sculls, AB semi-final, and wow, I mean, they can't be rating too much over sort of high 20s there as they come down through the Red Boys, and Nottingham will still be working hard to try and close the gap to prove that they deserve that spot in the A final. And one final push here for Oxford. They just need another 10 strokes, I think, to get in ahead of Birmingham. And it's unfortunately the B final for Birmingham along with Durham. A good final run there from them, but not close enough.
Yeah, I think Oxford a little bit like De Montfort may have just been saving a little bit in there, and obviously that lightweight group from Oxford, I know they train together quite a lot. They'll be pretty slick, whereas the Birmingham athletes just kind of training with the big group of the seniors, and then we just kind of decide coming into the championship, okay, well, you could be a lightweight, is it worth doing lightweight, or you're going to stick with an open weight boat? So that's the kind of way we break it down, and in this case the lads were unlucky just not being able to find that extra length of speed that they needed.
So we say goodbye to Alex Darby for now, but he will be back in the last shift of the day to bring you home through the minor finals on the final day of racing here at BUCS Regatta. We're now on to the repechage for the Women's Championship coxless fours, and this is from the far side. Exeter there just slipping off the pace. Nottingham out in front, it seems, ahead of Edinburgh and Newcastle. Those are your three leaders here in this event. Imperial also here on the near side, pushing on. Durham again just slipping back off the pace of these top top 4 crews all in alignment here, Carol. This is remarkable here, going through 1,000 metres. I think a bit of a toss-up between Imperial and Nottingham for the lead, but canvas back Newcastle and Edinburgh fighting hard for the top spots into the A final. We're looking for 4 crews, 2 to go home, no B final in this event. So yeah, at the moment I'm joined by Carol Wallace, and joining us with 4 to go through in this championship women's coxless 4 repechage.
And maybe there should be a camera on us in the commentary box here. We were doing all the non-verbal hand signals. I was asking how many to go through into the final, but yeah, all to pay for, because when I popped in, had a look in the screen, there were more than 4 crews contending for that four spots through. So this is going to shape up to be a very tight race there. Yeah, we've got the angle looking down the course. I've just flicked my head round, and if you look up the course, Camilla, oh boy, I think 1 is with Imperial, but then there are 4 crews contending for those other 3 spots, and it's going to come down to who wants it most today.
Yeah, I have a bit of a soft spot for this event, I must admit. This was my one and only championship BUCS gold medal back in 2013, and funnily enough, at that time it was Imperial College that were the stiff competition. They got silver in the final, so great to see them continuing on that long tradition of being very strong in this event. Over in lane 1, furthest right to your screen, they are leading out, but only just, and as things kind of come to the clinch point here, this final 500 metres, maybe a little bit more separation, and perhaps Durham starting to move back through the field as Newcastle and Nottingham try and join Imperial in that top 3, but one more spot still to decide. Durham versus Edinburgh here in the top 5, 4 to go through. Exeter off the pace over in lane number 6, and Edinburgh will have to try as they might to stay ahead.
Just as Camilla was speaking there, I just saw that Newcastle were making a move in the middle of the field. They've decided that they were going to go early and make a sprint for home from about 500 metres out, because you don't want to be caught napping in this event. It's Imperial and then Newcastle, and then Edinburgh and Nottingham started picking it up. Nottingham over in the far side in lane 5, really motoring home now. Exeter, as Camilla has said, it well dropped off the pace, but this is a sprint for the finish. I think Durham there in lane 2 have been caught napping somewhat, and just now they've started to pick it up, but have they left it too late?
Yeah, this is going to be a real nail-biter here for this final position. The Parallax just slightly doing it to a disadvantage. Durham with much more overlap than it seems here as we come into the final stages. Only 4 crews to go through, 5 boats on your screen. Nottingham also starting to push up into top spot along with Imperial.
What a push Nottingham did there, that last few strokes, and I don't know who's going to go through the line first. I think it may have been Nottingham just pipping Imperial, and then in Newcastle in that 3rd place, Edinburgh taking 4th, and then Durham, and then over on the far side we have the Exeter crew just coming into shot now. Gosh, what a cracking finish that was. Those last 500 metres, just really hard work for these ladies. Just on the start, we see there from the start camera, phenomenal pictures from up in the start, and you know, I sometimes wear an umpire's hat, and sometimes seeing these pictures you just think this is another great view of racing that most of the public very rarely sees. But this is the first semi-final of the men's intermediate quads. Edinburgh in lane 1, which is on the left hand of the screen, Reading B in lane 2, Bristol in lane 3, Reading A in lane 4, Durham in lane 5, and Surrey A in lane 6.
Yeah, we're back to the traditional 3 to go through. This is an AB semi-final, not a repechage, in this men's intermediate quads event. And just taking a look at the results of the time trial, well, this was again a big old event with 37 crews having turned up to the time trial, top 12 going through, and it was Reading A who were contending this AB semi-final that won the time trial by just 1 second over Bath, who we'll see in AB semi-final 2. From the time trial results, it should be Queen's Belfast in bronze medal position, and we'll see them again in the next semi-final. But based on this, Bristol, I think, closest to Reading when it came to the time trial format.
The time trials give us some information, but they're not often accurate predictors of final positions, because crews are going fast. They'll put in a good time trial result, but they will save something. Just keep a wee bit in reserve for this adrenaline surged semi-final, and indeed for whichever final they end up in. You know, it's you don't want to show all your cards early on in the day. And as Camilla predicted, it's Reading over in lane 4. You can see the dark kit there with the blade work. Really neat and tidy blade work from that Reading A crew. Put in a really good time in the time trial, and I just motoring on there. I'm just just forget what I'm saying. That's definitely Reading, and I was just a bit confused by some of the kit in the crew on their left hand side as the shot panned. And I did think there were two Reading crews side by side, but I was totally wrong. But this, definitely Reading. And, you know, a university renowned for its sculling prowess, and you can just see that coming through. And on their inside in lane 3, it's Bristol. And then here we have the other Reading crew in lane 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're pitching up against Durham for that final slot into the A final. And so often we see that, don't we? Lane 2 versus lane 5. That's kind of where the line, you know, from the time trial is drawn of, you know, that third crew. It could go either way, really.
Very much so. And sorry, I had a total mental blank there. I was going to say something and it just slipped out of my brain. But looking down the course there, you can see this Reading crew in lane 4 really leading the field there. We can't pan out to see what's happening with Durham in lane 5 as to see where they are alongside the Reading B crew in lane 2. And there we go, they're listening to me upstairs. Thank you very much, giving us these wonderful shots. We can see all 6 crews now. Reading in, you know, third in from the left hand side, going very strongly there. And then we have Durham with them on their outside, going strongly. Bristol showing very well, and Reading B. Now from this angle, very deceptive, I think that perhaps Durham are pretty much level with Reading B. And this is where the race comes in. Sometimes the race for 1 and 2 is really exciting, but I think Camilla and I would probably both agree that sometimes this race for this third place in the A final is where it's all going to happen.
Yeah, and it's certainly where it's happening here, and I think Durham just with the advantage here over in lane 5, that distinctive platinum purple over 2 in from the left hand side of your picture, sat in the important third spot to go through to the A final. 300 metres to go. Bristol actually closing up on Reading A somewhat here. Reading A, I think, just trying to keep their powder dry as they move through into the A final. I don't think they're going to respond too much to Bristol's charge, but here come Reading B, Carol. They've noticed that Durham were trying to slip away from the outside, and they've started their move now at 250.
I was just going to point out that Reading are notorious for having really strong finishes, and they are mounting a charge towards the line. But I think Durham has spied this charge happening. Oh boy, all these crews are ramping it up. I'd say that in lane 1 Edinburgh are out of it, but Reading A have ramped it up too. They're just pulling themselves apart from Bristol. And then look at this battle going on between Reading B and Durham. Durham really going for it. Reading, oh man, this is so exciting.
Oh, what a great race this is. Reading A doing just enough to keep that one length that they've had for the entire course. Bristol will finish in second, but look at this. The race for third is going to be just Durham University, I think, but again, remember the line on our screen, you can see even there it doesn't match up with the blue board on the background. That this is not the official line. Durham versus Reading B. We'll wait to find out. We'll bring you the result in just a moment's time once it's confirmed. Final crew here to roll across the line will be Edinburgh. But, nail biting.
And that's why we come here, because both Camilla and I get really, even though we're not racing, we still feel the excitement, and it is very exciting when you get finishes like that, when you can see all those crews 250 metres out all just ramp up the rating, and that shows you how much they wanted to get into this A final. We're just panning to the start of the second semi-final, the men's intermediate quads, and we can just see there that they're heading off. Out of shot, we'll start with the ones we can see. On your right hand side we have Nottingham A, then we have Glasgow, then we have Bath. Good shot of Bath there, then Queen's Belfast, then Newcastle, and then Loughborough. And then we can just see the bow ball of Queen's Belfast just coming into shot there. Really nice piece of sculling there from Queen's Belfast, but it's Bath, as from the time trial prediction, taking an early lead just off the start, but too early to make long-term predictions.
Yeah, great start for Bath, and the form book running true to form as it stands at the moment, with them in lane number 4 leading the field. Again, another 3 to find here, and given it was quite difficult to find those 3 in the previous AB semi-final, and I can now confirm for you the results of that previous semi-final between Durham and Reading. It was so close, as you saw if you were with us for the previous race, and I can confirm it will be Durham University progressing through to the A final, along with Bristol and Reading A, and Reading B just missing out after that incredible surge through the final few strokes. Not quite enough to keep them in the A final, but they will contest the B final along with Surrey and Edinburgh A. Right, now 3 more people to join Reading, Bristol and Durham in the A final of men's intermediate quadruple sculls. And to me at the moment it seems like nobody can question Bath, nobody can question Queen's University Belfast, I don't think, but this race for third, Carol, it's lanes 2 and 5 again, and I think we're looking for a rerun of the previous race.
Certainly 2 and 5, but I would not discount 1 and 6 either. It's just, this is where all the action is happening. It's that third place in the A final, and it's just so hot. I think Belfast have made a move on Bath there. Belfast, often very strong in the middle part of races, and they often have very strong finishes. So, yeah, I think Belfast are making a move on Bath there. Bath going to have to really work hard to stay in front.
Well, I'll tell you who is certainly making a charge as well. Newcastle University. I think they're about to hit the Newcastle Travelator with all of their fans screaming them home on the bank closest to them, and the wall of noise that they get is just making them go up and up through the ratings to try and cling on to Glasgow's coattails, but they don't just need to cling on to their coattails, they really need to surpass them here if they want to see themselves into the A final. Also, Nottingham A over on the far side. You said, Carol, don't discount the far lanes. Look over there, lane 6, Nottingham with the yellow blades moving right up into this race. Bath and Queen's University Belfast will be the first to hit the picture now. A length here to Bath, but behind them it's carnage erupting, Carol.
Absolutely, and it's just Glasgow coming to that shot. Nottingham have managed to, have they overtaken Newcastle just as they come towards the line? Boy, that was a sprint finish from Nottingham there. We could see Newcastle do it earlier on, and here we have Loughborough just coming to shot now to finish that yet again exciting semi-final. If you were here sitting in the tower with us, you would hear that wall of sound from Newcastle. Phil Spector first had it in the pop music back in the 60s, but sitting on the steps there watching some of the racing earlier, anytime a Newcastle boat goes past, I would have to hand it to Newcastle University as being the loudest, most vociferous supporters.
Well, we've got a little break now before we start the afternoon of some more AB semi-finals, and we'll be kicking that off at 12:33 with the women's beginner doubles AB semi-finals. Be sure to join us back again in just a few moments' time.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot, now I'm back, it's great, I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just the other boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
This annual flagship event, marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals, always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back in the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these four for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Shot for shot now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Next year in London, I'll chat to all.
Well, we're back up at the start with this next AB semi-final for the women's beginner double sculls. And really well negotiated and navigated here by all of these crews. Not easy doing this, especially in a small boat with no cox to sort of give instruction. It's all down to these athletes. They don't have any input from their coach at this point. They might be attaching to the stake boat, you know, for the first time in this boat type. You know, they might have done other events throughout the weekend, but you know, in a double, it's a difficult task.
And remember, Camilla, these are the beginners double sculls. I've seen senior athletes make a total pig's ear of it and trying to get on the stake boats, and it's not easy. It is an acquired skill. It requires trust on both of your parts to just get there. But these ladies have done a great job, and they all look to be on. We can't see off screen. What we can see from your right hand side, we will have UCL, and then Birmingham, De Montfort, Queens, and then off to the left hand side we have Bournemouth and Strathclyde.
You can see the blades squared and buried in the water. This is the starting position. If you're tuning into rowing for the first time, this is what the start looks like, 2,000 metres ahead of each of these athletes. It'll take them about 7-8 minutes probably, maybe a tiny bit longer in a double, especially beginner double, but it's all laid out ahead of them. Some nice flat water conditions here up at the start. You can see there just the crew in the centre. I think that's lane 4, De Montfort, just tapping it round. You can see there, look, tapping the blade in and out of the water to get straight down the course, because by the time that the starter says go, you do not want to be making any adjustments, do you, Carol?
Absolutely not. And this is the time when you're sitting there, sitting forward, the blades buried and squared, that you're just waiting for the umpire to do the start procedure. And you know, you say you have raced 2K, you look down at the far distance, and that's how far 2K is. Quite a distance for some of these beginner sculls. They've done their time trial, and now here they are racing for a place in the A or the B final. And 2K doesn't sound like very much, and if you're in a rowing machine you think 2K doesn't take any length of time, but when you actually see the distance that you have to cover, it's quite daunting. And the umpire will be just checking that every crew is ready to race, looking at their time, because they've got a certain time that they have to start the race on. The crews all, you can see some little minor motions of these double sculls just to sort of get themselves level in the middle of their lanes. You can see the line of boys going up away into the distance. And this is where you know, you're under starter's orders. You have to take the deep breath, you have to calm the heart rate, listen for what's happening, look for the red light, then for the green light, which signals the go, and then just go into your start procedure. The coach will have talked to these girls about their race plan for what they're going to do, how their start's going to be. Every club, every crew seems to have a different start procedure. It's all the same thing, going from 0 meters per second to as fast as you can, as soon as you can, without all going to pieces.
And it's difficult to keep the boat straight and ready whilst you're waiting on that start line. It's almost more difficult than taking the starting few strokes itself. But off we go, and a wonderful start there for De Montfort University in lane number 4. They're the crew right in the middle of your picture that we were with there, taking those final tapping strokes to get straight. But it looks like they've managed to extend out a length or so over the rest of the field. But in these early stages, Carol, as we know, it's very easy to get excited, especially in the first race of side-by-side that they all have had this morning, and they need to relax, listen to the race plan, remember it, reel it in, and they need to be able to get themselves through 8 minutes of rowing.
That's a word that often features in the rowing circles, relax. When the adrenaline's surging through your body, it's very hard to sort of back off and say relax and it'll be easier. But actually, if you can just relax into it, it does become much easier. It's when you're fighting that adrenaline, fighting everything that's going on, that it becomes really, really hard. So just to take those sort of few deep calming breaths and just settle into it. hold the knees down, just take a wee bit longer in the recovery, just so that you can enjoy the run that you've got in the boat from the power you've put through the water.
Yeah, great start here for these women's beginner double sculls in this AB semi-final. And Carol, you were commentating on the time trials for these women's beginner double sculls, and there was a lot that went on this morning in that time trial, and lots to navigate. You know, some of these crews that I'm sure racing here would have had to have rode round capsized crews. They'd have been trying to sort of wiggle through lots of other things that were happening on the course. So to make it to this AB semi-final, they've cleared a hurdle already.
Absolutely, it was quite a challenge this morning for some of these doubles to actually produce a good time. But you know, these ladies have done that, and you know, you're doing a time trial, but you're concentrating on your straight line A to B, fastest time and all that. But you also have to think about what's happening around you. And if you're on a straight course, you don't often look around to see what's behind you. You have to rely on input from the officials or the umpires in the bank who are maybe giving you instructions to move over a lane. So these ladies have done very well to get into this first semi-final. At the moment it's still De Montfort, but I think Queen's Belfast have put in a push just around about 500 metres just to get level with De Montfort, and then there's nothing between Bournemouth, Birmingham, and then Strathclyde and UCL over on the far side. So, oh man, I was just about to compliment Queen's Belfast about their rating there. They seem to be overrating, taking more strokes per minute than De Montfort. But just as I was about to open my mouth and mention them, there was a bit of a wobble in the boat. They lost the rhythm, they've lost the momentum, and with that, De Montfort have just pulled further ahead. So it's often called the commentary kiss of death, that the minute you want to compliment somebody, something really bad happens within that crew. So sometimes you're very cautious about what you say. We may be not often as complimentary as we should be, but sometimes it's because we've learned from experience that the minute you say something positive, something bad happens to that crew.
The commentary curse, Carol, it happens a lot, and people will, refute its existence, but I've seen it happen so many times now that I have to believe that there's some merit to it. But hopefully I won't put De Montfort off too much by complimenting their style. They're giving it a lot of time around the back end and up to the catch, aren't they? They're really letting the boat run, which is a beginner double scull. It's hard to master that feeling of boat run, isn't it?
It is indeed, and I was watching them earlier, and they're getting the power on through the water, but then they're managing to relax and let that boat move underneath them. They're not stopping it in any way as they're going forward, which is really nice to see. As Camilla said, it's quite a hard lesson to learn, but once you've learned it, you just think this makes life so much easier for us. Here's the Queen's Belfast. They've got themselves settled down again, and they're starting to make inroads on the lead that De Montfort now has over them.
So De Montfort continue to go on a rampage to the finish line in first position, and it's then still Queen's Belfast, I think, but I need to be mindful of Bournemouth, who in lane number 2 have just been kind of plugging away there, and I think sit in that third and final qualification spot through to the A final, along with UCL over in lane 6. UCL also being joined by Birmingham. Now Birmingham, tons of great beginners, as we've heard. They qualified lots of men's beginner double sculls. Now on the women's side, they've got Birmingham B here in lane number 5 representing. But as we move through to the final 500 metres, behind De Montfort, well, Queen's Belfast, I think, relatively safe, but over on the outside, like I say, UCL and Bournemouth, not much to choose between them for that third spot.
Yeah, much credit to that Bournemouth crew. They've come back to probably about half a length behind Queen's Belfast. This is A crew from Queen's Belfast. Their B crews appearing in the next semi-final. But De Montfort, just as you can see on the screen, see how flat this water is. This will help these beginners double sculls. Flat water makes it easier to row. There's less wobbles from the blades hitting waves or that. But this is beautiful water to row in. It's just a glorious day for being out in the water. But this De Montfort, they've increased their lead a fair bit over the last 500 metres. I'd say they're probably 2 or 3 lengths now clear water in front of Queen's Belfast. Queen's Belfast pretty much level with Bournemouth there, and I think over on the far side perhaps Birmingham and UCL have dropped off the pace. I think Bournemouth saw what Queen's Belfast were trying to do, and they decided that they were just going to sit with them, that's what they've done. That said, I think they're maybe even level with Queen's Belfast now as they come in about 250 metres to go. Over on the far side, Birmingham and UCL are having their own battle for that 4th and 5th place, with Strathclyde in lane 1 in 6th.
Yeah, Bournemouth plugging away here to get themselves now with overlap over Queen's Belfast, and almost like a race of their own here. But talking of a race of their own, certainly that has been the case for De Montfort University, who have had no doubts in their mind as to their lead. And just taking a look at the crew itself, a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful race from them. And it will then be Queen's Belfast just staying ahead of the crew from Bournemouth, who came back with that strategy of just plugging away, keeping in their own race plan. That's exactly what they did, and a really good race from them. But big credit there to De Montfort University A, Lizzie Webster and Ella May Webb, who won out that time trial ahead of Queen's Belfast and Bournemouth.
Just finishing over on the far side, you'll just see them go through the line. We had Birmingham beating UCL in their own little private match, and just coming into shot in the camera angle soon we will see Strathclyde University.
They're at it again. If you've been with us at all in this live stream of BUCS Regatta 2023 throughout the weekend, you'll be sick and tired of us talking about the Edinburgh beginners, especially the women's beginners, who have just been on an absolute campaign to dominate every event they've ever been in. We have 3 Edinburgh crews contesting this women's beginner doubles AB semi-final, and 3 of them in the centre lanes, Carol, so you'd think with a great chance here of getting those spots through to the final. And on the screen now, I'm just waiting to see if we can see the bow number of that crew. It looks like lane 2. Thank you, Carol. This is I think we've had a few lane switch-ups at the start, but this is not the crew from lane 2, but it is certainly the crew, I think, in lane 4, let's go with, which would be Edinburgh University. Yeah, I think we're just determining that this Edinburgh Crew has got the wrong bow number, so that is nearest to us, Queen's University Belfast. Then in 2, that is Newcastle. I think we're going to have Edinburgh A slotting in between them and Edinburgh B, which is the crew on your screen. I'm going to go with that as being Edinburgh B, and then over on the far side, Edinburgh C and Hartpury that are out of shot. This is Queen's University Belfast. They've just come through halfway, and as I glance up to the course from our commentary position here, rather than looking at my screen, I would have been able to see that is indeed Edinburgh University in lane number 4 leading the way. I don't think we have a crew in lane 3. We've been quite strict with timing, so perhaps Edinburgh University A that were due to be in lane 3 either missed the start or they have or they've withdrawn, but certainly missing a crew in lane 3.
Yes, but that's you look on the screen and you think, oh, Edinburgh is quite far in front there, the crew in lane 4, and they are quite far in front on the screen, but you actually look up the lake just from where we're sitting, you can see it's 4 to 5 lengths over the rest of the field. And as before, this will be a race for places 2 and 3 going into the A final. And Queen's, Belfast and Newcastle there in lane 2 really going for it. Because there's a crew missing in that lane 3, if you're in lanes 1 and 2, you feel a wee bit isolated from the rest of the course. You just don't get a feel for how the crews way over in lanes 5 and 6 are doing. That's Edinburgh C and Hartpury. So it just doesn't give you much of a gauge as to how hard you need to push to be able to overtake these other crews. But that said, I would say Queen's, Belfast in lane 1 are really motoring on. They've pulled themselves in front of Newcastle, and then I would say it would be Edinburgh C in lane 5 leading Hartpury.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you there, Carol, but it's so hard when you've got one crew all the way out in front to get a measure, isn't it? To measure where the rest of the crews are. It sort of distorts the whole perspective, but no doubt here, Edinburgh University B that are in lane number 4 is certainly our race leaders, but good pushing here from lane 1. Queen's University Belfast are I think a length up from the fight for third between Newcastle and Edinburgh C. Edinburgh will know, I think, at this point that their B crew are into the top spot, so they might have the motivation to kick into that extra gear.
So De Montfort had a similar lead in the previous semi-final, and Edinburgh are having this similar lead in this final. It'll be interesting to see the two of them pitched up against each other in the A final later on today, because I don't think either De Montfort or Edinburgh B there are being pushed too much by the rest of the field. Queen's, Belfast, doing very well there in lane 1. Edinburgh over on the far side also probably in that second and third place. I'm terrified to say too much. I saw a bit of a wobble in the Belfast boat there. I think they're just pushing themselves very hard just to get that second and third places in that semi-final. Belfast being pushed by Newcastle in lane 2. Oh gosh, what a sprint for the finish we have here for these second and third places. I'll have to stand up and see because the angle's wrong, because Belfast are rowing down in lane 0. But it could be an Edinburgh 1 and 2, and then Belfast, Queen's, Belfast, and then Newcastle and Hartpury.
So on to now the next of the AB semi-finals, this is the women's intermediate double sculls. On the picture there you can see Queen's Belfast and Durham, who are in lanes, I would say 1 and 2, but I'm not quite sure. I think we've had a few redraws perhaps. Potentially lanes 1 and 2. We'll go with that for now. Also in this AB semi-final, Cambridge, Bath A, Newcastle A, Edinburgh, and top 3 going through to the A final. Now, Carol and I were just saying we love this event so much. It is probably one of our favourite events, certainly multi-lane events, and I think we both have come to the conclusion it's because of the atmosphere. And you can see in the background all those tents, all those boats filled with students, filled with supporters, and yeah, tons and tons of people lining the banks here, making this the event it is.
There's tons of different universities, there's tons of different campuses, there's tons of inter-university rivalries, but you don't get a feel of that inter-university rivalries. Everybody's pleased that their universities are growing well, but they're really pleased to see good rowing from other universities. So it's a friendly rivalry, really, and you get that vibe as you walk around. It's really nice. But leading the field just now, we have...
Nah, I think we've got some wrong paperwork here, because that's certainly Newcastle out there over in lane number 6, but they are down for us as lane number 5. We're just going to have a quick peer. This is Queen's University Belfast in 2, but Durham in 1. That's on the far right hand side of your picture. Then I'm just trying to squint at the blades. Yeah, Cambridge in the centre lane. Newcastle, oh, potentially that is Newcastle. We do only have 5 crews. That's exactly why we well worked out, Carol. I was thinking Newcastle on the outside. They shouldn't be over in lane 6, but that's lane 5. That is Newcastle. You're absolutely right, and it is Bath leading the way from lane 4. So Bath in the lead. Newcastle, I think, in second, running alongside the crew from Queen's University Belfast, but it's all tightening up here as Cambridge coming right back into the mix as well in this final 200 metres.
I didn't realise we were quite so close to the finish. I was so busy trying to figure out who was missing. But sterling performance there from Bath. And then it's Queen's Belfast and Cambridge just mounting this charge. Newcastle are going to have to fight off this charge. I don't think they've spotted what Cambridge are doing there on their far side, but it's Bath just coming towards the line. Look at this sprint between Cambridge and Queen's Belfast. I think they can. Newcastle now starting to ramp up the racing, but it's going to be Queen's Belfast coming through in second place, followed by Cambridge, then followed by Newcastle, and just coming to shot just now we have the Durham A crew in lane 1.
Yeah, so that concludes the first of the AB semi-finals in the women's intermediate double sculls. I'm going to sign off for now and leave you in the capable hands of Fergus Mainland. Quite a combination that we've got our powerhouses from north of the border, Carol Wallace and Fergus Mainland. I'm very excited that they get an opportunity to commentate with you, and we'll move on now to the second of the AB semi-finals in this women's intermediate double sculls.
So in this race, depending on the camera angle, we have in lane 1, which would be on your left hand side of the picture, we have Leeds, and then lane 2 Bath B, lane 3 Reading, lane 4 Imperial, lane 5 Nottingham, and in lane 6 Reading A. Just getting a close shot. You could catch the bow letters, it could be able to tell you which crew's which. And I think that's the Bath crew we can see there. I can see the blue with the yellow bits on the blades, and that's the crew in lane 2. Just sculling very nicely there. And then on their near side we have the crew from Leeds. Lovely shots there of these double sculls just as they come towards us in the line. Sometimes as a commentator and you see these, it's the blade colours that you sometimes have to rely on to sort of distinguish these crews. But we're focusing on Bath and Leeds at the moment. Some beautiful water up there in the course. Just see how flat it was. It was a bit bobblier yesterday, a bit more of a wind, but today it is looking so nice. And now we've got this lovely shot from the cameraman on top of the tower. These cameramen are just delivering us the shots we want when we want them, which is fantastic. So thank you very much for just keeping us so much in touch with what's happening on the course. And we've now got this shot so we can see that Imperial and Lane 4 are going very strongly there. We were focusing in Leeds and Bath, and I think that's just because the cameraman was on the side of the course. But now we've got this overhead shot looking up the course, and it is Imperial leading Reading B, Nottingham also up in contention, as are Reading A in lane 6, and I'd say Bath are still up there. Leeds are struggling in lane 1, not struggling, just slightly behind the rest of the field. But a beautiful chevron as they're coming towards us, the fastest crews in the middle, leading out the other crews, but it is indeed Imperial in the lead, and the big race is on for 2 and 3 into the A final. And at the moment those 2 and 3 are Bath. Look at that push Bath has just put in. They are ramped up the rating. They're coming into about 150 metres from the finish line, and it is Bath going very strongly there. We've got Imperial still in the lead. Bath challenging Reading very hard for that second place, and it could be a blanket coverage between these two crews. Reading fighting off this challenge from Bath. But it's Reading and Bath really going hard for those second and third places. Imperial going to go through the line. You just see them on the screen now, just heading through the line. And then we have Bath followed by Reading in this second final. Reading, Nottingham are in third place, and then Reading A and Leeds. I'm really happy to be joined in the tower by Fergus. I've commentated with Fergus many times, and I thought this weekend we were going to miss having a chat with each other, because that's what we always end up doing, just having a wee blether and a chat. But on the start we can just see that we've got some of the men's beginner sculls already attached, and in this race, the first final. Is this the first final of the week, of the day? I think it possibly is. This is the B final. So in lane 1 we have Birmingham Finn Carpenter, in lane 2 Harvey Kerr of Sussex, lane 3 Oscar Borley of Surrey, lane 4 Sam Thomas of Birmingham, lane 5 Adam Audley of Queen's Belfast, and in lane 6 Owen Billings of Durham. So this is the first B final of the day. So I was just wondering why these doubles weren't all attached, but I just see we are slightly ahead of schedule here. The race published race time is 3 minutes past 1 o'clock, and we're just on 1 o'clock. So we'll just be waiting for these doubles to get attached. Ideally, they should be up in the area and attached and ready to race 2 minutes before race time. And this is to give the umpires time to just check that the crews are straight in their lanes, that they're all ready to race. So we can see two of these doubles sitting there, just quite happy. Just as we said in some of the previous races, just gently tapping the boat, keeping it in the middle of the lines of boys that go all the way down the course. Fergus, if you were sitting there just now, how would you be feeling?
Well, if I was one of the crews that actually probably planned everything properly and arrived on time, you'd be feeling pretty relaxed. And I certainly wouldn't want to be one of these doubles that they're attaching on late. It looks like Durham in lane 6 on the far side of the course, particularly with this being your final. I mean, this is your big race. You've built up so much racing throughout the day, and you've done your time trial, you've raced your semi, you're into the B final, you've had a fantastic day's racing, and I wouldn't want to be putting myself under that added pressure of, well, we've got to rush up to the start now. We haven't planned it properly, and they've perhaps just maybe gone for an extra warm-up loop, get a few extra bursts in, but it's just a pressure they don't need to have. And now, as we've got 30 seconds till race time, they're probably going to pick themselves up a warning as well for being late to the start. And that means if they false start when we're eventually under starter's order, well, that's it, it's game over for them. So it's just an added extra that perhaps they don't need to be picking up, but as beginner rowers, it's potentially their first time on a multi-lane course out in this doubles combination, so something they're not quite used to, and it's a lesson they're going to learn the hard way.
Sometimes the best lessons are learnt the hard way, and I was commenting the other day that I was only ever not allowed to race in one race, and that was early on in my rowing career, and I made hugely sure, to the extent of perhaps being too early a few times, that I was in the zone. The umpires knew I was there and I was ready. As Fergus said, you want to be in that relaxed position of being attached and just ready to go when they said having to rush up, turn round, get onto the stake boat, and it puts you in a pretty much unsettled place for the rest of the race, and it doesn't give you the best start that you could have.
No, definitely not. I think the other side of it is potentially it works to their advantage. They maybe got a little bit extra adrenaline just surging through them with that time pressure that they're under, but they are now officially late to the start, 48 seconds by the clock opposite us on the scoreboard. So both these crews, it looks like Durham and Queen's Belfast C double, will be receiving time penalties for being late to the start, and it's something that I imagine the other crews will be just that little bit smug about, because it's, like as we've said, it's a weight on their shoulders that the other four crews don't have.
So if you're new to the sport of rowing, what this double is doing now is backing down. So they put the blades in the opposite position and just push against them, and that puts the boat into a backward motion. Back down, and there's a stake boat person just to hold the stern of the boat, and then they are aligned so all the bow balls are in a straight line so that they all race over the 2,000 metres. Getting them aligned can sometimes take time, because though these boats are all double sculls, not all of them are the same length.
Yeah, and particularly with these beginners, this is perhaps the second time, if they've only raced in the time trial and semi-final, and the second time that they're actually backing onto the state boats. It's a nervy thing, staring down the eyes of this probably child volunteer who's lying there, usually from the scouts or from the cadets, or students today, graciously volunteering their time to be state boat holders, and all of a sudden you've got this person about 5 or 6 feet away from you that you're almost trying to avoid eye contact with whilst you're lining up in the start. Occasionally you'll get a few words from them. Some crews, I myself in particular, people would try and speak to me, but I gave nothing to them. Razor focused, but some of them like to chat away right up until they're under starters orders.
So the game face was on. So are you a person who goes into themselves before a race, or are you quite happy to chat to people?
No, there'll be no chatting. No, as soon as we're out in the water, as long as we've got a cox in the boat or I'm not sat at bow, silent. I was never particularly fun to be around in the lead up to the races, I'll be honest.
I find that quite amusing. It's everybody has their own way of dealing with the race nerves. Whether some people go into motorbike mode and you just can't shut them up, and you really actually want to put them in a box and just seal them in so that they just don't irritate you. Some people, I'm a bit like Fergus, I like quiet. I like peacefulness, I like quiet. I go into myself and I don't want to hear people whittering on.
No.
I think what's happened here, if you're looking on your screens, I think we've had some of these crews were attached. I think there's been a detachment, and then they're I think perhaps what's happened, there's been a redraw of the lanes, and I think what's happened is that the crews are going to have to move round and attach on different stake boats. So these guys are lucky that they're getting a second chance to attach onto stake boats.
You say lucky, I think, do you know what, I think I jinxed it earlier. I was doing some commentary for the whole course in the tower earlier, and I was saying to Will Horrocks, they're running ahead of schedule, 3 minutes ahead of schedule. I've jinxed the whole thing. You get the beginner doubles lining up, and entertaining chaos unfolds. So we'll there'll be a couple of minutes just now whilst these doubles reattach themselves onto the stake boats. A reminder, we've got Birmingham C, University of Sussex, Surrey C, Birmingham B, Queen's Belfast C, and Durham University are your 6 crews contesting the B final of the men's beginner double sculls, which we thought was going to go off a couple of minutes ago, but it'll be going off in a couple of minutes time once we get everyone reattached onto the stake boats.
It looks as though we've now got all these men's doubles attached, and much credit to them. I got on there much faster than I thought they would. This will have unsettled them somewhat. They're just taking this time, now they're attached, now they're all level, just to gather themselves, just to have those few deep breaths before they come under the starters' orders. There's a traffic light system up there. The umpire will say attention, press the button and the red light will come on, press the other button, the green light comes on. Variable pause between pressing the buttons so that nobody can jump the start. By jumping the start, what I mean is going a wee bit early and trying to get a march of the rest of the crews. Some people have very, very quick starts, and it's sometimes very hard to tell whether they'd jump the start or whether they were just being very fast on the start.
And it changes from regatta to regatta. It's not always the same time gap between the lights changing and then the goal being called from the umpire, or the hooter going off the start. So it means some regattas will catch you out. There'll be longer holds at some places, and it's looking like here they'll be going through the roll calls, calling everyone's names again whilst they're all sat at front stops. But I seem to remember Nottingham's not too bad. But here we are, underway in the B final of the men's beginner double sculls. Birmingham in lane 1, Sussex in 2, Surrey in 3, Birmingham B in 4, Queen's Belfast C in 5, Durham University in lane number 6, and we are away, but it's looking a bit of a wobbly course there from Birmingham B in lane number 4, weaving a little bit over to that right hand side of their course. They're getting straight now, straightened up. That's 100 metres into the race, and hopefully settling into their race rhythm over the next 20 or 30 seconds.
Often just off the start you'll pull harder with one side than the other side, so you do get this sort of swerve of the course. But these lanes, It's funny when you're on the course. Sometimes they look deceptively wide, and then other times they look deceptively narrow. And you think it's easy to go in a straight line. Well, sometimes it isn't that easy to go in a straight line. But yeah, these great start from these 6 double sculls there. Hard to believe that these are all beginner double sculls, to be honest.
Yeah, they are absolutely motoring out of these blocks. It looks like none of them are prepared to back off their initial high stroke rate as they're eagerly trying to get their bow balls in front of their opposition. It's dangerous so early on in the race, charging out. You never know who's going to quite blow up, potentially 500 metres into the race or 1,000 metres into the race. But we're starting to see them drop the rating now, and it looks to be, as expected, a couple of those middle crews out in front, just starting to etch their bow balls ahead of the rest of the field. So that'll be Surrey's C crew in this event, and going with them as well, next to them in lane number 4, Birmingham's B crew.
We've got this advantage of having the camera on site and looking very closely at these crews. Up in the tower we can see a very similar picture, but it's really hard to tease them out as they're coming racing towards you. You can just see these little blobs and you think, well, are they ahead or are they behind? But it's to my eyes, it's Surrey leading with Birmingham in that second place, and then Queen's, Belfast and Durham, I think, maybe in front of Sussex and Birmingham on this near side, the Birmingham C crew in lane 1.
And 3 of those programmes, Surrey, Durham and Queen's Belfast, huge amounts of success in these beginner events over recent years. Surrey very much one of those programmes that we thought over the past couple of years were on the rise, starting to challenge those intermediate categories as well, not just the beginner events. And Durham University, well, what a fantastic setup they've got there for their development rowing. They've got their college system there that you can tap into, and a full-time novice coach as well. So a huge amount of experience there for Durham to draw on. But as you alluded to earlier, Carol, Surrey University, one of those top beginner programmes, out in front, and Birmingham, not usually ones challenging for medals, but they've had a brilliant regatta so far across the beginner events, and looking like they're challenging for what will be positions 7, 8 and 9 in the men's beginner doubles.
Just spotted a bit of a wobble there from the Surrey boat, just a missed stroke. You can see the blade flap up in the air, and that sometimes happens, beginners doubles, you can be sort of going fairly fast and then you just have a bit of a glitch and it can unsettle you. Has unsettled them for a few strokes, but they're back on it now and just settling into their rhythm. Over on the far side, I think Durham are up there too. What do you think, Fergus? You can barely see them just in the shadow of the trees over on the far side.
Yeah, certainly. As that camera pans round, that's been a really impressive, what's been second 500 metres from Durham, and it looks like they have coming through and almost overhauling.
You've got the line of the boys there. You can see them in front, and that's impressive, as you say, from Durham. They did it very sneakily, hiding in the shade there. But once you get the line of the boys across the course, that gives you a straight line to measure their progress. But Durham certainly went through that marker ahead of Surrey.
Yeah, so that is a changing of the guard at the top of the course. Durham University now the race leaders ahead of Surrey, but going with them as well, Birmingham University and Queen's University Belfast, certainly not out of the mix, and really excited to see what they can do over the next all-important third 500 metres. It was a really impressive cruising rhythm that Durham found over the past couple of minutes in this race, putting them in pole position, and it's whether or not they've potentially shown all of their cards early in this race, and we'll see whether or not they can hold on charges that will likely come from the rest of this field.
But Durham are on the outside, and sometimes, the best will in the world, not all of us are that flexible in the neck, so if you're sitting in the middle, it's sometimes hard to keep a crew that's way far on your outside. As Surrey sitting in the middle there, it's quite hard to see what Durham are doing as you pan round. But to me, it's still Durham in the lead, Surrey in that second place, and then Queen's in 5, and then Birmingham in 4, I think, and then Birmingham in 1, followed by Sussex in lane 2.
Yeah, and Durham at the moment are just laying down questions that the rest of the field just simply can't answer at the moment. Durham University stretching out that lead that they had at the halfway point, 1,000 metres in this race, and as we're getting closer to this final 500 metres, they're just motoring away from the rest of the field, Carol, and from a position that would have had them as probably one of the underdogs in this race, and here they are, just grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and absolutely cruising.
Yeah, just maybe they've just felt this is the time, you know, maybe their last race of the day, the time that they just want to think, well, just throw everything at it and see what we can do. Or maybe, Fergus, because they're beginner sculls, maybe they're just getting settled into a rhythm of rowing together. How many times will they have been out maybe in practice, or maybe they've been thrown together in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and now they've had the time trial, they've had their semi-finals, and this is their third race of the day, and maybe they're just settling into a rhythm of racing nicely together.
Yeah, Durham University, in the outside lane, underdogs in this B final, leading it with 250 metres to go, ahead of the University of Surrey, one of the established beginner programs here in the British universities. They're holding on to second place, and it looks like they're managing to hold off a charge that's starting to come from Birmingham next to them, and Queen's University Belfast, who certainly aren't backing off.
Why should they? You know, they've got nothing to lose here. This is where you just want to go. You want to cross this line knowing that you've worked as hard as you can. You don't want to have anything left, because why are you keeping it? But it's impressive performance from Durham. I'll have to remember and keep an eye on that lane 6, because they certainly snuck in under the radar there. But it's Durham leading the field. Really nice double sculling. I think they've grown as this event has gone on over the day. So Durham going through that line in first place, Surrey into that second place, and then look at this battle going on between Birmingham and Queen's Belfast. Birmingham have pulled themselves in front of Queen's and are taking the third place in this B final. Belfast having to settle for fourth. Birmingham Sea Crew settling for fifth, with Sussex just coming into shot in a few more seconds at the bottom of our screen.
That was a very mature race from Durham University, executing that to perfection. And whilst some of the other crews, particularly Birmingham's B crew and Surrey University, were firing on all cylinders out of the blocks, trying to establish as much of a lead as they possibly could, Durham continued to keep their cards very close to their chests, and well, it paid off in that second 1,000 metres. They were just able to pull away from the rest of the field and finish 7th overall in the men's beginner doubles. So the next race on your screens is the A final of the men's beginner double sculls. In lane 1 is Birmingham, lane 2 is Bournemouth. Queen's Belfast are in 3, that's their B crew. Bournemouth B in 4, Edinburgh University in 5, and Queen's University Belfast's A crew in lane number 6. So as we can see on screen at the moment, your current race leaders are in lane number 5, and that is Edinburgh University, who are speaking so highly of the likes of Durham and Surrey in the previous race. And speaking of beginner programs that are just so strong, it is Edinburgh University. They've had such a successful regatta across the beginner categories, and they're doing the exact same thing here again in this race. They're leading the likes of Queen's University Belfast, their A crew, and Queen's University Belfast B crew. An outstanding showing from Queen's to hold on to that silver and bronze medal position at the moment, but no one's touching Edinburgh University as we come up to the final 500 metres, Carol.
I know, and I could just stood up and look down onto the apron, where they'll come in and pick their medals. The medals are sitting there waiting. This is our first medal race of the day. Men's beginner double sculls, and it's going to be a good one. And as you said, Fergus, Edinburgh looking a class apart. Edinburgh have pulled themselves out. They're about 2 lengths now in front of Belfast B crew in lane 3. Belfast A is over in lane 6. These 3 crews quite a distance in front of the remainder of the pack there, which is quite surprising, because I thought they'd have been closer together from the timings of the time trial earlier. And back behind them in lane 4 we have Bournemouth B, Bournemouth C and Birmingham. I think Birmingham A and Bournemouth B leading Bournemouth C. But the action is all in the front of the field, with Edinburgh leading out Queen's B, with Queen's A in that 3rd place.
What a race we're going to have between those clubmates from Queen's University Belfast. They'll have been slogging it out on the lagoon all throughout winter, and they'll have an idea of who the favourites are. They'll have an idea of who should actually be winning this race. But when it comes into the final 200 metres, as we're getting into, it's all to play for. The script's been written up, and what a charge that we're actually seeing from this B boat, who are challenging the supposed top crew from Queen's University Belfast. But out in front with 50 metres to go, Carol, Edinburgh University. What a performance in this A final.
I was just watching the Belfast crew in lane 6, and they started motoring on, and then I think their clubmates just saw them pick it up, and this is going to be a race for 2 and 3. Who wants the silver most? It's could be the crew, AA crew over in lane 6, just stealing it there after the B crew put in such a strong performance in the middle part of the race. But it was Queen's A beating Queen's B into that silver medal place. Queen's B taking bronze. And then we've got the rest of the field still to come in, with the 2 Bournemouth crews and a Birmingham crew. 3rd place with Bournemouth B in lane 4. And then we've got Birmingham A just coming into shot here, the lovely red kit. And then we've got the blues of the Bournemouth C crew in lane 2.
That's an outstanding shift from Bournemouth University, getting 2 crews into this A final. Not often a club that we're talking huge amounts about when it comes to medal finals, but they've strung together a seriously impressive set of beginner men's scullers who have obviously been rowing for less than a year, and to get 2 of them into the final, occupying a 1/3 of these places in this A final of beginner doubles. Huge credit to the coaching staff at Bournemouth University. But it is Edinburgh University who have travelled, one of the furthest crews to travel to Nottingham, to home Pierpont for BUCS Regatta, come down and conquered this event, walking away with the gold medal.
From up at the start, the camera up in the start, we've just seen the start of the B final, the women's int lightweight coxless pairs. In lane 2, closest to us on the screen would be De Montfort University, Bristol in lane 3, Bath in lane 4, and Cambridge B in lane 5, Cambridge A in lane 6. Making an early showing, I think it's over the far side of the course on the right hand side of your screen, and it is Cambridge B and Cambridge A, Bath slightly behind them, and alongside Bath we have Bristol and De Montfort.
Yeah, Cambridge University fresh off a hugely outstanding set of results at the boat race, winning the women's lightweight heat, the men's lightweight heat, both of the reserve races, both of the blue boat races. They won the vets race, and they won the 2003 memorial race as well. They absolutely swept Oxford, and we're seeing that, just the depth that they've got on show here. 2 of their crews racing in this B final. They've got their C crew racing in the A final, the next race after this one, and they're really showing their class at the moment, with 2 of those Cambridge crews out in front and performing so well in this B final.
And you look at these boats, and we were looking at the doubles earlier. If you're not familiar with rowing, a double scull means that each person has 2 blades in a pair. It's probably one of the twitchiest boats on a regatta course or on a river, and it takes great confidence to row a pair successfully. Each athlete has only one blade. It means that the timing has to be perfect. The blades go in together, out together, and the bodies have to move together. Otherwise they start wobbling, and you don't want a wobbly pair, because that's where it's becomes a bit unstable. So to row a pair well, you have to be very in sequence with your partner, and both these Cambridge pairs are demonstrating that.
Yeah, hugely impressive from Cambridge University, who have been switching in and out of combinations all winter long as they get ready for lightweight boat races that took place back in March, and they're just continuing to stretch out in front of the rest of the field. And in similar fashion, the previous race where we had both Queen's University Belfast doubles going head to head, well, here we get to have a Cambridge showdown, a lightweight race for that first place in this B final, for 7th and then 8th overall in the women's intermediate lightweight pairs rankings. And at the moment it is the B crew who have got the better of the A crew, but as we cast our eyes on the rest of the field, it is De Montfort University holding on to 3rd place. They've got the best of the rest of the field at the moment, vying for 3rd place. Going with them though, Bristol University next to them, and that race for 3rd, Carol, is so close as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and De Montfort and Bristol, and I think there's a lot of pride here between these two pairs. They've probably raced each other before, and this is the time where they really want to sort of take the honours.
Yeah.
But it's Cambridge B in lane 5, just inching in front of Cambridge A in lane 6. Both these pairs about 3 lengths in front of their De Montfort pair, just they were hidden by the pillar of the tower there. It was De Montfort just winning that battle with Bristol, and just as you come towards the line, it's the Cambridge B pair going through first, with Cambridge A pair just about a length behind, and still this battle going on for that 3rd place, Fergus.
Unbelievable racing there. De Montfort just able to hold off that last charge in the past couple of 100 metres from Bristol University. They'll take 3rd place in this B final ahead of Bristol, and wrapping up will be Bath taking 5th place in the B final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. A brilliant outing for Cambridge, and in just a minute or so's time we will be heading to the A final, where Cambridge will be looking to replicate that success. They've got one pair in the A final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs, but they're on the outside lane, they're in lane 1, so they've got it all to play for. So we can see on screen there, going out of the starting blocks, it's the A final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. In lane 1, it'll be on the left hand side of your screen, you can't quite see it at the moment. Cambridge University, their C crew, Queen's Belfast in lane 2, Nottingham in 3, Exeter in 4, and then in lanes 5 and 6 it's Durham University A and B. And as we pan to the halfway point in this race, 1,000 metres in this A final, those 2 crews from Durham University out in front over the rest of the field. What depth, Carol, they've got to be leading this field in gold and silver medal position.
I know, as a club that must be feeling very happy about that. And if you look just across the course there, it is still Durham B leading Durham A, Nottingham also up in contention there, with Exeter, and I just saw the Queen's Belfast colours there, distinctive hoops round their kit, with Cambridge C just trailing behind.
Yeah, out in front. We're through 750 metres, so we've got about 3 minutes of racing left to go in this A final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. And as we've said all along, Durham University out in front, those top 2 crews. Durham coming to the regatta with a smaller squad than they perhaps would have liked to have done, but it doesn't matter. The depth that they've got in that small squad is just unbelievable. picking up medals across the events, beginners, intermediate, championship events, the board. Another hugely successful regatta for Durham University, who are on the up over the past couple of years after a down period. They're back on the up, heading to the lofty heights of university rowing, and I think there's no better image for that than two pairs leading this lightweight pairs category. And all of a sudden then the tension turns to that race for that third place to see who else, Carol, is going to be able to get onto the podium. And at the moment in lane 1, Cambridge University certainly challenging Nottingham University in lane 3.
I was thinking you were maybe counting Durham's chickens too soon, because I thought Nottingham were really putting in a challenge there as they were coming towards that 500 metre mark, and I thought Nottingham were sort of challenging that Durham pair in lane 6, and then I sort of suddenly spied at the corner of my eye Cambridge are not out of contention either, because they were putting in a push, because they could see Nottingham and they thought Nottingham's going to do something here, let's just go with them and see what happens. So yeah, this is going to be another one of these races where the sort of minor medals are going to be the ones that are really fought over. You don't want to be in 4th place, because that's the one that misses out in the medal position. So, you know, it's all to play for now. I'll change my mind again. I thought Nottingham were coming back on the Durham pair in lane 6, and I'm allowed to do that, Fergus, because the angles have changed.
Yeah.
I thought Durham in lane 6 were just fading off the pace, but in those last 100 metres or so, I think they're just deciding that they're going to have a go at their clubmates in lane 5, and that with that lift they've pulled themselves in front of Nottingham. Nottingham, I think, have they done enough to hold off the challenge from Cambridge? I think they might possibly have done that, but it's going to be Durham in lane 5 holding off this concerted challenge from their clubmates in lane 6. Oh boy, there was a bit of a wobble there from that Durham crew.
A bit of a wobble in lane 5.
They've held off just to go across the line in front of their clubmates in lane 6.
What a fantastic showing from Durham University in this final of the intermediate lightweight pairs. Congratulations to Nottingham University bronze medalists. They etch out clear water over Cambridge University, who come through in that agonising 4th place position in this A final. They beat out Exeter University, who come through in 5th position, and it will be Queen's University Belfast coming through in 6th place, wrapping up this A final of the women's intermediate lightweight pairs. What a 7 minutes for Durham University. A hugely impressive depth that they've got in lightweight women's sweep, coming in with both medals. None of them hanging around though. Looks like they're both paddling off to the pontoons. I imagine they're doubling up with more racing to come later on this afternoon. So they'll not be off to collect their medals, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more fireworks from that Durham University quartet later on this afternoon.
On the start, we can see this B final of the men's intermediate lightweight pairs with, on your left hand side of the screen, you won't see them just now, it's Durham, then Harper Adams in lane 2, lane 3 would be Oxford B, then lane 4 Nottingham, lane 5 Oxford A, and in lane 6 Newcastle. I love it when you see crews with who've obviously gone into this race treating it seriously, thinking which hats are we going to wear and which colour of hats are we going to wear.
It's the big decisions. Which bucket hats are we going to put on in order to ensure that we've got the fastest?
Well, I think there might be some bias, sort of undisclosed bias creeping in on this race here. I did spot one of the surnames in the Newcastle crew, and I was just going to ask Fergus if that's your wee brother.
It is one Roy Mainland stroking the Newcastle lightweight pair, and just missed out on that A final position, so he'll be very fired up for this race. So yeah, he was gutted not to make that A final, having been in it last year, picking up a bronze medal. The field this year is stacked full of talent, with Oxford, with Cambridge coming in, hugely impressive field. Edinburgh as well, Durham too in the A final to come. But watch out in the second half, he's got a pretty illustrious sprint in him that I hope I'm not going to jinx. But he's in lane 6 at the moment, just out of first place at the moment. First place is occupied by Oxford University, who missed out in one of the best sprints I've seen in the semi-finals. They're out in front leading this race, but going with them though, it looks to be Nottingham next to them, their club mate, it's Oxford University B as well. And then a really tight race between Newcastle, Harper Adams and Durham University.
I think this is shaping up to be a cracking race, Fergus. There's nobody off the back of the pack. There's nobody way out in front. I would say there's less than 3 left separating all these 6 boats. The 2 Oxford boats marginally out in front there, but going with them, I think Durham in lane 1 aren't that far behind. And then we have Nottingham, Harper Adams. I think Harper Adams may just have dropped off the pace just as he came through the 500, with Newcastle also up there.
Yes, certainly. Harper Adams not quite able to match the pace that our race leaders have at the moment, and is so often the case with lightweight racing. It comes down to the final 500 metres, and who can, quite frankly, just jack the rate up through the roof, get as many strokes in as they possibly can. All these athletes weighing in at 72.5 kilos, so it comes down to technically who's the better crew, but more importantly, who wants it more. And at the moment, Newcastle starting to motor, but as you said, Carol, the 2 Oxford crews out in front, but Durham University coming through in lane 1. What a sprint we're seeing from them with 250 metres to go.
Absolutely, and have they got their noses in front? I think they've maybe got a bow ball in front of the 2 Oxford pairs, and I don't know if the Oxford pairs have spotted that danger over in lane 1. Durham, look at that ramp of rating there. They are just throwing everything at this, just sprinting for the line, and that is about 150 metres out. That's a long sprint to go. Newcastle going to, both Oxford pairs going, Nottingham going with them. Goodness me, I think Harper Adams have been left behind here. This is so exciting. Fergus and I are jumping up and down the box here, just trying to get the angle for who goes through the line first. I think it's going to be an Oxford win.
Yep, it's going to be an Oxford 1-2. It will be Oxford University A beating their B crew. Durham coming through in 3rd position. University of Nottingham just etch out Newcastle, who come through in 5th position in one of the closest finals we've had all afternoon so far. Harper Adams not quite able to keep up with the pace in that final 500 metres as the crews were charging for those top couple of positions in this final. And just like we saw the previous race, Oxford University straight off to the pontoons. No medals for any of them to collect in this B final, but potentially more racing to come for that Oxford double, who are making a beeline for the pontoons.
You know, to be honest, with that phenomenal finish, Fergus, I forgot that this was the B final. I was convinced this in my head, seeing that finish and that sprint for the line for these 5 crews. I was convinced this was the A final. I was about to correct you when you were saying there were no medals to pick up, but that was how exciting that was for us up here in the tower. I think we're moving straight on to the A final, and I'm hoping it's as good as that one.
Well, if it was anything like that one, what a treat we're in for, quite frankly. And yeah, the A final's on screen. They're approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and the roll call in this one is Edinburgh University in lanes 1 and 2. It's B then A in lanes 1 and 2. Cambridge University A in 3, Durham B in 4, Cambridge B in 5, and Cambridge C in 6. We were singing the praises of the Cambridge women just a few races earlier on, and we can do the exact same thing here about the men. It is a light blue half field in this race, 3 crews making up the 6. What an unbelievable turnout for Cambridge University. And do you know what the awkward thing would be if none of them actually ended up on the podium at all. But we'll not jinx it. We'll not jinx it at all.
Jinx or contentious, I don't know how to say that one. Looking up the course though, I think there's a slim chance of that. I think the action's over on the far side with Cambridge B maybe leading Cambridge C and Durham B. And then I think maybe off the pace there's just a blanket. I think Edinburgh B in lane 1 are maybe just marginally off the pace there from the rest of this field.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be Cambridge University out in front, Edinburgh University going with them as well. Probably the A crew of Edinburgh who are in lane 2. But at the moment, it just looks like they're dancing a little bit with the boys. As we look down the course, the boys on their right-hand side, their stroke side. And they've got to make sure, particularly in the pairs, they don't get too close to them. Otherwise, it could be disaster.
As we were talking about earlier, you know, to my mind, the pair's the twitchiest boat to row, and if you get a blade caught on a buoy, it can unsettle you and just knock you off your rhythm for a few strokes, and that's not a comfortable place to be in a pair. This is going to be a cracking race. Look, we've got Cambridge B in lane 5. I would say, are they level with Edinburgh in lane 2? Hard to get the angle right to just figure this out. Edinburgh are really motoring on now. I think they're put in a big push in that 500, because I did think they were behind the Cambridge pairs. But
yeah, I completely agree with you. It's been a brilliant last 500 metres or so from Edinburgh University, who look to be spoiling the light blue party here in the A final of the men's lightweight pairs. The baby blue army, we're talking all shades of blue here. Edinburgh University, baby blue, charging up in contention in those first, probably in contention for that bronze, potentially silver medal at the moment. Cambridge University, however, it looked like they've got a couple of extra gears to go to as we come into the final 100 metres of this A final, and it is Cambridge University. It will be a 1-2. They're not quite able to get the 1-2-3 though. Durham and Edinburgh spoiling that. But what a race, Carol, for that first place.
Cambridge B were leading most of the way down the course. Cambridge C, just in this last 100 metres, found this extra gear you were talking about. Now just stolen the lead from the clubmates in lane 5. Cambridge, wow, what a finish from that crew in lane 6. Just to steal it on the line from their clubmates who led all the way down the course. Edinburgh in that baby blue having to settle for 3rd place, but what a 3rd place in a class field. Durham just coming over the line in that 4th place, with Cambridge A just crossing the line now, and we've still got the Edinburgh University boat just to come into shot just now.
So we're motoring through the racing this afternoon here at BUCS Regatta 2023, and on screen we're switching from pairs. We're moving to coxed fours. We can see off the start there the B final of the women's intermediate coxed fours, with Lancaster in 1, Exeter in 2, Nottingham in 3, Newcastle in 4, Glasgow in 5, and Oxford in lane 6. Clean starts there in the first 100 metres or so, as we'd expect in these coxed crews. The coxed, compared to the 8, lying down right at the bows, so they are very much on water level. And the coxes, they'll be calling their crews all the way down this course, hoping to steer them to victory. But as we can see on screen, they are rapidly moving towards the 1,000 metre marker. It's that crew in lane 6. It is the dark blues. We've talked about light blue, we've done baby blue, now we're on to dark blue. Oxford University out in front, commanding this B final as they hit the 1,000 metre marker halfway in this B final, and it looks like they've got clear water over the rest of the field. It's been a phenomenal first 1,000 metres for the girls from Oxford University, and as we've talked about, there's several strategies coming into this A final or this B final. There's the feelings of missing out on A final, but perhaps just wanting to get the race done, but Oxford University grabbing it by the scruff of the neck and going, do you know what, we're here to race this and we're here to win this if we're taking part in it. Going with them though on the opposite side of the course, Lancaster University, and then the rest of the field separated by no more than a length, Carol.
I was just watching that. You were waxing lyrical about Oxford, and then Lancaster came into shot, and then 4 boats, and you could just see bow ball after bow ball after bow ball. I just spotted one of my friend's daughters rowing in the Glasgow boat, so a big shout out for Rosie Wilson there. I love to embarrass people, but she's in one of these boats that are following Oxford and Lancaster, this B final, the women's int 4s. But this is, I love seeing these shots, Fergus. You see these 4s, and Oxford out in front over in the far side of the screen, and then I think Lancaster marginally in front of this following pack of 4 boats. And this is just lovely to see, because there's so little between it. There's nobody trailing, and they're all up there and they're all racing it out. This could be the last race of the season for some of these ladies, and they're all up there ready to race it all out. I think maybe Nottingham is in that 3rd place now, just pulling themselves out front in lane 3, with Newcastle and Exeter going with them. Glasgow not far behind, but it's still Oxford B in lane 6 leading.
It certainly is. That's coming up to the final 500 metres of this B final, the women's intermediate cox fours. Oxford, they've led from start to finish so far. But what's fascinating is just how tight the rest of the field is and what impact this is going to have on Oxford, who have led from start to finish, and they're either going to be in one of two minds. They're either thinking, do you know what, we've got this in the bag, we're so far in front, we've got this in the bag, or just as the race, the intensity in the race behind them heats up, or what panic potentially could descend on this Oxford crew. But
I'd hate to rain in your parade, Fergus, but I don't think Oxford have it in the bag. Look at Lancaster in lane 1. I think they're coming back all the time, and in the middle we've got Nottingham. Did Oxford go out too hard, too fast, too soon? I wouldn't rule out Lancaster yet. That's all I'm saying.
That's been an outstanding past couple of 100 metres from Lancaster to hold themselves right back into contention for first place, and it certainly looks like they've brought the rest of the field with them as well. You've touched on Nottingham, Carol. Glasgow University as well, perhaps just missing a stroke there as they come up to 250 metres to go. And Newcastle in the middle of the field, certainly don't count them out in a sprint to the line in the last 20-30 strokes of this race. Oxford University holding on to their advantage, but it's getting smaller. Here come Lancaster with 150 metres to go, and they're bringing the rest of the field with them. Perhaps Nottingham and Newcastle no more than a length back on Lancaster, who's sitting second place. It's all to play for.
Oh, absolutely. I could just start hearing the Newcastle wall of sound just roaring up, as like in a cauldron behind us. But it's, I just can't. I've got a pillar in the middle of where the action's happening. It's really starting to annoy me. I'm having to jump up and down. But Oxford just, the parallax is just as they swing round. I think Oxford have done enough to hold on to that. But look at this. Lancaster in danger of being caught by Nottingham and Newcastle. Newcastle, what a sprint for the finish there. Oh, look at this finish.
Unbelievable here in the B final of the women's inter fours. Lancaster hold on by the smallest of margins over Nottingham, who likewise do the same to Newcastle, who are pushed into fourth place. Glasgow University are caught out in that sprint to the line and just can't match the pace. And Exeter University, they've got to settle for sixth place. And those questions that we're asking of Oxford University, able to answer every single one of them. And Lancaster, put under real pressure in the dying stages of that race, hold on to a fantastic second place for that university. So as is so often the case at the moment, the B finals are conjuring up such brilliant racing. Some of the tightest racing we're having is in this B final. And if you thought that was good, well, here comes the A final of the intermediate cox fours for the women. Cambridge University are in lane A. Edinburgh University, their C boat in lane 2. Edinburgh University's A crew in lane 3. University of London in 4. Cambridge University's B boat in lane 5. And Bristol go in lane number 6. So we've got 2 Edinburgh crews, 2 Cambridge crews. There's going to be plenty of confusion. Who knows which one's going to be in what position by the end of it, but we'll do our best to call it every step of the way. But out in front at the moment, I'd say it's that B boat of Cambridge University.
We've got the lovely pictures on the screen. I was just turning my head further up the course just to see if I could get a parallax or an angle. And I'm not convinced that there is much of a lead. I think there's 3 boats. There's Cambridge, London and Edinburgh A. I think Bristol are slightly behind Cambridge B in lane 6. I think there's probably less than 2 lengths separating all these 6 boats, and this is what we want to see as they're charging down towards us. You can see in the screen there just how close they are. There's very little difference between all these coxed fours as they race down towards us. Difficult to get the angle of who's in front just from the camera shot, but I'm sure we're going to swing around and get the other vision in a moment, and you will just see how close these boats are. I'll go with Fergus now. I do think it's Cambridge B in the lead. Very little in it. Cambridge B from London and maybe Bristol, and then Edinburgh C has maybe overhauled Edinburgh A and Cambridge A. Oh gosh, this is so hard to call from this angle.
Yeah, it's not so long ago where we had Edinburgh University performing so well in the Women's Championship 8s, in the Intermediate 8s as well, regularly picking up medals across the board there. University of London, of course, famed for their dominant women's sweep programme as well over recent years. And Cambridge University as well, they'll win the boat race so frequently and then they'll come up and pick medals here. So the calibre of athletes, the calibre of clubs that we've got racing here in this A final of intermediate fours, it's not champ, it's intermediate, is just absolutely outstanding, and we're seeing that with the level of racing here. As you said, for the past few hundred metres or so, it is so close between these crews. It is still Cambridge B though leading this field, still holding on by about half a length or so, no more than that, over Bristol University, who are next to them in lane 6. And going with them though, now we're starting to see Edinburgh University rise up to the occasion with about 300 metres left in this A final, clinging on to third position but by their fingernails, as the University of London are starting to ramp up through the gears and challenge Edinburgh for that bronze medal, Carol.
They're challenging it. The Edinburgh A crew in lane 3 starting to ramp it up. I think they've maybe let that gap get too big, and as have Cambridge A, but the race is on for the gold medal between Cambridge B and Bristol over on the far side, and then the race, another race, separate race between London and Edinburgh for the bronze medal. But Cambridge B just ramping it up there. Can Bristol do enough to come back on them? I'm not sure they can.
It's that blasted pillar's got in the way again as we come into the final 50 metres. But it will be Cambridge University with half a length's advantage over Bristol, set to take first place and the gold medal in the women's intermediate coxed fours. Bristol takes second, and University of London have come through. They've overhauled Edinburgh University in the dying stages of this race to claim the bronze medal, pushing the Scots into fourth place, and it will be their club mates who come through in fifth ahead of the light blues. Cambridge University wrapping up this exciting A final in sixth place.
Just another cracking race for fun and entertainment. These women's intermediate fours will certainly know they've been in a race this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly. Cambridge University held that advantage for so long down the course. What a surge from Bristol there towards the end to get a gap of just half a length on this Cambridge crew. And University of London, we thought they were potentially out of it at one stage, out of the medals, but they stuck their hand in the fire long enough and they were able to overhaul Edinburgh and claim that bronze medal in intermediate fours. But what we've now got on screen is the crew setting off for the Women's Championship coxed fours, so it's the next level up from intermediate. In lane 1 we've got Newcastle University. We haven't got anyone in 2. Lane 3 is Durham. Cambridge are in 4. Imperial College London are in 5, and University of London are in lane 6. So we're on screen with the Women's Championship coxed fours, and according to the paper that we've got in front of us, it's Newcastle in 1, Durham in 3, Cambridge in 4, Imperial in 5, and UL in 6. And we can see 5 crews on the screen. We'll wait for them to etch slightly closer to us. Our camera is currently on the 1,000 metre marker, and it looks to be those crews in the middle of the screen who are out in front leading. Perhaps that is Cambridge University looking to repeat their feat in the intermediate fours earlier. They obviously picked up the gold medal. University of London also racing in this championship field. They picked up the bronze medal in the previous race. And we've also got Imperial College London sharing the same stretch of Tideway. We're opposite ends of it. UL based up in Chiswick, Imperial College London down in Putney. And as the camera pans round though, it is Durham University who are leading this race. They've got length or so over Cambridge University, an outstanding performance from Durham, who lead the championship Cox 4 field at halfway.
It's only when you could pan in and catch a glimpse of the colours of the kits, and that was the giveaway with Durham there. And on the right side I think we have Cambridge, and then just coming into shot now we can see the Newcastle boat.
Yeah, Cambridge are being led by Durham at the moment, with the University of London occupying that third place position. Imperial College London rowing in the yellow Empacher shell, and Newcastle University next to them bringing up the rear at the moment, with a race between themselves and Imperial College London for that fourth place position. 5 boats in this race, but Durham University the crew to beat at the moment as we head into the all-important third 500 metres of Championship Cox 4s. And it's a race that in universities we tend to only see at BUCS Regatta. It's not often we get to see women's Cox 4s racing up and down the country. So often the focus will be on the 8s or the quads or the coxless 4s, particularly the likes of Henley Women's Regatta later on down the line in the season. So it's a real opportunity for a real slugfest in some of these Cox 4s. Just the power and the strength of these girls in these 4s is unmatched across the women's field in the Championship Cox 4s. There's some of the best athletes around the country, and they're all coming together. And at the moment, it is Durham who are the best of that lot leading this field.
And as they come towards through the 500 metres to go, it's still Durham in the lead, Cambridge on their outside. And then Newcastle are having this great battle with Imperial just on this near side, and I think it's Newcastle just taking the honours at the moment. But both these crews just maybe a length or so adrift from the sort of pack surrounding Durham, but the pack surrounding Durham is being teased apart just as Durham pull further and further away out the front of that field.
Yeah, it certainly is. Durham University have led from start to finish in this Championship Cox 4 field and continue their advantage of a length over Cambridge University, who are starting to up the rate. We're seeing they're getting a few extra strokes in as we come into the final 250 metres, but it's potentially too little too late from the girls of Cambridge, the light blue girls, who have got a length to make up over the final 200 metres. It's a lot, it's been done before, but it's a tall order to ask of this Cambridge crew as they come into the last stages of this race. Durham University though, as they come into the red boys with 100 metres to go, they're set to take the gold medal, first place in this Championship Cox 4 field. University of London, they've done enough to hold off the girls of Imperial and Newcastle, but all eyes are on Durham University as they come up to the line. They've got clear water over Cambridge with just 20 metres left. It will be Durham University, winners of the Women's Championship Cox 4s. Their Cox is up out the seat, roars of delight slapping the water, with Cambridge coming through in silver medal position. University of London will settle for bronze, and we see roars from their clubmates who have just picked up the medal in the intermediate 4s, cheering their girls over the line. And in the race for that fourth place, it will be Imperial College London, who beat out Newcastle, pushed into 5th place in the A final of Championship Women's Cox 4s. A dominant row from Durham, who continue what has been an outstanding regatta from the girls to the northeast.
So just seeing on our screen that the B final of the men's int pairs is underway, and reading from left to right on your screen, we have York in lane 6, Glasgow in lane 5, Exeter A in lane 4, Bristol in lane 3, Nottingham in lane 2, and Newcastle A in lane 1. And making an early lead, it looks as though it's the Glasgow pair have pulled themselves out in front of the rest of the field. I'll get the line of the boys in a minute and we'll be able to tell you just what advantage they have. And I think it's Glasgow about 2 lengths in front of York and Exeter, just as they've gone through this line of boys. York and Exeter pretty much level pegging as they've gone through. It's Exeter just inching in front of York, and they're being followed by Bristol and Newcastle. I can just see the stars on the blades there of the Newcastle crew, and then the bright yellow of the Nottingham crew.
Yeah, Glasgow University made up of Ethan McLaughlin and Rory Young. Now Rory Young and I go way back, Carol. We go way back to our junior days, and we did Scotland together, Rory Young and I, and he was at George Heriot School. I'm sure you won't mind me serenading about his previous rowing life as a junior at the moment. He was at George Heriot's, I was at George Watson's. Our boat houses backed onto each other, and we hated each other whilst we were rowing. We pulled on the Scotland shirt together, and here he is. He's cracked on with the rowing, and I'm up here serenading about him as he's racing here in this B final of intermediate pairs.
It's funny, if you've been around commentary for a while, you tend to recognise the names. You tend to recognise the names of the juniors, and when Fergus mentioned Rory Young, I thought, gosh, he was in the Scotland team a while back. I wonder who he was rowing with, and now I've got the story, and that's what rowing does for you. It makes you remember people, and you know, as juniors you may hate each other's guts and compete against each other, but put on a special jersey and all rivalry is over and you're doing your best to represent your country. But it's still Glasgow just going strong in this field, in this B final. Just looking down the course, not much to choose between the following pack though, between York and Exeter. I think Exeter in that second place, York third, and Bristol just keeping contact with Exeter, as are Newcastle and Nottingham.
Yeah, we've spoken so much over the past few races about these outside lanes 1 and 6, about sneaking through the periphery of some of these crews, just catching them potentially unaware because they're in these outside positions. And Newcastle look to be one of those crews who are doing that at the moment. On the far side of the course, it's York. I'd say York are off the pace at the moment, maybe a length back on challenging for some of these top positions. Glasgow University, as we've mentioned, still out in front, commanding this race with about 300 or so metres left. But after missing out on the A final a couple of hours ago, Newcastle University look to be chucking everything at this. The Blue Star have gone up with their rating. We're seeing more and more strokes are being taken as they come into the last 250 metres, and they're starting to thrash rather effectively up into second place, I think.
I think they're challenging for that first place, because as Newcastle upped their rating, I think they pulled the rest of the field with them, and Glasgow are in danger of being overhauled as things are progressing. You know, less than 250 metres to go. This is where things are really starting to happen. I thought Fergus was being a bit biased in his waxing lyrical about Newcastle, but they are still ramping that rating up. They are throwing everything at this. Glasgow, as I said, in danger of being overhauled unless they start ramping it up as well. And then we've got Exeter, Nottingham have been dropped, Bristol are still in there, York over the far side have been dropped. I think this race pace is just a bit too hot for them. Glasgow are going to have to work hard to fight off this challenge from Newcastle, and Newcastle really still ramping this rating up. Look how fast they're going. I think Glasgow just got their noses in front there. I think they're just going to manage to hold on to that lead as they come towards us through the line. Newcastle in that
just in second place.
And I was so excited about Newcastle there, I forgot to look to see who was third or fourth. So Fergus, can you help me out there? I think perhaps it was Bristol maybe leading Exeter, and then we had Nottingham and York.
Yeah, just as we gather our breaths after that epic finish from the line. That was an absolutely motoring final 200 metres there from Newcastle to make sure that they finish this BUCS Regatta completely emptying their tanks, making sure they've got nothing left and no regrets in this B final. But it was Glasgow University who take the first place position in this B final. They'll finish 7th overall in the rankings of men's intermediate pairs, a very commendable result. We haven't got time to reflect on that because already on screen it's the A final of the men's intermediate pairs. Strathclyde go in 1. We of course share the Clyde with Glasgow University. Imperial in 2, Newcastle B in 3, Edinburgh A in 4, Durham A in 5 and Durham B in lane number 6. And out in front we're through 1,000 metres. It is Durham's A crew who are clear water over the rest of the field. Going with them though, Durham B and the University of Edinburgh, who look to be your 3 leading crews at the moment, with Imperial College London sitting in 4th place, but not too far behind them as the camera pans. It's that elusive camera angle that we've seen so often. Newcastle and Strathclyde University, who are trying to throw us off. They're rowing with Glasgow University blades, but you'll never mistake that polka dot kit, which is so easily identifiable up and down the country. I think, controversially, I think it's one of the best kits on the circuit. I know others may not like it. I don't know what you think of it, Carol.
I don't think it's controversial. I think it's ideal. It's distinctive. As a commentator, we love distinctive kit because you spot that in the distance and you know you don't even have to think about who it's going to be. You know immediately it's Strathclyde University. They've had that kit since the club was instigated way back, and they've stuck with it, and to me that is what we should do. Can't stand kit that changes every 2 years because it takes a while for us commentators to get our eye in and think, didn't it used to have red in it? Was the red more maroon? But you know, Strathclyde Uni, credit where credit's due.
Huge credit to Strathclyde University.
Distinctive, I love it.
Yep, me too.
And I do love the Newcastle kit as well because that has not changed.
No, it certainly hasn't. And the famous blue star, recognisable everywhere. Sadly though, we don't like where Strathclyde are sat in the race at the moment, slightly off the pace of Durham University, your race leaders, who have got about a length or so's advantage coming into the final 500 metres over their crewmates from Durham. Those 2 crews out in front leading, with Edinburgh University looking to spoil the Palatinate party as they challenge for probably that silver medal position as well. And I'd say we've had a split in the race. We've got those 3 leading crews, the 2 Durham and the Edinburgh crew, and the rest of the field. Strathclyde, as we've mentioned, next to them Imperial College London and Newcastle University. It's split between 1, 2 and 3 and then 4, 5 and 6. And Edinburgh are certainly not out of the race when it comes to that silver medal. Durham University A have got clear water in the rest of the field, but Edinburgh can certainly push their way up into silver medal in the next 150 metres.
Well, if they're going to do it, they need to do it soon because you know, they've got less and less of a distance to make any impact on, and I think you know they've just started moving on there, just trying to motor a bit more. But that said, Durham crew on the right side in lane 6 have just picked. Lane 6 has just picked up the pace as well. Oh boy, all these 3 crews in contention for medals have all ramped up the rating in the last little while. You can see how fast the Edinburgh crew are moving on your screen. Really more and more strokes per minute. Trying to get these strokes in, get the legs on, get the action going. But it's going to be Durham A in lane 5, just going to take the honours there, with Durham B well into that 2nd place now. Edinburgh having to settle for the bronze medal position. And then we've got Newcastle in this last little while, just ramped up their rating to overhaul Imperial into... No, I'm sorry, it's Imperial have ramped up their rating just to pull themselves apart from Strathclyde and Newcastle, 5th and 6th respectively.
Yeah, 1st and 2nd for Durham University after a silver medal in the Championship 8s on day 1 of BUCS Regatta. I think it's safe to say that Durham University are well and truly back at the top of British university rowing rankings. They've had a resurgence in the past couple of years, and we can see that on screen here. 1st and 2nd, the top 2 pairs in intermediate pairs, gold and silver, and it's beginning to be a rather outstanding weekend of racing for Durham University. So we're shifting from intermediate up to championship pairs. We can see on screen we're through 1,000 metres. Lane 1's Imperial College London Newcastle are in 2, Cambridge A in 3, Durham B in 4, University of London in 5, and Durham A in lane number 6. So once again an outstanding showing for Durham University. 2 pairs in this final of the championship pairs, and through 1,000 metres it looked to be that crew from Durham University going head to head with the University of London over on the far side of the course. Lanes 5 and 6 have got your 2 leading crews at the moment, but we're certainly not counting out that second Durham crew, sorry, who hold that third place position in lane number 4. And as we're coming into the final 500 metres of this championship pairs final, I'm delighted to say that I am joined for the last couple of minutes of this pairs race by the wonderful Sophie Payne. Sophie, you've joined at a wonderful moment just as we're coming into the closing stages of what is set to be another curtain call in championship pairs.
Yeah, we've seen some fantastic racing here so far, and this is just the caliber continues in front of us now. We can see out of lane 5, London seem to have taken the lead here. It's all to contend for gold, silver and bronze though, as Durham in lane 4 and Durham again in lane 6 seem to be pushing them.
Yeah, they performed so well in intermediate pairs just a few minutes ago, getting gold and silver in intermediate pairs. They're looking to replicate that, but University of London, another purple crew, not to be confused in the same shade of purple. God forbid you do that. But Durham University, lane number 6, their top boat in this championship field, are starting to walk away as they come into the final 200 metres. University of London have split those Durham pairs. They've rowed themselves into second place as they come into the red boys, but they're not done yet. They've taken one Durham scalp, they're looking for another, but they've got to correct their steering as they're starting to veer out into the other lane. They're starting to push into the lane of Durham A, and that's potentially going to cost Durham as they come into the sprint. It will be those 3 crews, Durham, UL and Durham, with Durham A coming up to the line. They've got 2 strokes to go, and they are the new winners of championship pairs. Huge cheers and roars from their crew. University of London just beaten out, but Durham B get the bronze medal. What a showing from the Palatinate Club as they get the bronze medal. Imperial pushed into 4th. Cambridge University will take 5th ahead of Newcastle, who just run out of gas in the final stages of this championship pairs race. And Sophie, Durham continue to go from strength to strength.
That's right. I think they're sort of towards the top of the leaderboard at the moment, again just showing the depth in their program, which is really impressive. You know, it's one thing to have one good boat, but it's another thing to have consistently good performance across the board, and that is certainly what we're seeing.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot, now I'm back, it's great, I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just other boats cheering on for us. And it's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
So joining us in the tower, I'm taking over from Fergus, and I'll be joined with Sophie, who'll be here with me for the next hour or so for the major finals.
Good to have you, Carol. And as you can see on your screen now, we move to the women's intermediate lightweight quad. This is the A final. So from the left to the right of your screen, it is Cambridge, Surrey, Durham, Cardiff, York and Nottingham. So these guys have just come into the second 500 of the race now. Looks like we might have an early leader out of Durham in lane 4, being contested by Surrey in lane 5, though camera angles are notoriously deceptive. So let's see how this race unfolds.
We've been talking a lot this afternoon about Durham. That's the Durham strip we can see there, with Cambridge on their outside. I do apologise, it's Surrey I can see there. Just spotted the blades and thought that's not Cambridge, it's certainly Surrey blades with Durham on their inside. Just coming to screen now, we can see Nottingham with the bright distinctive blades, yellow ones, and then that will be York with their new kit that I've still to get my eye in on. A nice diagonal blue stripe across the back. This field seems to be quite spread out across the board at present. They're just coming through 1,000 metres. And we'll be able to see the progress, but the action seems to be between Durham and Surrey at this phase of the race.
Yeah, Dory looking quite long in the water here. They look very together. And from where we sit, it does look like they have a good length on the crew behind them. So I should suspect they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves as they finish the third 500 of this race and move into the final 500, which is the most painful part of the race, no doubt. So hopefully they can hang on.
You may say it's the most painful part, but it's soon over. You know that you've only got a minute, 2 minutes of pain till the stuffer. You've gone through 6 minutes of pain, so the race is almost over by this stage. And I just think you get your head round it and just batter on, as they would say. But it's still Durham leading the field there, with Surrey on their outside.
It is, and every stroke they get closer to the end of that pain, closer to the finish line. So Durham taking charge here in lane 4. It is still Surrey on their left out of lane 5, and it's a race for third.
Very much so, and this is the A final, so there are medals to play for, and this is where the race seems to be happening between Nottingham and York, and good battle going on there between these two quads. You were talking about pain, and for those sitting at home thinking, why do you do if it's painful? And the other thing I was going to say is because it's fun. That vicarious pleasure you get of working through the fun, but there's a great feeling of doing a big race like this and coming in first, or even in this case when there's medals to go, coming in second or third. And looking up the course now, I can see the blades of this Nottingham quad. I just think they've ramped up the rating, and they're now about a half a length in front of York in that third place. But it's Durham, this class act from Durham, just coming towards us in the finish tower here. We're still looking at York and Nottingham on the screen, and it's the battle between York and Nottingham for that third place. But as we look in front of us, we can just see Durham going through the line, some 3 to 4 lengths in front of Surrey over on that far side.
Again, the race for third is very much still to play for, but it will be Nottingham that crosses first, a boat length ahead of York, who just narrowly misses out on that bronze medal.
Sorry, I'd forgot that we hadn't mentioned York, Cardiff, and I was just saying that they'd been dropped early on the race and rowing in isolation. I think that's where it becomes a bit painful and disheartening, but they've completed their course, and good race there in these women's intermediate quad final.
And we're on to the men's intermediate lightweight quad, the B final. Now this is quite a unique race because we've got 2 crews. It's Durham out of lane 5 and Birmingham in lane 6. So we've got some head-to-head racing, a battle of the 2 crews, and this is a much different race strategically as you might find in a 6-course race, where you're sort of trying to contend with, you know, not only the boat next to you but 5 other boats. So I should suspect this will be close. They'll be playing off of each other, they'll be pushing each other on, they will be responding to each other's moves. So these guys are really in a different race altogether. But as we come into the final 500 meters of this race, it looks like Birmingham leads just a boat length ahead of Durham.
There's something nice to be said about watching lightweight quads race. I think lightweights, because they've got this weight restriction, they have to be a bit more precise, a bit more exact in their rowing, and I think technically wise they tend to be neater and tidier than some of the heavyweights who rely on muscle power and grunt and heave to push themselves down the line. I love watching lightweight quads. I have to say that you see them all moving together, the bodies going over together, the blades, the precision on the placement of the blades, I just think is a joy.
It is indeed, and something that we haven't talked about is the fact that, you know, these guys will have been racing multiple events over the weekend. They will have had to make weight and weigh in for each of those events. So, you know, they may have done an event on Friday and they will have had to stay at that weight, on Saturday, and they will have had to stay at that weight. So extra challenging for them. But as we come into the final 10 strokes of this race, it will be Birmingham who takes that first place position across the line, about 2 boat lengths ahead of their rivals Durham.
That was the B final of the men's intermediate lightweights. I've got more delightful men's intermediate lightweight quad sculls to watch. And on your screen, reading from left to right, we have Queen's Belfast in lane 5, Strathclyde, and then Nottingham lane 4, Edinburgh in lane 3, Oxford in lane 2 and De Montfort University in lane 1. We're just panning into the Queen's Belfast quad there. Usually a very good university for producing high quality lightweights, and we're talking about precision and the placement of these blades as they go in the water. If you just look at the blades, they all come onto the square together so they're ready to go into the water at the same time, and that's what I talk about, just watching this delightful precision. And it is a delightful precision, but it's Queen's Belfast. I could see the polka dots of Strathclyde Uni just panning on through there, with Nottingham in third place, and then we've got Oxford, Edinburgh and De Montfort just trailing the rest of the field as they come through this camera angle.
Yeah, it certainly looks from here as if Queen's University Belfast has a comfortable lead on the rest of the pack, though we are only in the third 500 and it will be all to play for in those final 500 metres of the race.
I was just going to say, as the camera angle will pan round, we can see these quads, and looking from up at the tower and from through the screen, you'll see that there isn't very much separating these 6 quads. To my eye, and I think it's maybe because they're just in brighter colours, it's Queen's Belfast out in the lead, with Strathclyde in that second place. But also over the far side, I think Oxford University in lane 2 cannot be discounted at this stage. There seems to be a clear 1 and 2, and then there's 4 quads going for that bronze medal. That's going to be tough in the last 500 metres, Sophie.
It will be, and I think this may be a very tight finish. May have to bring out the cameras for this one. Expect a photo finish perhaps. But as you say, Carol, it is still Queen's University Belfast on the outside lane in that gold medal position, closely followed by Strathclyde, who is chasing them and eyeing their eyes on that gold. Though as I'm saying this, it's Nottingham who's making a push, and they're coming up.
Just as Sophie was saying that, I was about to jump up and down and say, look at Nottingham, they've made a move, and I think they're starting to overhaul Edinburgh. Edinburgh are in the following pack with Oxford and De Montfort, but Edinburgh just having a bit of a battle here with Oxford. De Montfort have come back really well in the last 500 metres. They've put in a big push, but just as they've gone through, like a lot of these Belfast crews, the last 250 metres I think they take as a challenge just to see how fast they can cover 250 metres, and despite having raced 1750, they use this last little 250 metres as a sprint for the line, and that's what this Belfast crew is doing. They are sprinting for the line. They've seen that they're in the lead, but they're just thinking they're making a statement as they sprint, and they are indeed sprinting for this line in this men's intermediate lightweight quad sculls. Strathclyde University in that second place now, a good silver medal for them, with Nottingham having pulled themselves into third. That was a very good 500 for that Nottingham crew.
It was, and look how much water they've gained on the Edinburgh crew in lane 3. That was about 3 boat lengths, I reckon. Really impressive from that Nottingham crew. So it will be Queen's University Belfast who takes the gold, followed by Strathclyde in silver, Nottingham in bronze, and narrowly missing out Edinburgh 4th place, Oxford crosses in 5th, and De Montfort brings up the rear in 6th.
Just coming off the start, we're going to move to the A final of the Women's Championship Fours. I mean, say we're going from fast boat to more fast boats, and this is a good final. You can see they've gone off the start. We can see them on their screen, reading left to right. We have Cambridge over in the farthest left, then London, then Nottingham, then Imperial, then Edinburgh, and then Newcastle. And such a class field here, all big hitters in the women's rowing side, so I'm expecting a very, very good race. It's a bit early in the day yet to sort of make any judgment calls as to who's leading. They're all pretty close together across the course. Just see as we can watch the camera angle, and usually we get a line of boys which gives us an indication of who's going to be in front and who's maybe got their noses out in front, but at the moment it doesn't look to be that there is very much to choose between these 6 coxless 4s.
These are all very experienced rowers in the championship event. These women will have come right the way up through rowing. They'll have a lot of races under their belt, and so they'll be executing a very well-planned straight race strategy. They'll know exactly where they are in the course, exactly how much left they have to give. So it will be interesting to see how this unfolds.
The camera's just panning in on the London crew there, rowing very nicely. I think they've gone through that buoy line first, with Nottingham in second place maybe. It's very hard to get the colours of the blades in this angle. I can honestly say that beautiful conditions today. The sun's coming out, the sun's glinting on the water. Makes it quite difficult for us sitting up here in the box to get the colours of the kit, because we're sort of looking into the sun. But some fantastic bits of rowing here. Look at those blades go in, the power come on, the drive happening. This is just great to watch.
It's such a powerful display of rowing. I mean, it's like magic. It's like art almost, watching these women come down the course. Into the final 500 meters of this race, and as we look down the tower, it is a very dominant performance from the University of London in their bright purple unis, blades perfectly executing the stroke in that far lane, in lane 6. Though not much to tell between second and third, it's a real fight between the crews to their right. Carol, what do you think? Who do you think's leading?
Well, as is often the case, the big battle is going on for, once you've got a crew way out in front, which this London crew are, and they're quite comfortably out in front, the big battle is on now for that second and third place. And at one stage I thought there's nothing to choose, but it's now between Imperial, I've got the Blaze, and Cambridge. Imperial, Cambridge really battling, but look, Nottingham with the yellow blades have just picked up there and are just trying to fight back and come back on both Cambridge and Imperial. Nottingham having a big push at Imperial there. Cambridge comfortably into second now, I would say, but Nottingham still not giving up this battle for that third place. London comfortably through, you can see the arms raised there in first place. Cambridge into that second place. Nottingham had a good go at Imperial, but I think Imperial managing to hold off that challenge. Nottingham in 4, Newcastle having to settle for 5, and Edinburgh having to settle for 6.
What a race that was. It really did come down to those final 500 meters, as it often does. But as you say, Carol, UL taking a very confident win, followed closely, well, not so closely, 3 lengths behind by Cambridge, and then Imperial round up. The medals in bronze place position. Next up, it's the B final of the men's intermediate quad. From the left to the right of your screen, it's Reading B, Nottingham A, Newcastle A, Surrey A, Edinburgh A, and Loughborough. All crews seem to have gotten a clean start off the line. They will be coming through the 500 meters now, or just having passed it. And again, as you say, Carol, that sun makes it difficult to see who's leading and by how much. So we'll wait to see how this race unfolds.
There's some big hitters in the quad sculling in this field. I remember watching the time trial this morning, and it seemed to go on forever. A huge entry in the men's intermediate quads, and some phenomenal quad sculling that was on display earlier. So these crews have done the time trial. They've also gone through the semi-finals, and this is the B final. And making an early showing, we have the crew on this side from Loughborough, and then we have Edinburgh, Surrey, Newcastle and Nottingham. And over on the far side and in the lead is the crew from Reading, the B quad from Reading. And they were flying this morning. Certainly remember watching them in the time trial, thinking that, yeah, that's I would expect to see them in the final later on, and that has transpired. We're talking about the men's lightweight quad scullings. This is the men's intermediate quad scullings, and some really good sculling going on here. Really nice placement, good precision. The legs are coming on. Good example of sequencing, getting that sequence correct and making the most, being as efficient as you can with the energy you want to expend. Sitting here in the tower, Sophie and I have got the best view of racing, and it's lovely to be able to have all these camera angles. We can look out the window and see up the course, but you at home have got the camera angles, you've got us wittering on about what's happening, but you don't get the surround sound that we have in the tower here. The University of London girls are in, just picking up their medals. Huge support from the crowd here. Every time a Newcastle boat goes past, there's a wall of sound appears. Over on the far side, there's a series of tents and lots of supporters still here supporting their club and their club mates. But looking up the course as they come closer, it's still in this B final. It's Reading over in lane 6 leading, with Newcastle in lane 4 in that second place. But if they're in that second place, it is not by much, because we've got Loughborough, Edinburgh, Surrey and Nottingham all in contention there.
This is looking more like a championship final rather than an intermediate final from my perspective. It's so close, and it's really anyone's race at the moment. We do still have Reading B out in front, but it's really anyone's race for that second place position. I believe Newcastle A looks to be in second at the moment, very closely followed by the crew from Nottingham, their A crew, in third, though. What do you think, Carol? I mean,
I just can't call it. I'm just looking there and I think, goodness me, look at Edinburgh. Edinburgh are going. Newcastle, I know, have phenomenal finishes, and they are just going to. We've seen the Orange boys. They've started ramping it up. This race is Reading's at the moment, but Nottingham have just gone. Newcastle have gone with Nottingham, and then we're going to have a blanket finish for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Reading gone through the line first. Nottingham now in that 2nd place. Newcastle 3rd. And it's going to be Surrey and then Loughborough, and I think Edinburgh just having to settle for 6th. What a phenomenal finish.
that was almost a photo finish between that 4th, 5th, and 6th place. Really impressive from these guys. And the B final is closely followed by the men's intermediate quad A final. We've just come off the line now. From the left to the right of your screen, it's Reading's A boat. Let's see if they can follow in their B boat's win. It will then be Bath A, Queen University, Belfast A, Bristol, Durham, and rounding up the field on the very right of your screen is Glasgow.
Our cameraman sitting at 1,000 metres, and what a cracking shot we've got here. 6 quads racing towards us, and it's just, it looks beautiful, it looks so nice. Just the water conditions are very nice today, not as bobbly as they were yesterday afternoon. The sun is shining. What a great day to be out racing, what a great day to be sitting watching racing, and for us, luckily, we've got the best seats in the house to commentate on it.
We do, and as you say, these are near perfect conditions. Yesterday there was some reseeding of the lanes because there was a bit of a crosshead, but we're looking down the course now and I wouldn't say it's too windy at all, so these rowers will have been treated to some really nice conditions to show off their technique, their prowess, and we can see that unfolding in front of our eyes here as these rowers come into that second 500 of this race. Again, hard to tell who's leading.
Sometimes as the cameraman pans round, Sophie, we can get a line of boys, and if you can get the line of boys, you can actually sort of call who's gone through those boys in that first place. But the action is over in the far side there. I can see it's Bath and Reading fighting it out for that first place. You can just see some of the boys and just trying to get the angle right there. I think that was it, and I think it was Bath going through in front of Reading, and then Queen's Belfast, you just get the distinctive kit, and then Bristol, and here we have Durham, and then Glasgow, and that's how it seems to be pacing. Good battle going over in the far side between Bath, Reading and Queen's.
But as we know, anything can happen, and these guys are still in that second 500, so they haven't yet crossed the halfway mark. Let's see who has the most amount of beans in their legs.
I sometimes like doing commentary from up at 1,000 metres, because I often think that 1,000 metres, this is where the race changes. You know, it's settled into its rhythm and its run, sort of in 1,000 metres, people have settled in, and then often a crew will make a call 950 metres in, or 1,050 metres in, or on the 1,000 metre marker, and things can all change. You know, maybe a power 20 on the legs, maybe a bigger drive, maybe just leaning back, just taking a longer stroke. It can all change just at that midpoint of the race, and that's often very exciting to watch. But it's still, I think Queen's Belfast are making a showing there. You can see the white tops. Reading's white t-shirts are showing in the far side in lane 6, and Bath going with them. I think I'm telling a wee porcupine there. Is that Queen's? Yeah, I think it is Queen's Belfast. You can just see the hoops round the top of their kit there, but I think they've done some hard work in that 500, Sophie.
They have. They've sort of come out from nowhere, and they're giving Bath, who is currently leading this race, a real run for their money. And as you say, Carol, it's, you know, this is a crucial part of the race heading into the third 500. It's certainly the most difficult part of the race. You've done the first 1,000, but you haven't yet reached that final 500. So you're kind of, you know, as you say, there's a lot of moves, there's a lot of mental strength that goes into keeping yourself in the race at this moment.
And camera angle has panned round, and I'm just going to turn in my seat because I was alerted to this wall of sign coming up from the spectators below us. And it's still Bath leading. Belfast, Queen's Belfast have put in a big push. And I think both Bath and Queen's Belfast have now overtaken the Reading crew over in lane 6. But I know that the Reading crews have really good finishes, so this could be a sprint for the line. At the moment, Bristol's in 4th, Durham in 6th, 5th and Glasgow in 6th. All these crews in this men's int quad sprinting towards the line. Great finish from Bath there. They've seen this challenge. Belfast have gone up again. They're just throwing the rating at it. But it's Bath holding off this concerted challenge from both their inside and their outside. Bath going to go through that line in first place. Queens fighting themselves into that second and silver medal place, and Reading having to settle for bronze. And you can see how much effort it's taken from the Reading crew. And it's Bristol in that 4th place, followed by Durham. We're going to be followed by Glasgow.
Yeah, that was a real sprint from that Queen's crew, as you say, Carol, a really strong 250, and they just sort of took the race by the skin of their teeth. Well, they didn't quite, they got second, but they were determined for that silver medal. And we're back again with another championship race. This is the men's championship quad. In this race, from the left to the right of your screen, it's Reading, Bath, Edinburgh, Durham, Nottingham and Newcastle.
Again, we've got this, sorry, excuse the throat, amazing view from 1,000 metres. Just going through in that first place, it looks as though it is Reading, followed by Bath, followed by Edinburgh. And then I just see the blades from Durham, and just seeing the Nottingham blades, the bright yellow of the Nottingham blades just showing in front of this camera screen there. And we've got the blue star from Newcastle. So it seems to be that lane 6, Reading and Bath are out in the lead. Edinburgh and Durham having a battle for that third place, and Nottingham just marginally in front of Newcastle. Okay, we're looking down the course now. We've got an oblique angle, and it's quite hard to gauge distances from this angle. It looks as though Newcastle are just trailing Nottingham by about a length or so, a length and a half, and then I think there's overlap between the other 5 crews.
Right, so the fact that these crews are seated differently than that sort of normal dove formation does make it slightly easier for us to predict the results of the race, typically because the crew over in lane 6, so on the left of your screen, will have been seated first, so they, based on the results of the time trials and semi-finals, are the expected winners. So we see here sort of a formation, you know, with lane 6 expected to take that first gold medal, and so on. Lane 5 expected to take the silver. And that does appear to be happening in this race to some extent, with Reading over on the outside just narrowly managing to hold on to that gold, being challenged closely by Bath on their right. But look at Nottingham out of lane 2. Sorry, Durham even out of lane 3. They're really putting in a push, as is Edinburgh.
It's all to play for, Sophie. Here we go, and I think Bath are trying to have a punt at Reading to see if they can reenact the previous final where Reading were beaten by the Bath crew in lane 5. Bath really having a go at Reading, but I think Reading have got the strength there just to hold them off. But look at this battle going on, Edinburgh and Durham for the bronze medal, and they are really having to fight hard against each other for honours here. But it's Reading going to go through the line first, Bath in that second place. Goodness me, look at this rating, Sophie. It's going up and up and up, and it's going to be Edinburgh, I just think, stealing it from Durham. All credit to Durham, though. They threw everything at that race. They went for it, they tried hard, and they were really motoring. And just coming in, now we have Nottingham in lane 2 and the Stars of Newcastle in lane 1. What a phenomenal race for bronze medal there, Sophie.
Gosh, what a push that was from Durham. I think there was no lack of effort on the line there, and a shame for them to miss out by just a few seats. I think they would have said if they had another 10 strokes or so, they may have done it, but it's an unfair sport sometimes.
Sadly, not everybody can win.
on your screen now, you can see the women's beginner doubles backing themselves into the stake boats. That race is due to kick off in the next few minutes.
You can just see on the screen that this women's beginner double sculls is well underway. You just see that some of these crews having a bit of a wobble in their lane off the start, as we were talking about with the men's beginner doubles earlier on. You know, there's a double requires 4 blades going in and coming out at the same time, and for some of these beginners that's sometimes a bit of a challenge, especially with the adrenaline of the start. You're sitting there under starters' orders, you've got the umpire, you've got all the official paraphernalia around you, you've got an umpire to follow you, and sometimes the nerves just can take over a bit there. But looking on our screen, looking down the screen, in lane 2 we have Strathclyde, lane 3 University College B, lane 4 Hartpury B, lane 5 Newcastle, and in lane 6 Birmingham B. This is a lovely shot from the 1,000 metres. I just love this phenomenal camera lens that they must have to get this shot, because it can see from quite a distance. So this is the B final, and you know, early on there's not much to be said for who's showing boat speed difference. It's very hard in the first 250-500 metres to tease these boats apart. It's only as the race progresses and tiredness sets in, or you know, this is the 3rd race these athletes will have had today, and you know, the best will in the world, your legs aren't as fresh come race 3 as they were first thing this morning.
Yeah, and especially as a beginner, so you know, having less than a year's rowing experience under your belt, you will be, looks like we have a crab here out of lane 2. They seem to have stopped rowing, so that's Newcastle out of lane 2 and being approached by Hartpury in lane 3, who's just having a bit of steering troubles, but it's all part of the fun of being a beginner, and it's really only up from here.
Absolutely. All race experience is good race experience, and you know, the old adage, you always learn from your mistakes, and you always learn that yes, this race prep didn't go very well, or this race start didn't go very well. Next time I'll know to do it differently, I'll be better. And it's all learning experiences, which is great. You can see the polka dots of Strathclyde Uni there just coming into shot, with UCL, Hartpury, Newcastle and Birmingham on their outsides. You can just see the marker for 1,000 metres. This camera angle will pan round. hopefully we'll get the line of boys, which will give us an indication of who is leading this field. I wouldn't, Sophie, say there was that much in it. If I was going to put money down, I might put money down on Birmingham and UCL, but it certainly wouldn't be a lot of money at this stage.
No, I wouldn't put my money on this either. I think, as you say, so the expected sort of winners or the best seeded are that that Birmingham crew on the left of your screen in that outside lane. But unexpectedly, the crew from UCL looking to challenge them for that second place position in this B final of the women's beginner double.
Sometimes as you come here and you do your time trial and you're in a beginner boat, and then you do their minor finals, and then you get to the B final or the A final. Just time in the boat, time racing together, just brings you together more and more. So sometimes over the day, as the day goes on, and this is the third day of racing, so maybe these athletes have raced other 2 days, that they're getting a racing head in their brains, getting that race experience, and it all counts to improve your boat speed. So here we are, just coming up to 1,000 meters, and it's over in the far side. I think it's the Birmingham boat, the bright red of Birmingham leading Newcastle. I could see the star on the blades of Newcastle. It's a great help for us in commentary. But it's Birmingham leading Newcastle, but not by much, because also up there, as Sophie called it, University College, I think Hartpury have been dropped. That's Hartpury just coming into view now, and we'll probably get Strathclyde University in a minute or so.
So Birmingham out in front, and it's then a race for those second and third spots in this B final between Newcastle and UCL.
And just coming into shot now, we have Strathclyde University. As I said, they'll just come into view shortly, just as the angle pans round and we go to the more long distance view. There we can see Birmingham, Newcastle, Hartpury, and I think just because lane 3 UCL's just got themselves in front, they were just disappearing out of view. Not because they were far in front, it was just that the angle was concentrating on the crews over on the far side. The camera angle's just changed, and it's just what I was suspecting. Looking up the course, you can see Birmingham in the lead there, Newcastle in second place, University College in third, then Hartpury 4, and Strathclyde in that 5th place in this B final.
And so we're coming into the final 250 meters of this women's beginner double, and it is still Birmingham in that outside lane who are in that first place position. They're followed by Newcastle, and behind them it's UCL.
I know that Fergus, when he was up here, was waxing lyrical about the Newcastle charge for the finish, and I wonder if the beginners have been inducted in that tradition that the last 250 metres are going to go with Newcastle. And just as I say that, Sophie, Newcastle have lifted up their rating and they're starting to eat into that lead that Birmingham have had all the way down this course. It's going to come down to the line. Newcastle still mounting that challenge. They're going for it. They're just throwing everything at it. Birmingham look as though they're going to hold on to it, but only by a small margin, Sophie.
This is an incredible race, but as you say, Carol, it is Birmingham to take that first place spot in this B final across the line.
Bit of a wobble there just as they were coming towards the line from the University College boat, and I just thought, oh no, they've tried too hard. Managed to correct it and cross the line in that third place in this B final, followed by Hartpury. Just coming into our shot shortly, we will have the polka dots of Strathclyde University.
And just off the start now, it's the A final for the women's beginners quads. So this is places 1 to 6. This is medal contention here between Queen's University Belfast, Bournemouth, Queen's University Belfast B was that first group, Edinburgh C, Edinburgh B, and De Montfort A. And again, they look to have gotten a clean start and by the looks of things have just crossed through the 1,000 meters. They're in that all-important third 500 section of the race now.
Looking up the course, or just had a quick glance, it seems to be the actions all with De Montfort A and Edinburgh B over on the far side. And then we have I think it could be Queen's B and Edinburgh C, and then Bournemouth and Queen's B. So yeah, some really good racing in these women's beginner sculls. I've got my eye in now, we've panned round for the other view, and it's De Montfort leading Edinburgh B there. I think Edinburgh C dropped off the pace, and it's Queen's A in that third place at present. But these things can all change. We're into our last 500 metres and everything can change there.
You know, you say Edinburgh have fallen off the pace, though it looks as if coming into the final 500 meters of this race, they're putting in a bit of a charge. They're giving De Montfort out in that far lane a run for their money, and they are heading, from the looks of things, from where I sit, into that gold medal position.
Yep, they're certainly mounting a big challenge there. I think it was the C crew that I said had fallen off the pace at the back of the field there. Had a good battle going on here between Edinburgh and De Montfort for gold and silver. And then another battle between Queen's, Belfast and Bournemouth for the bronze. So all to play for. I think Edinburgh, you know, you may have called this right. I think Edinburgh are making a big move there on De Montfort, and just as they come into their last few strokes of the race, there's a huge Edinburgh tent over the far side. I'm sure the support will be out there just shouting these girls on, and we can't hear the roars of encouragement from this side, but there are lots of supporters on the far bank. But just as they come towards us, it still looks to be De Montfort, like 2/3 of a length in front of Edinburgh there.
Yeah, it doesn't look as if Edinburgh's going to be able to close that gap, and it will be De Montfort who take gold in the women's intermediate double, followed very closely and not far off that gold, but in silver it is Edinburgh, and a big gap between them and the rest of the field now. This is a real race.
There's a big race going on for the bronze medal position between Bournemouth and Queen's Belfast. Bit of a wobble there, the Queen's boat, they just hit them. Oh, they're on the boys and they're washing out. Oh, Bournemouth just taking advantage of that wobble in the Queen's boat just to steal it there into bronze medal position. Oh man, feel for the Queen's crew there. Just got themselves onto the buoy line, they couldn't get off and were hitting the boys with their blades for those last 10 strokes. But good performance there for Bournemouth, just to see that happening and just sneak in and take advantage of it. Both these crews pushing themselves so hard for the line there with these beginners women's double sculls. Then we just have the second Edinburgh crew came through in 5th, with the second Belfast crew in 6th place.
Yeah, I think you often see that, you know, Carol, in the last 250, even 100 meters of a race, you tend to see some real steering issues, and that's just when you're in the thick of the sprint. You're not really thinking about where you are in the lane, you're just thinking about how hard can I push myself, how much, you know, quicker can I finish this race, and we saw it play out there. I mean, it can cost you the race ultimately.
Absolutely, there are times when I just don't think I'm thinking during a race at all, and I'm certainly not thinking the last 500. It's just a question of just get yourself through it, you know. I don't think there's much thought there. But that De Montfort crew, as they went through the line, ecstatically happy, and you can just see them across the course now, the arms up waving to the crowd and their support. So justifiably they should do. They led all the way down the course. They've fought off this big challenge from Edinburgh and managed to hold on to that gold medal position.
So you can see on your screen now, it's the B final of the women's intermediate double. There are 5 boats in this race, and from the left to the right of your screen, it's Newcastle A, Nottingham, Reading A, Durham A, and Leeds. And in fact, they're approaching the final 250 meters of this race, and it is Nottingham out in front, just ahead of Newcastle to their left and Reading to their right, but a real high stroke rate from Reading, and as I say that, also Durham, who are veering slightly out of their lane, but it will be that fight for third.
.250 metres again. Newcastle putting in a big push. They always ramp it up for the finish here, but it's Nottingham leading as they come towards the line. Newcastle in that second place. Reading, if they're not dangerous and not careful, are going to be caught by this fast approaching Durham crew. But it's going to be this B final, it's going to be Nottingham taking honours here. Newcastle having to settle for that second place, with Reading and the fluorescent tops just coming towards us in the commentary position now.
Following Reading, it's Durham who take that 4th place position, and it's Leeds who round up the pack in 5th. and I can just see now, you can't see on your screen. Oh yes you can. It is the women's intermediate double A final. We have 6 boats in this race. It is Bath A, Imperial, Reading B, Queen's, University Belfast A, Cambridge and Bath B.
Well, interestingly enough, I remember watching the Bath scullers in the some of the men's races earlier on. Just trying to think, it was the quad sculls earlier on, and they were going very fast, and some good results there for Bath. Just wondering if the success of the men is feeding into the women's side, and you know, as I say that, we'll soon find out, because we've got 2 Bath boats in this A final, and one in lane 6. We just see them heading away from us at 1,000 metres, heading off into the sunshine, and this is where it's challenging for us commentators to discern the colours. Sometimes you can just catch a glimpse of their bow letter, but it's so bright here that it's very hard to tell. I think just looking up the course, it seems to be Bath in lane 6 in the lead, Imperial in that second place, but very little between Bath, Imperial and Reading B over on the far side of the course.
You mentioned the sun and the nice weather. I've been walking around the course and I've been seeing some very sunburned looking rowers. I think between the sun on Saturday and the sun today, there'll be a lot of red faces driving home from Nottingham this evening.
Yeah, I'd spotted that too. It's a typical Scottish burning weather. There's sun, but there's a bit of a breeze that it doesn't feel that hot, so that lulls you into that false sense of security. And I suppose it's too late for us to say put on sunscreen, because you should have done that first thing this morning and frequently reapplied it. But you know, typical burning weather, and I did spot a few bright red necks of various people wandering around. And the past couple of days I have seen our cameramen up on the roof with the typical Scottish taps off, as they say, just engaging in the sun, but then 2 hours later it was everything you'd on because it was raining. So typical British weather. But as we look up the course, we can still see it's this Bath double in lane 6, leading Reading in lane... No, it's Imperial in lane 2, in lane 5, and Reading in lane 4. But Reading putting in a big challenge. I think the Bath Scull double in lane 1 is not out of contention there either. There is probably less than 2 boat lengths separating these 6 double sculls, which is great to see.
What an incredible race we have on our hands here, but as you say, Carol, it's Bath over on the far side, so Bath A, and I think Bath B on the near side could really be giving them a run for their money. You know, it's always difficult to tell, you know, when you have someone racing you 5 lanes away, it's difficult to push off of them, so don't really have no idea that they're stiff competition. But these rowers are approaching the final 100 meters of this race, and it is Bath A who are in that first place position, contending for that gold medal, and they are closely followed by Imperial to their right, and then it's Reading B.
Yeah, I think so, but there's this big challenge coming on this side from Cambridge as well. Cambridge starting to fly. I think we've maybe left it a bit too late, but it's Bath over on the far side, going through the line, just marginally in front of Imperial, with Reading having to settle for 3rd place at the moment. Look at this finish for 4th, 5th and 6th though. It's got to be Cambridge fighting off this challenge from Queen's Belfast, and then the second Bath double, and they all finished within a length of each other. Phenomenal race, just towards the line.
That really was an incredible race, and kudos to all the athletes who will have made it down that 2,000 meter course. And as we sit here looking over the finish line, it does look as if the wind has picked up just slightly. So having said it's a beautiful day, you know, in the final 250 meters of this race, there may be a bit more to fight against than just tiredness, but wind too.
We've had a whole tranche of women's double sculls. We started with the beginners, we've had the intermediates, we're now moving into the championship doubles. So on your screen, reading from left to right, we have Reading in lane 6, Durham A crew in lane 5, Edinburgh in lane 4, Cambridge in lane 3, Nottingham in lane 2 and Birmingham in lane 1. And just looking on the screen now, I think we can see the Reading double going through the camera shot, and I think they're in front of Durham A there. I think it's the furthest away lane, and it is Reading going through first with Durham in that second place. As the camera pans round, we'll probably see the other crews. Early in this race, I don't think any crew will manage to pull so much in front. That's the crew 3 is Cambridge. I thought it was Cambridge have pulled themselves into third place. Edinburgh just slightly behind them, as are Nottingham and Birmingham. That's a lovely shot there, just of the sun glinting off the water. Bit of launch wash, but I don't think it'll affect these scullers because I think it's on the other side of them. And just see the umpires launch, just getting into place, just in case there's any sort of interference with each other over on the far side between Reading and Durham. The launch moves from side to side across the course, just to keep an eye on what's happening between these crews, especially if there are medals involved. And in this case, very much medals are involved. Championship medals. Points for your club, points for your university in this BUCS Regatta. But it's Reading leading with Durham in that second place. And I think Cambridge are threatening for the third place here, Sophie.
That's exactly right, but if you're Durham, you'll be wanting to get that gold medal position, because Durham, last I checked, were leading the women's leaderboard, so it will be points for them, and they'll just be hunting down those points in this stage of the race. So they're approaching the 500 meter mark now, the final 500 meters of the race, and we're looking down the tower, down the course. It is still Reading out in front, and only a boat length behind them is Durham, and Cambridge potentially giving them a run for their money in third. Looks as if they may have changed lanes from the start order that we have on our sheet, so it isn't Cambridge in third. In fact, it's Edinburgh in third, and they're coming into the final 100 meters of this race. Final red buoys to signify that they're nearly at the end, and it is a very dominant crew from Reading who head into the final 15 strokes here. Victors and Pay will look to take that gold medal, followed by Durham in silver, and it's a race again for third, but it is Edinburgh who sit in that third place position. Cambridge is trying to hold on to fourth by the skin of their teeth. They're being challenged by Birmingham.
Absolutely, what a cracking race for Reading there. They went out the blocks hard and fast and have the strength and the power just to keep that lead all the way down the course. Durham had to settle for second place. Great performance from them. Edinburgh into that third. That's still a medal, which is great. Cambridge tipped on the line there for fourth place. Birmingham taking that fifth. with Nottingham in 6th. Bit of change of the lane order there, not what I was expecting to see from what was in front of me. Nottingham and Birmingham having swapped lanes, but at least we can recognise the kit colour when they come close enough to see us. What a phenomenal race for Reading there. Great performance in this Women's Championship double sculls. Well, I've enjoyed my afternoon here commentating with Sophie, with Fergus. It's been great fun. I hope you at home or wherever you're watching this have enjoyed it. I'm signing off now and handing back to Fergus. I'm going to leave you in his capable hands and totally unbiased voice for the rest of the afternoon. Here we go, Fergus. Oops, sorry, he's not quite ready yet. But I've had fun. Hope you have too. And hopefully we'll see you at a regatta somewhere in the future.
Thanks, Carol. Great conversation with you. And if you're tuning in now, we have just concluded this afternoon's major finals. So that's the A, B finals. And we are moving now into the minor finals, and on your screen now it's a race between Strathclyde B, Leeds Beckett and Birmingham D in the F final of the men's beginner double.
Well, welcome to the final session of racing here at BUCS Regatta 2023 D3. We've had the AB finals, we're now heading on to the minor finals, and we're kicking off with the F final of the men's beginner double scull. Just 3 crews taking part, as you can see on screen. We've got the University of Strathclyde there, B double, in lane number 4. We've got Leeds Beckett in lane 5, and we've got the University of Birmingham in lane number 6. And these crews are heading towards 1,000 metres. It's been a fantastic opening part of the race for the University of Birmingham, who are, quite frankly, Sophie, oceans in front of the rest of the field. Worth noting though, it's brilliant to have so many of these crews here racing, and to have an F final in this beginner doubles field is utterly fantastic, and we're just seeing the strength of the crew from Birmingham to be out in front and leading this field.
Yeah, Birmingham look to be in a very comfortable position as they lead against Strathclyde and Leeds Beckett. And as you say, Fergus, what a deep field. It just shows you how many athletes there are in this men's beginner double event, and also this is an important pipeline to bring up the rest of the field. So these guys have been rowing for less than a year. They'll be progressing into intermediate events next year, and and into those championship events later on in their careers. So this is important developmentally.
Yeah, massively. And I think we're seeing a second double for the University of Strathclyde. Birmingham, their D crews up 4 crews that they've got racing across the finals, some of the minor finals and this F final, sorry, as well. And to have 4 crews racing, Birmingham have been one of these programs who have been going from strength to strength this year in the beginner crews. So a brilliant depth that they've got on display, who I'm sure have no doubt been getting stuck into some brilliant racing over the past few days or so. And here they are, dealing with the conditions quite well, because the wind's picked up. You may not be able to see it on screen, but we're starting to see some rippling of the water. We've had reseeding of the lanes as well, meaning that lane 6 is the favourite coming into each of the races because of the direction of the wind. But I think as we're getting further up the field, it's not the nicest of water out there, and potentially we had much flatter water this morning, so hats off to these crews managing to deal with these conditions.
Yeah, to me the wind looks like it's a little bit patchy, so for these rowers somewhat unexpected. You may have a few strokes where it's less windy and you're in flat water, and then you sort of get hit by a wall. You can just see the gusts as we are over in the tower. We have more of a bird's eye view of the course, and it is a bit patchy. And as you say, Fergus, the lanes have been seeded, so lane 6 being the most favourable lane, they'll have the least amount of wind. They'll be in the best position.
So we're with this F final of the men's beginner double sculls, and we'll be sticking with doubles all the way through to the C final, which will be taking place at 3:45 this afternoon. Then we mix it up a little bit. We've got some pairs racing in the men's intermediate lightweight pairs, that's C final, and then we'll shift over to the minor finals of the women's intermediate coxed fours from about 4 o'clock all the way through to 4:15. So lots to look forward to. We've got doubles, we've got pairs, fours, and then some more pairs and quads and all sorts. We've got everything here, day 3 of BUCS Regatta, to look forward to. So don't go anywhere. Tell your friends, tell your family, make sure everyone's tuning in, because it has been 3 outstanding days of racing so far, and I'm sure the best racing is still to come, as the University of Birmingham, well and truly out in front. They've dominated this F final, and this moment's all about them. They'll be coming past the tents. You can see the tents on the far side of the course, and we've got crowds of people lining up on the commentary tower side as well, in the seats and by the water, and they'll have their club mates and their coaches cheering them all the way through to the finish line. They're into the red boys. They've got less than 100 metres to go, and they've put together a really commanding performance, and I'm sure the two of them will be really enjoying this as they're coming up to the line, 50 metres to go, looking back and looking to reflect on what has been a really solid F final from them. They have just demolished the other two crews who are in this field, and it's a performance they should be very proud of.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely loving watching their competitors boat lengths and boat lengths behind them as they have rowed to glory in this men's F final beginner double event. There's no better feeling really than to get out early, maintain lead, and just row into the finish in a very comfortable and commanding position.
Yeah, you saw their bowman he was chuffed with that. He was rattling his blades away. Really excited with that performance. And here we see coming up to the line, rounding off this race, will be Strathclyde University in their famous polka dot kit. And concluding this F final will be Leeds Beckett University. So congratulations to all 6 of these beginner rowing, these beginner men's doubles. They've made it through to minor finals, and they put on a real show for us here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Our attention though will be turning as Leeds Beckett cross the finish line to the E final of the men's beginner double sculls. You notice a trend occurring over the next wee while or so. We'll rattle through the races all the way up to C finals in those respective categories. So it is the E final of the men's beginner double sculls which will be coming up on screen next. So you can see on screen there, the next of our races is taking place. It is the E final of the men's beginner double sculls. Lane 1, Nottingham Trent University, their A crew. Lincoln are in 2. Heriot Watt University B in 3. University of Leicester in 4. Surrey A in 5. And Exeter are in lane 6. And we can see from our position, you can see on screen, take a look down the course, the crews are well into that third 500 metre point of the course, and out in front it is that crew from Exeter University in lane 6, one of the fastest crews coming into this E final. They're ahead of Surrey University, and then perhaps one of the surprises is that the 2 crews closest to us in the tower, which are Lincoln and Nottingham Trent, Sophie, Lincoln in particular, have come out the blocks and really challenging for one of these top positions.
Lincoln are absolutely challenging Exeter over on the far side for that second position. You can see them even here, even 350 meters away from the finish. They are taking up their stroke rate. They are totally in control of this race, some might say. May not see on the camera yet, but they are really pushing into that first place spot.
Yeah, motoring through some of their competitors. It looks like they've come through Surrey, who are holding on to third place, but they're going to have to watch out because the likes of Heriot Watt University are also challenging. They're pushing. They're sitting in lane 3 at the moment. However, it is that crew from Exeter University. You can see it just on the left-hand side of your screen, out in front. They've had a fantastic display of rowing in this E final. Grabbed the race by the scruff of its neck, holding on to it first place. But as much as we're praising Exeter at the moment, tell you what, it looks like Lincoln certainly aren't out of this, and with 250 metres to go, they're absolutely going for it.
They are, and we just saw Lincoln having a little bit of steering problems. They sort of steered over into the right side of their lane and just off into lane 1, but they seem to have gotten themselves back in the middle of their lane, and that really, and we have a crab over in lane.
It's disaster for Heriot Watt University, who are next to them in lane 3, who have allowed Nottingham Trent to come right back into contention for 4th place. It's all sorts of drama here at BUCS Regatta, but out in front and leading this race is the University of Exeter. They've had a fantastic row here in this E final, one that they should be commended for, and Lincoln University as well. They've had an outstanding last 500 metres of this race. They've rowed through Surrey University to take 2nd place barring any disasters in these final couple of strokes from Lincoln. But it will be Surrey who we think will probably hold on for third place. But after a crab and clipping a boy and all sorts from Harriet Watt, they're clinging on to fourth place, Sophie, and they might just be able to squeak past Nottingham Trent University.
It looks like the closest race in this race is going to be for that 4th and 5th slot. And you're right, they do seem to be holding on. They're in the final 10 strokes of this race now, so unless anything dramatic happens, it will be Harriet Watt who takes that 4th place position, and they are closely followed by Nottingham Trent's A-Boat, crossing the line now in 5th, and to bring up the rear, it's Surrey in 6th.
So Leicester drift through the line, concluding that E-final of the men's beginner double sculls. And we'll be moving on up to the D-final, which, as we take a look up course, is already underway, rapidly approaching the 500 metre marker. And before we catch up with the racing live, you can see them heading off the start there. Some slightly ski whiff angles as the crews get underway. Taking you through the crews. Lane 1 is Northumbria, Plymouth in 2. This is from the left of your screen to the right as you're looking at it. Harriet Watt's A crew in lane number 3. We've just seen a spectacular recovery from their B crew. Manchester in 4, Loughborough in 5, and Strathclyde University, their A crew, in lane 6. Now all of that has just been reversed. It is now lane 1 to 6 from the right to the left of your screen as you're looking at it. And Sophie, from this camera angle, I'll be honest, I've got absolutely no idea who is leading this race. It looks to be potentially some of the crews on the outside, your Strathclydes, your Loughboroughs perhaps.
I think it's far too early in the race to tell at this stage. And you saw some steering, some funky steering up there at the start, but by the looks of things, everybody seems to be in their lane and heading down the course straight, and it's a tricky thing to do, steering. I mean, these guys have been rowing for less than a year, and they've had to not only learn how to row a boat, but to row it straight, so that's another thing they're contending with out here.
Were you trusted to steer when you were out in boats?
Absolutely not. That was never something I took on, never something I did, just left that to someone else. Much better to
trust someone else.
Pass the responsibility on.
Yeah, always pass the buck. Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Exactly, and then you're never blamed.
Exactly.
It is never your fault if you end up in a bank or crash into another boat.
Precisely. Well, hats off to these steersmen in these beginner doubles. Those conditions up at the start, it looks fairly flat down here at the finish line, but we know the headwind picks up the closer you get to the start line. And as we head through the 1,000 metre marker, halfway through this D final, out in front it is the crews on the far side of the course from our position. University of Strathclyde in their polka dot kit, out in front leading this final. They've got clear water over Loughborough who are sitting next to them. We can see it zoomed in on there, opting for the polka dot blade, kit and bucket hat as well. And if that's not fashion coordination, well, I don't know what is. Going with them though, Loughborough next to them, lane 5 just coming into shot at the moment. Obviously racing and training just down the road. Manchester as well, just a little wobble from Manchester with the purple and yellow blades, holding on to third place position. Lane 3 creeping into shot as well, Harriet Watt University. We saw their crew in the previous race dancing with some of the boy lines as they came into the final couple of 100 metres. But it is Manchester at the moment, just struggling a little bit, where perhaps it's that headwind conditions as they're coming into this third 500. For these rowers though, the course should flatten out a bit, the water will just get a little bit less bouncy as they come through this third 500 metres and towards the finish line. But it's certainly still all to play for. While clear water might seem like a lot for these rowers, particularly in doubles, Sophie, the lead can change so frequently and in such a short period of time in doubles and singles.
It is certainly, and you see there again, we were just talking about steering. We have a little bit of steering troubles out of lane 2, so that's Plymouth just veering, but they seem to have corrected course, and a great shot earlier on from Strathclyde, who really looked very much together. You could see them taking that pause to collect themselves at the end of that stroke. That's really key to making sure you finish one stroke and start the next stroke with your doubles partner.
So it's a cracking overhead shot that we've got here. The cameraman sat right on top of the National Water Sports Centre, able to get a brilliant view all the way down the course. You can see some of the crews in the background warming up for their finals, their minor finals taking place in probably about 20 minutes time or so if they've timed it right. Whether or not they'll be racing up to the start or not, well, that's on them and their timing and planning. But we're looking right now at this D final, and it is still Strathclyde University out in front, but they're being closed down. They're being hunted by the likes of Loughborough, as we've mentioned. Manchester have struggled with their steering, as we've seen on camera over the past couple of 100 metres or so, which has allowed Heriot-Watt University, and it's allowed Plymouth to come right back into contention for third place in this race.
From where we sit, it does look as if Plymouth is charging towards the finish here, and in lane 2 it'll be difficult to see the leaders of this race, Strathclyde, out in lane 6, so they won't necessarily know where they are. They won't know whether they've got a shot at winning this, but from where we sit, it certainly looks as if they can try.
Yeah, that's been a really impressive third 500 from Plymouth University. They've come through Manchester, have had their difficulties previously. They've gone through Heriot-Watt as well, and now they're starting to push up to, I think, within about a length and a half or so of Loughborough, who, just as I say that, it looks like Loughborough have looked across, they've checked the move that Plymouth are making, and now Loughborough, with 200 metres to go, are mounting their own charge. I wouldn't say more of an attacking one, more of a defensive charge, ensuring Plymouth don't get anywhere near them.
Tough spot to be in if you're Loughborough and you've got Plymouth taking up that stroke rate. I mean, they are totally dominating with their stroke rate, really taking it up, really showing their sprinting abilities. But it is still Strathclyde who cruise into the final 10 strokes of this men's beginner double D final. They're followed by Loughborough in the purple unis on their right, and over on the near side it is Plymouth who will take third.
Correct you, I believe the colour description for Loughborough, African Violet. African Violet, they crossed the line just now. But it's the power of the polka dot bucket hat that sees Strathclyde win this race. Plymouth come through in third. Manchester University will come through in fourth place, with Heriot-Watt coming through in fifth. And wrapping up in sixth place in this D final of the men's beginner double sculls is Northumbria University, who are coming into the red boys. They're into their final 100 metres. So as Northumbria wrap up their D final, we're going to have one last race with the men's beginner doubles. The C final in lane 1, it's Bournemouth. They're A crew. In lane 2 is Surrey's B crew, Liverpool in 3, Nottingham Trent B in 4, the University of East Anglia in 5, and De Montfort University in 6. And we've seen previously in the beginner doubles earlier on today a huge amount of success for De Montfort winning a medal. We've seen Bournemouth getting on the podium as well. And again, we're just seeing the depth on display of these programmes. Huge amount of success in the A finals, and they'll be looking to replicate that in the C final just now this afternoon.
and a huge number of entries in this men's beginner double event. A reminder that the crews racing in front of you now are contending for places 17 through 24, so they've made it far into the pack, and this is their shot at claiming their spot here at BUCS.
Yeah, for them this is their big final, their last one of the day, their last one of BUCS Regatta. And as we look at it, is the crew in lane number 2, the crew from Surrey University, their B crew out in front at the moment, leading this race. Perhaps a surprise looking at the lane draw. And actually, as we look on, I think the crew from the University of East Anglia, who are due to be racing in lane number 5, looks like they've scratched. We've only got 5 crews coming down towards us, so there's no University of East Anglia. There's a big gap between Nottingham, Trent and De Montfort. But as we said, we've got Surrey out in front leading this race, but the rest of it, particularly for that spots 3, 4 and 5, or should I say spots 2, 3 and 4, is particularly tight between Nottingham, Trent, between Liverpool and De Montfort.
And this is challenging for De Montfort because they'll be over on that far side, they'll be in lane 6 and they won't have anyone next to them, so they'll be almost isolated from the rest of the pack. They won't be able to play off of the energy, off of that racing sort of spirit that the others will have the advantage of having. So to be in this race is still, you know, impressive from them.
Yeah, it's potentially an advantage, isn't it? Sneaking up the outside whilst the likes of Surrey and Bournemouth aren't perhaps able to look and see them right in the corner of their eyes. But they're doing that, they're sneaking up the outside, challenging for second place against Nottingham Trent, who are just starting to get themselves wrapped up in a couple of those boys. Doesn't look like either of these crews are going to be able to challenge Surrey University, who continue to lead and kick on with, and just as I say that, Surrey themselves just getting their blades caught with about 150 metres left to go in this race. 15 big strokes, lads, that'll see you over the line. But that race for second place is just so tight between De Montfort and Nottingham Trent, who are starting to pull away from the rest of the field.
Nottingham Trent taking up the rating now, seeing what they can do. The bowmen just looking over into lane 6, into De Montfort. Can they get themselves into that second place position? But with 5 strokes to go, it is Surrey's B-boat that take that first place position, and it's going to be tight. It's going to be a photo finish between Nottingham Trent and De Montfort, but I think it is actually Nottingham Trent that take that second place spot.
Wow, what a final couple of metres.
Fantastic. De Montfort in 3rd, followed by Liverpool in 4th, Bournemouth's A-boat in 5th.
Yeah, that was a cracking last couple of 100 metres from Nottingham Trent to keep their composure and come through. De Montfort University, huge shout out to those guys, and to Bournemouth as well. Their beginner programme has been having a huge amount of success over BUCS Regatta 2023. Excellent to see that programme developing and pushing for the top positions in C finals, but also for medals in A finals earlier on today as well. We're switching from doubles to pairs now. We've got the C final of the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. It was previously a championship event, not anymore after they rejigged the lightweight programme here at BUCS Regatta. And we've got 5 crews contesting the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. Lane 2 is Liverpool, Loughborough in 3, Manchester in 4, Cardiff in 5 and York in lane number 6. And as we're looking on the screen at the moment, that'll be lane 6 over on the left hand side of your screen, right the way through to Liverpool in lane 2 on the right hand side. So we've previously been talking about the challenges of steering when it comes to doubles, but when it comes to pairs, that's a whole nother level. And as Carol was alluding to earlier on today, one of the most tricky and intricate boats to try and steer and navigate down a 2K course, let alone some of the winding rivers that we've got here in the UK. But at the moment, as we look on screen, it is York, the lightweights of York, who have just been racing in their boat race for their university varsity competition that they've got against Lancaster, the infamous Roses varsity. So shout out to all of the York and Lancaster rowers who have been getting stuck into that. I must admit, I don't know what the results are, but I'm sure it was a great contest, as Roses is. The entire varsity programme there is outstanding, one of the biggest that they've got in the UK, with so many sports taking part across a couple of weeks. It's a packed programme there between York and varsity. York hosted it this year, and speaking of York, they're out in front and leading the C final of the men's intermediate lightweight pairs. These crews narrowly missing out on AB finals following the time trials that took place this morning. So it's been a long wait for them. They'll have been sat around either in tense cars or snoozing in the Water Sports Centre. But here they are, finally getting their opportunity to race and make amends for a time trial that saw them miss out on a chance to race for medals in semi-finals and finals earlier on today. And York certainly laying down a marker for the rest of the field, saying, do you know what, whilst we weren't in AB finals, we're going to have a damn good crack at this C final here right now.
And the York boat looking really comfortable there. You can see the legs going down together, the blades entering the water relatively in time with one another, and these boys just looking like they're enjoying it. They're enjoying the lead that they have over the rest of the pack. As you say, Fergus, steering a pair is a whole nother ball game, and you often see a lot of boats struggling off the start. You may see sort of one person pulling the other around, and that's the disadvantage of having one blade over two, is you don't always have the advantage of knowing that you're going to go straight. But no troubles here so far as these crews enter the third 500 of this men's intermediate lightweight pair. It's the C final.
It is indeed, and you're leading to some of those steering challenges. It'll be off the start or into the final 250 metres or so as the crews start to chuck everything at it, trying to get their bow balls in front of their opposition. Often the steering can just go out the window and they find themselves wandering into lanes either side of them that they probably shouldn't be in. I've been in that position a few times. It's not particularly enjoyable, but needs must in your final couple of hundred metres of the race. But anyway, enough about me. We'll get back onto this C final. And we've talked so much about that York crew. They're still out in front, still leading as they come into the final 500 metres. But they're starting to get a bit of a challenge coming from Liverpool, who are closest to us in the tower in lane 2. You can see them on screen on the right hand side. They've got their white tops on, the white tops of Liverpool University, and it looks like they've decided to go early in this race, decided to launch their sprint about 400 or 500 metres out and say, do you know what, this is our last race of BUCS Regatta, let's chuck everything at this and we'll see if York are going to break under the pressure. And so far, York are just about managing to deal with that challenge just as they start to swerve to the other side of their lane. But it's a challenge that has been a good one for Liverpool so far, and I'd say they're certainly closing that gap on York.
Yeah, Fergus chucking the kitchen sink at this. They are indeed. They are putting in a powerful surge here, showing the strength of their sprint, showing their stamina, their fitness against York. And again, unlikely that they can see how close they are to York. They're so far away from them in lanes 2 and 6 respectively, though they are entering the final 150 meters of the race. A little bit of steering trouble there, but they're coming back into their lane, and I think it is still York.
It's still York by a fraction. Liverpool have been closing down on them for the past couple of 100 metres. Liverpool absolutely eyes in the boat at the moment. They're not looking out at all. I don't think they quite appreciate how close they are to York. They've closed it down to about a length or so, but in the past 50 metres, York have been able to answer, and they've held on to their advantage in this C final, the intermediate lightweight pairs. They hold on. It will be York taking first place, 13th overall in the rankings. Handshakes from both of those York boys. Liverpool come through in second place, who will beat out Manchester Crossing in third. Next up will be Cardiff, the Welsh lads, coming through in fourth position. And finally, it will be the crew from just down the road. It will be Loughborough University coming through and concluding this C final of men's intermediate lightweight pairs. So a cracking performance there from York. That's us done with pairs for now. We'll be back with men's intermediate open weight pairs in a few races time. But as you can see on screen, we're going to head back up to the start and we're going to join the D final of the women's intermediate coxed fours, who are underway. In my mistake, we are joining the F final. We've got so many of these coxed four races to look forward to over the next few minutes, and the first of which is the F final. It's Cambridge University D in lane 1, Bristol in 2, Bath in 3, Cambridge E in 4, Newcastle B in 5, and Liverpool in lane number 6. So that'll be Liverpool on the far side, the far left hand side of your screen as we're looking on, with Cambridge D on the right hand side as they hurtle towards the 1,000 metre marker.
The coxed four event is always a difficult one. You've got 4 rowers who have to carry a cox down the course, and if you think about an 8, that weight is spread over 8 people. In a 4, it's spread over 4. So sometimes this can feel a bit heavy, a bit sluggish, and especially in a headwind like we have today, it's challenging for these women intermediate fours. But as they come into the 1,000 metre mark now, it does look to be Liverpool over on the outside lane in lane 6 in that first place position. You can see a really good shot of the camera now as they come level with the rowers. It's Newcastle B in that second place position, and look at Cambridge on the inside here. Not sure if it's a deceptive camera angle or if they are indeed in that third place spot.
That's a really good opening 1,000 metres from Liverpool. And what's so exciting about this race as it unfolds over the next 500 metres is just how close all these crews are. Each one's got contact with the crew in front of them in the positions and behind them as well. There's not one crew who's managed to break clear of this field yet, and we're focused at the moment on that Cambridge University D crew. Again, the depth we're seeing in some of these events is just phenomenal. And in these women's intermediate cox 4, we had over 60 entries. I think this was one of the largest event entries at BUCS Regatta 2023. And we're seeing there Cambridge rowing off into the distance. You can see the marquees of the clubs in the background, full of competitors waiting to cheer on their club mates. We see there, we got some sun here at BUCS Regatta. Sadly not on the course at the moment, on the banks. We've been blessed with relatively good weather for the May bank holiday weekend in the UK. There's usually sun, there's some rain, but on the whole it's been pretty good this year, and it's allowed for some fantastic racing to take place on the water as well. And as we've mentioned, Liverpool were our early race leaders, but by no means, Sophie, have they been able to establish a proper lead in this race. They're getting pushed all the way from the likes of Newcastle and that E crew from Cambridge.
They are indeed. As we look down now, the boats really do look level. I mean, this could come down to a really tight, close finish. And as you say, Fergus, this weather is fantastic. We're in the late afternoon now, and I do remember BUCS being notoriously known for its very windy weather, and this lake in particular, though, seems to have given way to some sunshine and some good conditions here.
Yeah, and it's creating one of the best finishes, one of the best closing 500 metres that we've seen over the past few races. All 6 crews are certainly in contention with 400 metres to go. Liverpool, we've mentioned the race leaders, but by no means count out the rest of the field. Newcastle, as you're looking on screen to the right of Liverpool, being pushed all the way by Cambridge, being pushed by Bath, by Bristol, by Cambridge D, closest to us in the final. And perhaps we've written off this D crew from Cambridge, because they're sneaking up the outside of this course potentially moving up past Bristol, past Bath, and challenging for some of those top places against their teammates from Cambridge, from Newcastle, and Liverpool are coming under serious pressure with 250 metres to go.
They are coming under serious threat from the boats. In fact, all 5 boats to the right of them. Liverpool perhaps having putting in too much too early on, and it is, from my perspective, it's lane 1. It's that Cambridge deep boat who move into first. But there's still 150 meters left in this race, and with a race so tight, it could be anyone's to take.
It certainly could, but at the moment it does look to be Liverpool who have managed to hang on to that advantage that they had at halfway. They had it 500 metres to go, and as they come into the red boys, Liverpool University look set to win this F final of the intermediate coxed fours, but the rest of the field is creating such an incredible showdown with 50 metres to go. Newcastle just about holding on to second place, who will be half a length up on Cambridge University. This their E crew, 5 crews in this event. They will themselves edge out Bath, and on closest to us, that Cambridge D crew, who have been motoring in the final stages of this race, managed to overhaul Bristol, row through them and beat them by a canvas on the line, and what has been a brilliant start to a run of races in the Cox Fours that we'll be seeing over the next wee while here. Huge congratulations to Liverpool University, winners of this F final in what has been a spectacular showdown in women's Cox Fours.
You know, it's not often in a F final that you get such a close race, and I think that just goes to show goes to testify against the caliber of these athletes and the fact that they really can push each other on and really put on a good performance. So well done to all those raced. We move now to the E final of the women's intermediate coxed 4 event, and from the left to the right of your screen, although you can only see 2 boats, it will be LSE A, Cardiff in 2, Imperial in 3, Nottingham Trent in 4, and in lane 5 it's Exeter's B boat.
This is the first time I had to commentate on a crew from the London School of Economics, this BUCS Regatta. Shout out to them. It's not often we see them racing at BUCS Head or BUCS Regatta or BUCS Small Boats Head, which is incorporated into trials as well. So delighted to see them racing in what I would say a kit that I don't see particularly often, but it's definitely going straight to the top of my kit rankings, I think. Next to them though, Cardiff University. We're missing a crew from Cambridge in this race, so Cardiff University have pushed themselves up into second place in a race that is particularly close between them as they head through the 1,000 metre marker. We're zoning in there on Cardiff, who are they're giving this a damn good tug as they battle against this headwind, and they're absolutely not backing down as they come into the third 500 metres of this race. Going with them though, as we can see there on screen, Nottingham Trent University side by side with Imperial College London.
You see a particularly strong and dominant finish there from Cardiff. It's clear they've put a lot of work into refining a certain stroke, and especially into sending the back of that stroke. They're really trying to etch their bow ball out there with every stroke that they take down this 2,000 metre course, and it seems to be working.
So as the crews hit the 750 metre to go marker, it's a shame that we've not got this crew from Cambridge University joining us. The depth that we've seen from Cambridge across these events and across some of the pairs racing as well earlier on today has just been incredible to see. So 5 boats in this E final which are racing, and the London School of Economics are still out in front, who I think holding on to a slight advantage though over Cardiff University, who have kicked on over the past 250 metres and are starting to eat into that lead that LSE had at the halfway point. The other 3 crews though, Imperial College London, Nottingham Trent University and Exeter, less than a length separating those 3 crews as they battle out for 3rd, 4th and 5th place in this final. And just as I'm speaking, it looks like Cardiff University look to be getting closer and closer. They've managed to, I think, make contact with the London School of Economics. So looking on, the camera angle is a little bit deceiving at this stage, but I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and say, do you know what? I think Cardiff are in with a real shout of winning this.
I would agree. You see a big move from Cardiff coming into the final 500 metres of the race, whether it's a sprint from Cardiff or a lack of gas from LSE. It does look to be Cardiff in that first place position, although as I'm saying that, lane 1 again, Exeter B coming dangerously close and giving those other two crews a real run for their money.
Yeah, that's a cracking shout as we'll watch that Exeter crew coming up the inside closest to us. We've seen some magic in these outside lanes in lane 1 and lane 6 as the afternoon has unfolded. And LSE though on the far side, they've led for so much of this race. They're not going to back down with 200 metres to go in this E-final of the women's intermediate Cox Wars. But Cardiff University have hauled themselves right back into contention for leading this race, are chucking everything at it. I think LSE's kitchen sink went about 300 metres ago. Cardiff have well and truly chucked theirs in now, and they hit the red boys to about a length or so up on Exeter University, who are now holding off Nottingham Trent University, who sit about half a length back. But this is now so close for this lead race between Cardiff and LSE. It's going to come right the way down to the line. LSE have found another gear, but just on the line. It's going to be so close between Cardiff and LSE. Sophie, I don't know about you, but I couldn't call that.
I don't think I could either, but if I had to say, I would probably say Cardiff. I think this is certainly what you'd call a photo finish, and we'll have to wait for official results on that one.
Yeah, definitely. But we do know that Exeter came through in 3rd, Nottingham Trent through in 4th, Imperial College London came through in 5th place. And as Sophie said, we're going to wait for the official results to come out on the big scoreboard here at the National Water Sports Centre, because despite my confidence earlier on in the race about Cardiff, I'm not prepared to give you a winner at this stage. So we'll bring that to you in a minute or two, but instead we're going to ride with the D final of the women's Coxed Fours. Leeds in 1, York in 2, Birmingham in lane 3, Oxford 4, Edinburgh in 5, Glasgow in 6. These crews are through 1,000 metres, and it's another close field as they head through the halfway point, with what looks to be the University of Oxford and Glasgow managing to get their bow balls out in front. So confirmation of that E-final of the women's intermediate Cox Fours, and it is a win for Cardiff ahead of LSE and Exeter in 3rd place, Nottingham Trent in 4th and Imperial in 5th place. An almighty charge from the Cardiff girls to overhaul LSE. But our attention turns back to the D final, which is on screen, and we've mentioned some of the race leaders at the moment. We've mentioned Oxford, we've mentioned University of Glasgow as well. And this race is very much mirroring some of the racing that we've had over the past couple of races or so, and it's going to be another really tight race between all 6 crews, with no crew quite able to break away from this field, and certainly no one's been dropped off the back of this field. So a reminder, we've got Leeds in 1, York in 2, Birmingham in 3, Oxford A in 4, Edinburgh B in 5 and Glasgow B in lane 6 over on the left hand side of your screen.
From where we sit, Fergus, it does look as though these crews are essentially level, and with the sun glistening on the water here, you can see the yellow buoys lighting up and these crews charging into the final 500 metres of this race. And slightly oddly, the crew over in lane 6, so that's Glasgow B, having been seeded first, are certainly not in first from where we sit.
Yeah, the challenges are very much coming in the middle of the race at the moment. Oxford University looks to be leading at the moment, but certainly going with them though. We're certainly not counting out the likes of Birmingham, the likes of York and Edinburgh University as well. They're certainly going strong in lane number 5 as well on the left hand side of the screen.
What an incredible race we have here. Coming into the final 350 meters, they will all be able to feel each other within less than a boat length, and they'll be feeding off of that energy. They'll be pushing up their rating now. They'll be turning on the legs. They will be sprinting to the line in what will be an incredibly tight race, potentially another photo finish.
This is unbelievable. This is the D final of the women's intermediate Cox 4s. One of the best races we have had across the 3 days here at BUCS Regatta at the National Water Sports Centre. Oxford University, who have led for so much of this race, have come under increasing pressure from Edinburgh University. Glasgow have been rolled through by their Scottish counterparts. Edinburgh University are now mounting a charge, they're mounting a challenge for that leading position that Oxford have held on to for so long. Less than 50 metres to go here, but we're certainly not counting out York and Birmingham. However, that leading position is still Oxford University by just half a length as they come up to the line. Edinburgh University not able to topple the dark blue roars, and it's hands up, it's celebrations from all of them. It is Glasgow edged into third, just ahead of Birmingham, York, and it will be Leeds rounding off this incredible D final of women's intermediate Cox 4s.
You could hear the cheers from the bank there, everyone coming to support their respective clubs in another incredibly tight race here at BUCS 2023. So we've finished with the D final of the women's intermediate Cox 4s. We move now to the C final. And in this race, we have Plymouth A in lane 1. In lane 2, it's Durham. Queen's in 3, University of College London in A. University of College London in lane 4. Warwick A in lane 5, and Surrey A in lane 6. So these crews are approaching the 1,000 meter mark now, coming into that second half of the race.
We can see on screen Surrey at the moment out in front, your current race leaders, as we go through the halfway point. Surrey, a real programme under the stewardship of Sam Tuck, who are very much rising over the past few years. They previously had some incredible beginner results across the men's side of things, the women's side of things, and breaking out into the intermediate events as well. And some of their lightweight rowers as well have had a huge amount of success at BUCS Regatta in recent years, at BUCS Head as well. So always impressed to see Surrey going from strength to strength, and they're doing that right here in this C final of the women's intermediate Cox 4s. As we switch to the camera that is on top of the National Water Sports Centre, we get a brilliant view of all 6 crews that are taking place in this race. And it is still Surrey University out in front, ahead of what looks to be Durham and Plymouth, who are sat next to each other in lanes 2 and 1 respectively, closest to us in the tower. Durham as well, a programme who are very much on the rise over recent years. They've fallen on hard times up in the northeast, but at last year's BUCS Regatta and this year's BUCS Regatta as well, the medals have been flowing in for Durham, and we've seen a huge amount of depth and strength across the board on both the men's and the women's side of things, and returning back up to the top of university rowing after what has been a pretty tough period from them, playing second fiddle to Newcastle in recent times, which certainly won't be appealing to them. But here they are challenging for one of the top positions in this C final of women's intermediate 4s.
The medals for Durham flowing in indeed as they move into that second place position, coming into the final 500 meters. it is still Surrey out of lane 6 that lead this C final of the women's intermediate cox fours, and they've just come through a bit of a gust of wind on the course, but they are safely in that leg consuming, burning final 500 of the race. And another close race.
Yeah, a very tight one on the hands. With 250 metres to go in this C final. Surrey out in front, looked to have first place well and truly wrapped up. And as you said, Sophie, Durham University have come through Plymouth, who are sitting next to them in lane A. Plymouth currently with no response to the move that Durham have put on over the past couple of 100 metres. And Plymouth are going to have to watch out that they don't get caught up in that race for 4th, 5th and 6th. Because at the moment, UCL, University College London, are absolutely motoring as they try and overhaul Warwick, sat next to them in lane 5.
Fight for second and third here, and a fairly confident win from Surrey over on the far side, who take their final 10 strokes in this race. But it's coming down to the wire here as to who will take second, third, fourth and fifth in this race. It's Durham at the moment, but they're being challenged by Warwick over on the far side. It is indeed Durham, though, who take that second place position ahead of Warwick. Oh, not even Warwick. It's Plymouth who cross in fourth. Warwick in fifth.
That was so close, and to be honest, that's another one that we're not going to officially announce. We'll wait a couple of minutes for it to appear on the scoreboard in front of us. That was an absolute belter from Plymouth, who came charging through. We thought they had no response to the push that Durham put on, but what a performance to keep themselves in contention, to have a nail-biting finish with Warwick for that third place position.
Again, it just shows you how important that final 250 meters is, those final 30 strokes. It really does come down to who has the most amount of energy, beans in their legs to spend, and it can totally just turn around the results of the race.
Yeah, those rowers very much hoping that they are running on Heinz full fat beans at this point, none of that sugar-free nonsense, which sadly some of these lightweight rowers that we're looking at next might have to be running on, depending how they're doing for weight cutting. Sugar-free beans for these lightweight rowers. This is the E final of men's intermediate pairs coming up. Plymouth are in lane 4, Leicester in 5, and Northumbria are in lane number 6. Just 3 crews contesting this E final. You can see there on screen, that is the colours of Northumbria University out in front, leading this. They've gone through the 500 metre marker, the 1000 metre marker, and this race is unfolding, I think, as predicted, as the script would predict. Northumbria are the fastest qualifiers in this race, but actually, while we may not be able to see it on screen at the moment, we take a look down the course and it looks to be just 2 crews participating in this final. It looks like Plymouth in lane 4 have dropped out of this final, so it's just a 2-horse race between Leicester and Northumbria.
And a totally different ball game when you're going head to head. It will all be about getting ahead of the crew in front. It's won to lose rather than to win. There's a winner and there's a loser, and the winner at the moment does indeed look to be Leicester. Pardon, Northumbria out of lane number 6.
Yeah, all of a sudden we have transported ourselves from the banks of Home Pierpont down to Henley Royal Regatta, with just 2 crews participating in this race just now. A real psychological battle as the crews come down the course. Northumbria University, based up in Newcastle, they share the city with the University of Newcastle. We talked previously about the varsity between Lancaster and York, the Roses varsity. Well, Northumbria and Newcastle, they've got the varsity of the North. I think it's one that others might contend with, but the real northern one, it's the Newcastle and Northumbria one. And big rivals across a huge number of sports, but obviously it's Newcastle who have the stronger of the rowing programmes. Northumbria based out of Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, the three clubs who share the banks of the Tyne. Newcastle, Tyne Amateur and Tyne United Rowing Club, who themselves host Durham University when they make the trip up. But Northumbria University out in front, oceans of water ahead of Leicester, who are next to them in lane number 5. And they'll be enjoying this final 250 metres of the E-final of intermediate pairs.
Northumbria, having established a very comfortable lead over Leicester, will likely just be enjoying these final strokes of the race. They're coming now into the red buoys, which signify the final 100 metres of the race. You can see them looking very confident, very strong in the water, swinging their bodies in tandem. And it's Leicester who's chasing them, but it won't be enough for these guys to win the semi-final.
Northumbria University, 100 metres to go. You can't miss them. Huge big ends on their blades as they come into the line. They're not relaxing though. They're going to wind up, give this absolutely everything, and lay down a performance that they can be proud of here at BUCS Regatta. 5 strokes to go for them as they come up to the line. It's been a fantastic row for them in this E-final. They have overhauled Leicester, who will be pushed into second place in this E-final. Congratulations to Northumbria. Hopefully it's a performance that means both of them will come back inspired next year to place perhaps D-final, E-final, or D-final, C-final, perhaps pushing up into semi-finals for AB finals as well to come. Leicester cross the line there. BUCS Regatta is over. Back down the road to Leicester after they've got their boats all loaded up onto their trailer. But next up is the D-final of men's intermediate pairs. We're sticking with pairs for another couple of races. D-final and then the C-final. And that D-final is now on screen through halfway. It's Heriot Watt in lane 1, Strathclyde in 2, Durham in 3, Exeter go in lane 4, Bath in 5, and Heriot Watt on the far side. So it's a Heriot Watt sandwich at the moment on opposite sides of the course, flanking the rest of the field. And at the moment it does look to be that B crew from Heriot Watt. They were seated in lane 6, who have the advantage over the field as they come through the third 500 metres.
Especially difficult for these guys steering down the course, as you can see on your screen, getting to that time of the day where the sun is just coming a bit lower into the sky, and so they'll be turning around to see where they are. Or they may also be using the buoy line, but if they did turn around, they may well be blinded.
Yeah, sunglasses on. Here we go, sun's out in May here at the National Water Sports Centre for the rest of our minor finals, which are taking place right the way through to 6 o'clock this evening. We've had 3 bumper days of racing here at Home Pierpont, and we ain't done yet. We've still got plenty of action to go with D-finals, C-finals, as I said, all the way through to 6 o'clock. And this race in particular, the D-final of intermediate pairs, we can see on screen the left-hand side, your current race leaders are Exeter University, who have overhauled Heriot Watt over the past couple of 100 metres. Exeter University going in lane number 4, push themselves into the lead. But from my position up here, it looks like they're starting to have all sorts of steering difficulties, getting themselves wrapped up and tangled in the buoys. Goodness knows what's going on in that boat at the moment, which is allowing the rest of the field to catch up with Exeter, who have potentially scuppered that advantage that they've built up over the past couple of minutes.
It's everything to lose really here for Exeter B, as they're being challenged by the rest of the field, as you say, Fergus, who push them on it's hard to tell who takes that second place position here, but from where I sit, it may be Harriet Watt over in lane 6. So, and they catch a almost boat stopping crab. Not sure if you can see that on the screen, but Exeter just holding them off, and Durham as well as Strathclyde pushing up.
Yeah, talk about the curse of the commentator. Just as you were singing the praises of Harriet Watt, it all goes nearly disastrously wrong for the Edinburgh-based university. That charge they were mounting on your leaders, Exeter, has just been thrown out the window, and they've got to start from scratch all over again. They've managed to work themselves up past Bath, and on the side closest to us, that race for 4th, 5th and 6th is being led by Durham. But Exeter, after steering issues a couple of 100 metres ago, have held on. They've held off Harriet Watt University, they've held off Bath, and they will come through with clear water advantage in this D final of men's intermediate pairs. Huge delight from Exeter. Harriet Watt will take second, their B crew ahead of Bath. Durham University will be the best of the rest, this C crew in intermediate pairs. Harriet Watt's second crew as just they bounce off the boys across the finish line. Harriet Watt's A crew. And it will be Strathclyde University wrapping up this D final. The Strathclyde's B crew in this event coming through in 6th place. And again, it's been another final that's had absolutely everything.
We've had some real drama here, and what a recovery from that Exeter B crew who so nearly lost that race, but well done to them to recover and to take that first place position. You can see on your screen now, we move to the men's intermediate pairs. It's the C final. In lane 1, York. Lane 2, Nottingham Trent. In 3, it's Edinburgh. East Anglia in 4, St Andrews in 5, and Cambridge in lane 6. You can see the camera angle now, about 1,000 meters into this race. And it looks to be Cambridge on the outside who take the lead.
Yeah, brilliant from Cambridge in this C final. They'll have finished 13th in the time trial, so narrowly missing out on AB semi-finals, and that margin can be so close, just fractions of seconds that they've missed out on. So looking to put down a real performance in this C final. As they row off into the distance, Cambridge University are your race leaders. Going with them, they'll watch out as the race unfolds for the likes of East Anglia in 4, St Andrews in 5, but certainly not counting out Nottingham Trent, who are rowing on home water, and Edinburgh University. Yes, I have just rattled off most of the field there, but again, it's been another race that as we reach the 750 metre marker, it's the race that's so close between these crews. No more than a length separating each one from the next one in up or down in their respective race rankings. And particularly challenges coming from the likes of Edinburgh University and Nottingham Trent as well.
See a gust of wind about to hit them as they enter the final 500 meters of the race. But as you say, Fergus, it's Nottingham Trent in lane 2 who look to be charging ahead. Would you agree?
Yeah, certainly. All of a sudden, the script of putting the fastest crews over in lane 6 sort of been chucked out the window a little bit in this race. As you mentioned, Nottingham Trent have had a particularly good last couple of 100 metres, as have Edinburgh, who are sat next to them as well. And we're certainly not counting out York, who are starting to get tangled up with a couple of those boys on their stroke side. But as we've mentioned previously, race leaders Cambridge are starting to come under fire from Edinburgh, but Edinburgh themselves are having steering issues. This wind is starting to play havoc with Edinburgh and Nottingham Trent starting to drift towards each other. And now Nottingham Trent have made a big adjustment with their steering, and that's going to be fatal because it's just extra metres that these crews have got to travel in the vital final stages of this race.
In the last 100 metres, you've seen Nottingham and Trent veer right into Edinburgh's lane. So like you say, Fergus, taking those unnecessary strokes and potentially sacrificing one of those top positions in this race. But as we come into the final 250 metres, it is Edinburgh out in front with a narrow lead. Not much more than a length separating second, third, fourth and fifth.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff from Edinburgh University, who as they hit 250 metres, kick on and find another gear. Where is this surge of power come from Edinburgh University, who look to have exploded their bow ball all the way into first place in this C final of intermediate pairs? And do you know what they're saying to St Andrews and Cambridge? Do you know what? Come with us. Come with us if you want to challenge for first place. And at the moment, Cambridge are trying to go. St Andrews have just clocked that Cambridge are going as well, and are finally going with 100 metres to go in this final. Edinburgh, though, their steering's becoming undone yet again as they come into the last 50 metres of this race. It could be costly, but they look set to hold on to first place in this C final. Cambridge University, presumably one of their college crews, will hold off the charge coming from St Andrews. And then it's the turn of York to get a bit jazzy with their steering, who hold off Nottingham Trent as they collide with a couple of the boys coming over the line. York take fourth. Nottingham Trent pause before the line, but they'll drift over in fifth place. And this final will be wrapped up by the University of East Anglia through in sixth place.
You see the wind really taking its toll, either the wind or the steering taking its toll in the final 500 meters of this race. Again, a pair of very difficult boat to steer, especially when you're sort of running out of gas and the tunnel is sort of closing in around you, as it will have done for so many of these athletes, having raced so many times already previously today. You can see on the start line now, it's the men's intermediate quads. This is the F final, getting into position under starters' orders, ready to start the race soon. And in this race it is Leeds, Heriot-Watt, Kiel, Sunderland, Sussex and Hull who will begin the F final of this men's intermediate quad any moment now.
So we're under starters orders at the moment. We're not quite at front stops, so we're not going through the start sequence just yet. We can see our camera currently focused on lane 4, 5 and 6. We can see there Sunderland, Sussex and the University of Hull. And at this point we can see the wind starting to play a real factor. The crews are just starting to point their bow balls into the wind, with the idea being that, well, the umpire will call them forwards, they'll go through the roll call, and their bows will swing perfectly in line with the stroke, so they'll get a nice straight start. We're also seeing, though, Kiel aren't quite attached yet, must have been late to the start. They are currently spinning around, getting themselves attached onto the stake boats, so we are probably a couple of minutes away from starting the F final of men's intermediate quads.
See the boats in lanes 5 and 6, Sussex and Hull, taking continuous strokes on their stroke side. That's because, as you can see, the wind is certainly playing a factor, Fergus. You can see them sort of drifting back into the center of the lane. They'll want to start straight, which often means angling themselves in a position where they don't necessarily look straight to begin with.
So we are underway with the first of our men's intermediate quad finals. This is the F final. A reminder, from left to right as you look at it at the moment, Leeds B are in 1, Heriot Watt in 2, Kiel in 3, Sunderland go in 4, Sussex in 5, and Hull in lane 6 over on the left hand side. And the umpire boat is taking a rapid turn over to that right hand side of the screen. Clearly not happy with some of the steering that's going on between the likes of Sunderland, Sussex and Hull. They'll be hoping to correct that as quickly as possible over the next 20-30 seconds or so as they settle from that almighty sprint out of the blocks into their cruising race rhythm from about 250 metres on. We'll get a better idea of who is leading as they come down the course, but it looks to be a fairly level start as they come out of the blocks in this F final.
We saw some initial steering troubles from Hull, but they look to have since corrected themselves. And a great shot here from the 1,000-metre mark, looking down the course as these crews finish off the first 500 metres of this race.
It's always a fantastic sight seeing these quads hurtling down the course. We've got all 6 of them in picture. We do now, as the camera adjusts. It's a fantastic sight to see, and one that Carol Wallace, who has just been on the airwaves, she loves the quad race. Carol, she'll do anything for a quad race, and I'm sure she'll be tuning into these next. F final, E final, D final, C final with bated breath as she drives back up to Aberdeen tonight. The long old drive to Aberdeen. We talk about some of the distances that these crews travel, but shout out to the lot from Aberdeen, from Robert Gordon University, who make such a journey down, and from Plymouth as well on the south side, Exeter as well over in the West Country, travelling massive distances to come and race at BUCS Regatta. You're all very welcome year after year, and we're delighted to have you here so often as well. Heriot Watt, another crew that's travelled all the way down from Edinburgh, but at the moment starting to establish themselves as race leaders, look to be the crew from Sunderland and Kiel in lanes 4 and 3 respectively, creeping out over the rest of the field. But at this stage we're certainly not counting out Leeds in lane number 1. The Midlands University doing bits in this first 500 metres. Going with them though, as we said, Sunderland, Kiel, and your expected race leaders early on, Hull in lane 6, just slightly off the pace of some of these leaders, but will be looking to come into their own during this middle 1,000 metres of this F final.
And as the crews begin to draw level with the camera at the 1,000-metre mark, we'll be able to tell who has established a lead in this race. And you can see here the camera panning closer in on Hull on the far side. That's Hull there with the yellow and red blades. And next to them in lane 5, just a few seats back, is Sussex, but long and strong from all of these men as they come into the second 1,000 of this race.
Yeah, coming through about a length back on the 2 race leaders, Sussex and Hull. Looks to be lanes 3 and 4, which is Kiel and Sunderland. And then just wrapping up the rest of the field, that crew from Heriot Watt University in lane number 2. But still going strong in lane 1 as we look down the course. They've got a lead on Heriot Watt and they're still in contention for a couple of those top places. Leeds on the outside, perhaps the surprise crew in this race, who still find themselves contending for one of those top positions. An outstanding opening 1,000 metres from York. Very excited to see what they can do, whether or not they can hold on in the next 1,000 metres of this race. But as we saw on screen, that race for the opening couple of positions just so close at the moment. Hull, who started slow, a couple of steering difficulties off the start, have moved slowly back through the crowd and found themselves in contention for that first place spot. And going with them though, keep your eyes on Sussex next to them in lane number 5.
So coming into the final 500 meters of this men's intermediate quad F final, it's still incredibly tight and too close to call between the crews in lanes 1, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Indeed, it is only Harriet Watt who seems to have taken themselves out of the race at this point. Fergus, who do you think leads?
I think at this stage, as we come through the final 500 metres, Hull on the outside in lane 6, they have the advantage over the rest of the field. It's been a very, very good third 500 metres from them. I think they've executed it to perfection. Whilst we're maybe asking questions of them in the opening stages, they've tossed those out the window, quite frankly, and I think have pushed themselves up into first place. Not by much though. I think that crew in lane 3, Kiel, are still going strong, with the likes of Sunderland and Sussex no more than half a length back, so it's still very, very tight between those leading 4 crews in this race. Coming up into the final 250 metres, I think it's still all to play for those minor positions.
It is certainly all to play for, and as you say, Fergus, only half a length separating these 4 crews now as they approach the final 150 meters of the race.
Yes, here we go, 150 metres left to go in this race, and it is Hull leading on the far side, the left hand side of your screen as they come up to the line. The camera is going to start to pan round, but it is focused on that brilliant tussle between the likes of Kiel, between Sunderland and between Sussex, but it is Sussex, the crew who are leading that battle for second place. They're a length down on leaders Hull at the moment as we come into the final 50 metres. But what a race this is. Sunderland are not backing down. The men from the north are giving Kiel an absolute run for their money in the dying stages of this intermediate quad final. But it will just be Kiel who hold off. What a resurgent sprint there from Sunderland, who just miss out on third place. Harriet Watt University will come through and take 5th place, with this final being wrapped up by Leeds closest to us, lane 1 in 6th place. A commanding second 1,000 metres from Hull. They really stepped on this race, stepped on, and were able to come through and take the win in the F final of men's intermediate quads.
And following the F final, we move now to the E final of the men's intermediate quads. You can see them on your screen now, just having crossed the 1,000 metre mark, and the lineup from lanes 1 to 5. It is Aberystwyth to Montfort, Nottingham Trent, Lincoln, Surrey in 5, and Nottingham Trent again in lane 6.
So we're through the 1,000 metre marker in this E final, and we can start to see them hurtling towards us in the tower. Current race leaders being Nottingham Trent University over on the far side of the course, their A crew. However, ones to keep your eyes on as well is their B crew, which, despite being second fiddle to their top guys in this event, is certainly not backing down. The strength of these Nottingham Trent quads in this final looks to potentially be unmatched. We're going to need to see a huge push coming from Lincoln in lane 4, from Surrey in lane 5. So as you look on at the moment, your current race leaders, Nottingham Trent, left hand side of your screen. But as you can see in the middle, Nottingham Trent in their pink tops. Really appreciate those pink tops from a commentary perspective. Helps massively from them. But Nottingham Trent look to be leading the way in this final. Both quads out in front but we're certainly not counting off Surrey, who we have seen some spectacular finishes from over the past few races, past few days, and look to be motoring and mounting their charge. Looks like Surrey have gone early with about 350 metres to go as they try and overhaul the two crews from Nottingham Trent University.
And a real push, as you say, from Surrey here. We're beginning to see a bit of the pattern in the sprint from Surrey as they look to edge ever so closely to Nottingham Trent. It is still Nottingham Trent in positions 1 and 2. Nottingham Trent be having a bit of steering trouble, coming a bit close to the buoys here, but staying in their lane. And on the far side, in the final 250 metres, it is Nottingham Trent A who keep their bow ball out in front.
Certainly so, with 200 metres now to go. And things are getting a little bit hairy. We've got a Surrey University double currently warming up in the wrong lane. They'd have to dart their way back up into the correct warm-up lane, narrowly missing a collision with Nottingham Trent, who are motoring towards a win in this E-final of men's intermediate quads. What an outstanding calibre of sculling we're seeing in an E-final. This is just brilliant to look on to. Nottingham Trent University coming through in first place, but it looks to be Surrey who have managed to topple that second Nottingham Trent crew, spoiling Trent celebrations in this E-final. They've surged in this final 50 metres as we come up to the line, coming through, and they will take clear water, second place over at Nottingham Trent University, who just had no answer for that resurgence from Surrey in the final stages of this race. It will be Lincoln who come through and take fourth place, and then wrapping up this E-final of the intermediate quads will be De Montfort in lane 2, and they will edge out Aberystwyth, who will cross the line in lane 1, 6th position, wrapping up the E-final of interquads.
Heading into men's intermediate quad, the D final. They're about halfway through the race, but I am signing off now. This is Sophie Payne. It's been a pleasure to commentate this weekend. I'm leaving you with Fergus and with Andy. Thank you both.
So thank you and goodbye to Sophie, and as the next of our races comes into the final 500 metres, this is the D final of men's intermediate quads. I am delighted to be joined for the final stint, the final hour and a bit of BUCS Regatta 2023 by the wonderful Alex Darby. We've got less than 300 metres to go in this race of D finals of the quads. We've got Exeter in 1, Queen's Belfast in 3, University of West of England in 3, Bath in 4, Leeds in 5, Cardiff in lane 6, and what a motoring performance we are seeing from Bath in the middle of the course. They are very much taking it to Cardiff, who are desperately trying to hold on with just 150 metres left to go. Alex, you've joined us just in time for an absolute belter of a finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is what you want at the end of the day, where half the marquees have disappeared, but we want good racing to keep the people watching interested. Sun's out, guns out over in the Cardiff boat, but it's blue tops in the Bath crew. Is it going to work? Let's see who's got it. Oh, I'm not calling that. I am not calling that.
That was unbelievably close there for first and second. Third place will go to Leeds in the middle of the course. Queen's Belfast come through in fourth, who beat out Exeter into fifth, and it will be the University of the West of England coming through in sixth place in the D final.
I feel like that could have been Bath, but it was on the surge, and that buoy line, which we kind of look at, is not the finish. You can see the finish is that yellow line, so we'd have to see what the official verdict on that, but that was tight.
Yeah, I'm certainly not putting my neck out and calling that. We'll bring it to you in a couple of minutes once it's up on screen, but we're going to go straight back up the course to the C final of intermediate quads. We've got Plymouth in 1, Newcastle in 2, Birmingham in 3, Edinburgh in 4, Queen's Belfast in 5, Nottingham University in lane 6, and we can see on screen we are coming through 1,000 metres, and it is Newcastle University out in front, leading this C final over Edinburgh.
Yeah, some powerhouse unis there. Birmingham sort of sandwiched in between Newcastle and Edinburgh, so they're going to want to try and go with that race that we were seeing on the screen. Plymouth have been pretty good at sculling. They've done well to hit this C final. Queens, we know, are very strong at sculling, and then we've seen some good performances from Nottingham quads across the last couple of days as well, and this is going to be home water. They're going to be familiar with it, but they might not be familiar with this calmness and the sunshine, though. What do you reckon, Fergus?
It's bizarre. I was commenting with Sophie. We've got the sun has come out, it's blessing us on this final day of BUCS Regatta, but it's a nasty headwind that we're seeing up the course. We're seeing a few of these quads earlier on struggling with their steering off the start. Some of the pairs have really struggled in the final 250 metres, but so far so good for these quads. So far so good for Newcastle, out in front leading, but going with them, as we've said earlier, Edinburgh University, and next to Newcastle in lane 1, Plymouth certainly aren't backing down from taking on the big dogs.
Yeah, Nottingham as well sneak up on that far side. They had been seeding the lane 6-1. You've seen a lot of wins from lane 6. That's because that's where they've been putting the quickest crews. So Nottingham are now ramping it up. Now these are quads that just missed out on the major finals. They time trialed at about 10 o'clock this morning. So these guys have been waiting for about 7 hours to show what they can do. So it's Nottingham looking like that they are flashing through this sort of last 500. Newcastle still have quite a lot of speed. They seem to have made a move on Edinburgh and created quite a decent lead. So I know Fergus next to me is going to be quite happy with Blue Star picking up speed here. And we'll see if they can pick up that Nottingham crew. Just got to shout out the Birmingham crew, who are a totally scratch crew, changed this morning. King Billy's in there. I'll be honest, this might be the pinnacle of his rowing career.
King Billy.
King Billy. This might be 1st of May 2023. This might be his greatest ever performance. He's a kind of like local regatta winning kind of dude. Just started recently, and he's in a C final of the men's quads.
King Billy lining up against Queen's University Belfast, one of the titans of sculling here at BUCS Regatta. So often they come over and conquer, but that's the race at the back for 5th and 6th. Up in front, it's been an incredible surge from Nottingham University. Lane 6, the favourites coming into this race. They narrowly missed out on a spot in the AB semi-finals, and they're making amendments for that right here and now as they come into the Red Boys with what looks to now be clear advantage over Newcastle University, who hold 2nd place and who have pushed away from Edinburgh and Plymouth.
It's amazing how much speed quads can hold. You know, you've only got 4 people in rather than 8, and there's 8 blades. Can get so much speed and run out of these boats. But Nottingham have got, 4 lengths lead as they cross the line there. Newcastle have held off Edinburgh quite a tight race here between Plymouth and Queens and Birmingham. Like I say, there was a scratch crew just put together last minute this morning. So what, you got Harrison, Alex, Colin and King Billy, Will 7 in there. When they come into the screen, you can probably work out which one King Billy is. Who doesn't look like they would normally make the crew? It's the one who's about one head shorter than the rest. But coming through there, C final, I mean, that's pretty good. Some of those guys were in a 4 yesterday that just F finals. So to go from F final up to C final, pretty big achievement. Well done to those Birmingham lads. But it was Nottingham who were the class of the field, followed by Newcastle and then followed by Edinburgh. So, women's beginner doubles, F final. Looks like there's just 2 in it, so we're going to get a little bit of side-by-side action.
Yep, we've got Surrey, their B crew, in lane number 5, and we've got Lincoln, their top boat, in lane number 6. And once again, we're taking a trip down to the banks of Henley for potentially a showdown that could be occurring at Henley Women's Regatta coming up later on this summer. These two crews racing side by side, just like they do on that hallowed water down at Henley. And you know, I'd apply the same term to Nottingham. Hallowed ground for university rowing is home Pierpont. But at the moment, out in front looks to be the crew from Surrey, etching ahead of Lincoln in the opening stages of this F final.
Yeah, definitely hallowed ground for any university rower. Like, not everyone will have fond experiences of here or fond memories, but with the exception of 2007, was it 2008? It was one of those 2 years. They ran it at Strathclyde Park. It's always here. It's always here, going back 20 years at least, and I'm pretty sure it was here before that. And yeah, so if you're a university rower at any program, including, you know, likes of BUCS, London, Newcastle, Edinburgh, Queens, they come and race here. You know, that's one of the big marker points on the calendar. And I suppose for these, this is the first big regatta of the season. It's kind of strange that it's kind of the start point, but it is. So BUCS comes first, and then so what was a typical Newcastle run through? What would you do in the run to Henley? What are your kind of key events?
Well, it'd be BUCS would kick off the summer. I think regardless of what university you're at, BUCS kicks off the summer. And of course it does. With weather like this, of course it kicks off summer. Then we'd head up back to the Toon for the boat race to the north against Durham, which is actually taking place this coming weekend, which is massive. Absolutely massive showdown. 3 races, 3 men's 8s and 3 women's 8s going up against each other through the bridges in Newcastle. Then it's the big run-in with Henley Women's, Marlow Regatta, Durham Regatta in there as well. That's epic. Durham Regatta, one of the absolute jewels, often described as the Henley of the North, or quite frankly, Henley's the Durham of the South. Up to you. And then rolling into Henley Women's and Henley Royal. And for these beginners, they've got aspirations of racing at those big events this year and into the future as well, particularly in some of the development events at Henley Women's. We're looking to push up into the aspirational events next year and the year after.
You guys ever do Met Regatta as well, also known as the Peterborough of the South?
Always Met Regatta, particularly for the women's squad. That's a real marker for Henley Women's Regatta, a real marker, and always good to make the trip down to Dorney, no matter how far away it may be for Newcastle, Durham, Edinburgh. It's why Nottingham here is so good, because it's slap bang in the middle of the country.
Yeah, slap bang in the middle of the country. It's on the M1. Pretty straightforward to get to. You couldn't please everyone, let's be honest. You couldn't put a race that would please everyone. And I know some of us have a long way to go, but I also have to give a shout out to Queens, because, you know, they have to cross a body of water, and they're always here in force. The athletes are here in force. The boats are here in force, and they perform well. So, you know, it's great to have these Northern Irish crews involved as well.
Massively. And speaking of performing well, Surrey University have performed admirably through the opening 1,000 metres of this in F final of women's beginner double sculls. It's always going to be tough when you've got no other competition, just one other person to go up against. And for Lincoln, it may seem like it's perhaps turned into a head race kind of thing. They can't see their opposition, they've already gone off in front. But what's important is those two girls are getting stuck into this racing, they're not backing down. and giving it absolutely anything. In a headwind that, whilst we look on at the finish line, isn't particularly strong, but it's causing some troubles up the course with some of the crews that we've seen previously. But we can see on screen Surrey University are managing to deal with those conditions just fine.
Yeah, race experience for these ladies. Maybe the first time they've ever raced in a double. Certainly for the Birmingham doubles that we've had out, this is the first time they've actually raced in a double. They've done training pieces, we've kind of simulated races, but this is their first exposure to a race run under, stake boats, proper protocols, having to be on time, collecting your lane number, all the little things that sometimes as a senior rower you take for granted. They have to learn these things, and there's only one way of doing that.
And you still mess up as a senior rower. Still mess up. We saw all sorts of people arriving late to the start earlier on today, all sorts of nonsense that you'd think they'd know by now, but they don't.
Well, how many seats do you reckon were forgotten this weekend? I saw at least 3 or 4 crews putting their boat on the water for the time trial, obviously rigged, heel restraints checked, no seats. That's a classic.
That's muppetry, absolute muppetry from those crews.
Especially when they've put the boat on the water and they're holding everyone up, absolutely.
Yeah, you'd think they'd have flipped it over to check their heel restraints.
Well, they definitely had, but I think it's when you don't hear the seat move is the big giveaway.
Yeah, that's when the penny drops and you think, no, disaster.
At least they had the seats, so we turned up without riggers to camp for a couple of boats. That was interesting. At least we had some redundancy. We brought some spare boats. Luckily we had. It's Surrey B though still in this. Where's the other Surrey boat? Did they make the top 12? Let's have a quick look down. No, they were going to be in the D final. So Surrey do have 4 scullers in this. Where do we reckon they are looking at the course? 750 to go, I'd say, something like that.
I think we've had about 750 metres to go, with Surrey commanding this race. A really good opportunity for them just to relax and enjoy it, and enjoy that winning feeling for so much of this race, and can use it as a really good opportunity to develop their technique, focus on them as they come down the track, and use it as a real learning opportunity for what it's like actually racing in between boys for probably the first time.
Yeah, and there's really there's 2 kinds of opposition. You obviously have the person you're racing, but you can see that Surrey at the moment, it's part of the challenges themselves, like trying to execute good stroke after good stroke. I remember telling a beginner crew back in 2011, just before they won Bristol Head, their pre-brief was like, look, you have to row as well as you can for as long as you can. That's all you can do as a beginner. And if you do that better than anyone else, you'll probably win. And they did. Don't expect it to be perfect. Just row as well as you can for as long as you can. And another great adage in this sport, you can take the worst stroke ever, one stroke, but it doesn't stop you from taking a good stroke the next stroke. You just got to put that bad stroke behind you. One bad stroke has to be one bad stroke.
Yeah, certainly, and that's particularly a really important lesson for beginners. It's, if you get a bad stroke, doesn't matter. Let's get the next stroke good, and if we get another bad stroke, well, let's aim for 2 and then 3 and build it up and build it up. Then all of a sudden you've got 2,000 metres worth of racing that you've managed to package together, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Surrey just now. There'll be the odd stroke that perhaps isn't quite fully in time, but it doesn't matter because they'll go out and nail the next one and use this entire race as a massive learning opportunity. And yeah, hopefully they're enjoying it, because that's what it's all about, going out, enjoying it, and enjoy the winning feeling that they've got at the moment.
Yeah, there's little things you can reflect on. I reckon these guys will probably take 300 strokes or so to finish this race. You can ask the question afterwards, of your 300 strokes, what number were good, what number were bad? They might say 30 strokes were not very good. Well, that's fine, because that means 90% of your strokes are fine, and those are the kind of things that you can work on. Like, okay, we want to minimise how many strokes we don't think were good, or you can ask the question of, what was bad about that strokes, what we do about it. So you can always take a learning experience out of this. What I would say about Lincoln, though, they haven't gone anywhere.
No.
They're right there. This could still be Lincoln's race, especially if people are getting tired and their technique's starting to fall away. What you try and do is train your body to be so automatic that it just does what it's supposed to do. But we've seen even at events like Henley or the Olympics, when you've blown, you've blown. There's no way of controlling your body in the way it has to be, like the precision and accuracy you need in rowing. So maybe Lincoln will be able to capitalise on this, because that Surrey crew, I'd say their percentage of good strokes is not as good as it was 150 metres ago, 200 metres ago. So let's see if the door can be opened for Lincoln.
Yeah, that's a very good point you raised. Yeah, Surrey haven't advanced at all in the past 150 plus metres, and yeah, Lincoln have done well to hang on in there, knowing that the only thing that they can go off is the puddles coming down next to them, and actually still being able to see the puddles at that stage for them will be a real confidence booster. That yes, Surrey kicked on early, but they haven't been able to completely close the door on them, and Lincoln have kept chipping away, and they're still within a couple of lengths or so of Surrey, and it should be a result they should be very pleased with. They got dropped off the start, but have stayed in contention and haven't allowed Surrey to slip away over the second half of this race.
Yeah, so this Surrey crew about 50 metres out. They should be safe, should be home and hosed. But the should is the word. They need to take 3 more strokes to take themselves through the line. There's 1 of them. There's 2 of them. 3 of them. So they will get there. And you can see stroke in that Surrey boat. If you ask her how long that race was, I bet she wouldn't say 11 minutes 25. I bet she'd say that took half an hour. Just based on the way she looked up at the heavens after that. The Lincoln crew looked a little bit more composed, but just couldn't quite find the boat speed in the second part of the race that they needed. But that was the side-by-side battle in the F final. We're now going to turn our way back up the course to the next final, the E final, which features, you may have seen on Uni Rowing that there was a crew that had capsized in lane 1 and another crew came barreling in towards them. That's the Birmingham crew that was in 1 that kind of kept barreling in towards them. We got Bath Spa B's crew in 2, Leicester in 3, Kiel in 4, Lincoln in 5, and Exeter in 6. So those are the crews in the E final of the women's beginner doubles, the second time this event has been run. That race is about the 1K mark.
Yep, we're at the 1K mark. Exeter in 1 are firmly in contention, and you may be able to hear the cheers and stamping of excitement next to me as Birmingham also find themselves firmly in contention. I'm looking down the list of this starting order, and I'll be honest, it looks like everything's gone out the window in terms of who's starting where, with Birmingham creeping up the outside as they should be in lane 1. My apologies, I can't read at the moment, it would seem. I've been looking at sheets of crews all day long and the whole thing's gone out the window. Birmingham firmly in contention for one of these top places, as is the likes of Exeter University, as we've clocked previously, and going in lane 4 it is Kiel who are pushing Exeter as well for one of those top positions.
And not to get political, but if anyone from Birmingham is watching this is why I'm saying we need to change our lycras a bit to be fully red so they don't look like anyone else's. Like, you can tell when a Newcastle crew's coming down. It's a distinctive look. That's what all universities should have, really.
Oh, I was saying this with Carol earlier. Everyone needs to take a leaf out of Strathclyde University's book. You've got no mistaking Strathclyde University, who, if they're coming up in the next few races, yes they are 17:33 in the E final of women's intermediate doubles. We've got that to look forward to, that polka dot kit. But at the moment, the exciting thing at the moment is Exeter out in front, and your girls at Birmingham are still in contention for one of these top positions. We haven't seen a huge amount from Bath Spa, who sadly look to have been dropped off the back of this pack a little bit, as have Leicester next to them in lane 3. Lincoln as well, not quite in the position that they would like to be, but out in front at the moment in lane 4. What a position to be in for Kiel.
Yes, a Kiel train near Stoke on Rudyard Lake. We did a little mini camp there last weekend, first time I got to see that. Strangely, it's a kind of a lake, but the sailors have priority, which that was annoying, yeah, because they'd be like, well, why are you getting in our way? I was like, well, you can manoeuvre better than our 8, you know, so it must be a bit frustrating some of the time, but obviously they've been able to get enough training in to be very competitive in this race here. So what you're seeing is what we're seeing from the tower. Kiel are the crew to the sort of left quarter of the screen, red kit, and if you see their blaze, they look a bit like a Belgian flag. That's just going off the screen is Exeter, who were a little bit quicker earlier in the race, but Kiel, now the far left crew that you can see, they still seem to have a lead. Birmingham are the crew on the far right. They're making a charge. Now, those two girls in there, big and tall, just need to kind of put it together. If they can put together a scintillating 500 metres, they can come away with this win. But that is a big ask some of the time. But let's see if they can get the catches in, legs on, and catch up with Kiel.
Yeah, your two race leaders are currently starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. Exeter, who looked so promising out of the blocks early on, all of a sudden find themselves scrapping out between Leicester for that third place position. And your view on the screen, you've just seen Kiel edge out of shot because they're just that far in front of the rest of the field on the left hand side of the screen. But what you can still see is Birmingham in lane 1 closest to you, right in the middle of the screen. Birmingham going well and still look to be closing down Kiel. Kiel, they've got the higher stroke rate at the moment, and it's potentially just a bit frantic for them. They're not quite had the length that they had a couple of 100 metres ago, and it looks to be Birmingham, the slightly more composed of the two crews, just as I see that Kiel starting to have a bit of a wobble from side to side in their lane, and just starting to see a few errors creeping in for Kiel. Is this the opportunity for Birmingham to come through the door that Kiel have just opened? What an opportunity for Birmingham to come through and take this win, as Kiel are struggling to get going again.
So yeah, Kiel just to the left of your shot, Birmingham just to the right of your shot. The kits look very similar, but it's Birmingham on the right, Kiel on the left. Kiel seem to have settled down again, but I just say that, and they have another little wobble. So let's see if Emily and Darcy can make the move. They're going to have to find about 3 lengths. It's going to be a long way. Kiel are about to enter the last 100 metres. Bal just had a little look over the shoulder for the Red Boys, seen them. So Kiel going to the Red Boys now. They have about a 3-length lead over Birmingham, but the winner has to come out of these two crews here, Fergus.
It certainly does, and at the moment it does look to be Kiel, but they're still having issues all over the shop at the moment, just catching their finishes when at crucial times in this race. They need to stay clean. Birmingham University are now dancing with the boy line, getting themselves tangled up at crucial points, which will give the advantage to Kiel, who have got just 3 strokes to go to win this E-final of the women's beginner double sculls. Despite the errors, it was a composed race from Kiel right the way through to the finish line. Next up, we will have Birmingham finishing just outside of their lane, but they'll come through in second place ahead of Exeter on the far side of the course in lane 6. They'll be followed by Leicester, who come through in 4th place, slap bang in the middle of the course. And then the final 2 crews who are coming into the Red Boys will be Lincoln's B crew and Bath Spa in lane number 2. And that will wrap up this E-final of women's beginner doubles, and no prizes for guessing which race we're heading to next. It's the D final of the very same event.
Yeah, D final is actually closing in on the finish line. They're about 550, 600 metres maybe up the course. Looks to me like we have all 6 crews, although one of them is languishing maybe a little bit further behind in lane 3. Just crossing the line in front of us, you can't see on the screen, but that's Bath Spa using the Avon County black and yellow blades. Just crossing through there. But in our D final, we have UCL, Durham, Heriot Watt, Leeds Beckett, De Montfort, and Surrey. So that is who is going to be featuring in this D final that's now into its last 500 metres. It's the crews in 6 and 5 who are in the lead. That's Surrey and De Montfort. So we saw Surrey's B crew in that one-on-one race. Surrey in the seeded lane of 6, being chased hard by De Montfort, who have had some good sculling results this weekend. I believe picked up a medal in one of the later finals.
Picked up a gold medal in this very event, the women's beginner doubles. So this is their B crew, hoping to replicate that sort of success that their A boat had earlier on today in this final. But surprise, surprise, when it comes to the top end of finals, we find ourselves talking about Surrey University, who are currently leading this one. We've got a diagonal shape, I don't know the official term of it, but a diagonal shape taking place on this field at the moment, with our leaders in lane 6 on the far side, the left hand side of your screen as we look at it. They lead De Montfort by about a length, who lead Leeds Beckett, I should say, by about a length. Then we've got a gap back to Heriot Watt, but Leeds Beckett lead Durham by about a length, and then we've got Durham leading UCL by about a length or so. So it's business as usual as we'd expect in this D final, according to the script.
Yeah, nice formation here, except for lane 3, a bit off the pace there, Harriet Watt. But I think I can see, well, I wouldn't be surprised. Ellie Stevens should be over there on a white bike with some beautiful uni-growing gold stickers on the side. Be looking forward to this Surrey crew closing out this win. De Montfort not letting them have it their way easily, though, because both of these crews now sprinting for the line. But I'm sure Sam and Ellie will be very happy with a win, because once you get into a race, that's all you can kind of do, I suppose. But yeah, De Montfort still keep charging. They've sort of charged over into...
Disaster for Durham, though, further back, who just prevent an absolute nightmare catching what can only be described not as a crab but as a lobster, I think, and nearly toppling in. But they hold their composure and just about cling on to 4th place in this one. That was nearly costly, right in front of all of the Newcastle supporters as well.
I'm sure the Newcastle supporters would have loved that one. Leeds Beckett, interestingly enough, talking to Dan Grant, they basically row as part of Leeds Uni most of the time, but for BUCS have to split out. They've kind of come under the Leeds umbrella.
Similar to what they do up in Aberdeen with Aberdeen Robert Gordon. It's just an opportunity to bring resources together just for the better of student rowing.
Yeah, so Leeds Beckett, you might not see it all races, but there are Leeds Beckett athletes in a lot of the Leeds Uni crews. You can see just crossing the line now in there. I think this is the first time I've seen this colour scheme from them, but this is UCL. I think they used to have a more sort of dark purple.
It used to be, and if I can say controversially, I preferred the old one. I preferred the old UCL kit. I think they should have stuck with that.
It was kind of a dark purple with a turquoise on it, wasn't it? Yeah, and their blades were also that, whereas it seemed to have gone to a kind of a lighter blade with a motif of some kind.
Yeah, sorry UCL, preferred the old kit, so from a commentary point of view,
I mean, in fact, you've got that on the screen right now, I believe. That's a UCLA, or UCLA, for any American watchers. It's not UCLA. But yeah, on your screen right there, passing through, very topical as we were talking about, that's the new UCL kit and look. So, you know, for commentators like ourselves, we're used to seeing certain things, aren't we? We can do a lot of spotting by eye. And when clubs like, for example, York have had a lycra change in the last couple of years, we have to kind of retrain ourselves rather than going, who's that? Is that a new crew on the scene? No, it's just a new lycra.
What are your thoughts on that New York kit?
Distinctive. I think I just preferred their black one, but then they also had a light blue one. They've gone through a couple of kit changes.
Yeah, it's been a huge kit revolution out at York. Shout out to the kit officers who have been through the mill at York University. But we'll focus on UCL, who have been the subject of kit discussions recently. Out in front, leading this C final of women's beginner double sculls. We've got Bath Spa, UCL A, Nottingham Trent, Edinburgh D, Hartbury A, and Plymouth A. Worth noting as well, actually, one of the Hartbury doubles, one of the women's beginner doubles from Hartbury, took a tumble in the time trials and sadly aren't racing with us in the minor finals just now. Hartbury, a programme so strong in the junior ranks as well. They produce some fantastic athletes and famed for their sculling as well, Hartbury, and they're doing the exact same thing here, producing a beginner's double that's challenging for the top 18 positions at BUCS Regatta in the women's beginner doubles.
Yeah, and they row on a stretch of the canal that's also shared with Wycliffe Sculling School, who I think have been outputting some pretty fast crews the last year as well.
Unbelievable, those Wycliffe, particularly on the junior women's side of things. Outstanding, and certainly one of the crews to beat at Henley Women's Regatta at National Schools and Henley Royal in the Prince Philip.
Yeah, so it's always useful. I mean, you being from Newcastle will know it's useful in a way to have a good rival on the same stretch that you can kind of compare to. I'm not saying you'd always do pieces against, but you have someone that you can kind of see if they're going fast, well, you can't afford to not go fast.
Yeah, precisely. And that's exactly the sort of training that Hartbury will be able to have. Edinburgh University perhaps not so much training out at Strathclyde Park, but Nottingham Trent share the same stretch of river as Nottingham University. So what a brilliant rival to be able to have. But we're back with the women's beginner doubles. We're coming into the final 500 metres, and that crew who is leading is still University of College London out in front, who have got a good few lengths over Bath Spa, who are next to them in lane number 1. And actually looking on as the camera angle adjusts and whatnot, it looks like we've only got 4 crews racing in this. It looks like we've got Bath Spa, we've got University College London, we also have Nottingham Trent, no Edinburgh, but we do have Hartbury and sadly no Plymouth A.
Yeah, Bath Spa are another one of those programs that share water, so they boat out of the same site basically as the Bristol University, and then Bath University on that same stretch, but in another boathouse about 3k along. I think they're quite well associated with Avon County Rowing Club. And I think there's also a school that come out of there, if I remember rightly. But yeah, a program that sort of comes and goes. At the moment, they're obviously here. They're chasing second place. Good performance from UCL's top crew. They are about to enter their last 100 metres. On your screen, you can see the next buoy line coming into shot is red. That represents the last 100 metres. They won't need to wind it up into this last 100 metres, but they may choose to. Over on that far side in the quite high vis tops, we have Hartbury and Bath Spa. I think, you know, if they just decide to have a bit of a race, that's probably what they should do here. I think they're about to both hit the last 100 metres pretty much simultaneously.
Yeah, this is going to be a cracking last 100 metres from Bath Spa and from Hartbury. Business is well and truly taken care of for UCL. They crossed the line in first place. Congratulations to those girls. But that race between Bath Spa and Hartbury opting for the low and powerful rhythm as they come up to 50 metres to go. Bath Spa starting to crank the rate up, and it's working for Hartbury. They're absolutely laying down some watts coming up to the line, and it's just enough to hold off Bath Spa, who are chucking everything at it to come through in third place ahead of Nottingham Trent, wrapping up this C final.
Yeah, so I watched it. Bath Spa were down by half a length entering the last 100, and by the finish line it was a length. So the low rate, high power trumped the higher rate strategy in that last 100 metres. So like you say, Hartbury seeing off Bath Spa, but it was UCL who were way out in front. Maybe they'll be a little bit disappointed by not making the top 12 earlier in the day.
Yeah, certainly, but a performance to look back on with pride for University College London. But we can't look back on it for too much longer, because we are moving from beginner doubles to women's intermediate doubles. We've got minor finals now, F finals, all the way through to our last race of the day, which will be at 5:45, the C final of women's inter double. But we'll get onto that in 20-25 minutes time. This is the F final. In lane 1, we're back again. University College London, Bath Spa into York St John in lane 3, De Montfort University in 4, Warwick's A crew in 5, and Liverpool go in lane 6, and those crews well and truly through 1,000 metres.
Yeah, so I haven't seen many York St John crews. I know they exist because on uni rowing I'm pretty sure I follow what they do. Quite a small program at the moment. You know, they'll be looking for resources to help expand what they can offer. So yeah, hopefully they can expand in the future and develop onwards and upwards and outwards, so that they're not just only in an F final for the women's inter doubles. Maybe they can start moving up into the higher finals and maybe into more events as well.
Yeah, certainly one that we're very excited to see them develop and grow over the coming years, and fantastic that they've got attendance and entries here at BUCS 2023. But the crews are making their way rapidly down towards us in the commentary tower, and as we look across the field, it's another cracking race that is beginning to develop between some of these leaders, with just a few lengths separating them. On the far side of the course from us, the left hand side of your screen, Liverpool University are provisionally your race leaders, but only just no more than a length that they've got over the rest of the field, particularly over De Montfort and York St John, as we've been singing the praises of Look out as well for UCL. They are in lane 1 this time round, and making a bit of a surge up the outside of the track, and a very good position to be in as they try and mount a charge on Liverpool, who are on the complete opposite side of the course. At the moment it is one-way traffic for Liverpool, with 300 metres left in this F final of women's intermediate double. It's another stacked event. Some of these women's intermediate events have been absolutely overflowing with talent, and we're seeing that again here with the racing just being so tight. Liverpool still continue to lead this field with 250 metres to go. Going with them though, second place looks to be that crew from University College London, UCL, going in lane 1. They're mounting a real challenge on De Montfort, who sit in the middle of the field, who are doing their best to hold on to charges, who are coming from Warwick, coming from York St John's. But Liverpool, who are your crew to beat at the moment, with 150 metres left to go.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. It's a stacked number of entries. So 57 crews did the time trial earlier on. Obviously only 36 could qualify through, and this is on the same day where the women's inter 4s, so a lot of women's inter racing on the Monday at BUCS. Does look like it's Liverpool out on that far side who have distanced themselves from the rest. You've got about 30 metres lead, 40 metres lead, something like that. The real race though is for second. De Montfort and Warwick battling really hard. They are so side by side. One of the most side by side races we've seen is for second place in this race. Just coming into your screen and across the line, you're going to see Liverpool, but now popping into the screen from the right hand side, you'll see this race that was really close a couple of strokes ago, but maybe a little mistake from De Montfort has opened the door, and it means that Warwick can pass through the finish line about 3/4 of a length up. And there's another close race here. UCL just going to finish their race about a length up on York St John, finishing in 5th, and then we have Bath Spa just coming through. They've got about 100 metres to go, but some exciting racing for second place there.
That was spectacular stuff in this F final of women's inter doubles. We're sticking with inter doubles all the way through to the final race of the day, and very excited to see what's coming up for the next 20 minutes of BUCS Regatta 2023. We've got one crew left. We've got Bath Spa University, who you can't see them on screen, are coming up and closing out this final, this F final, but we will move to what's on screen, the E final of inter doubles. Sussex in 1, Aberystwyth in 2, Oxford University in 3, Strathclyde in 4, Queen's Belfast in 5, and Reading, their D crew, in lane 6.
Absolutely spread across the country, isn't it? Sussex, Aberystwyth, Oxford, Reading. I mean, Oxford and Reading fairly close together, but then you go Queen's over in Belfast, and then Strathclyde up by Glasgow. That's a very spread out geographical race, but they all come to the same place. Great thing about BUCS, we get so many people that this is maybe the only time they race each other this year.
Yeah, it's been a record crowd, a record crowd of entries, a record number of universities coming and attending BUCS Regatta this year, and we welcome each and every one of you with open arms to this year's competition, and hoping that you all come back next year for more BUCS Bonanza.
So this looks like a really good race coming on the other side of the lake to usual. It's quite a good race between lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4. Lane 6 may be out in front. Reading may be just a little bit out in front. You'd expect a Reading crew to be pretty good on the sculling scene. But there's a really good race between Strathclyde, Oxford, Aberystwyth and Sussex happening on this near side.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one that it looks to be that crew from Aberystwyth is just leading out the rest of that competition. Reading University, as you've mentioned, look to be in that pole position at the moment as they come into the final 300 metres of this E-final of inter doubles. But I think what we're going to see developing is that as that race for second and third just builds and reaches its crescendo over the next couple of 100 metres, well, it's only going to drag them closer to Reading if that crew from the Thames Valley aren't careful. And that's exactly what's starting to happen. We've seen Queen's University Belfast have checked the move that Reading are doing. They've checked the move coming from Aberystwyth, and now they're mounting it with 250 metres to go. They think they can go on top of Reading.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think we're going to be able to get a zoom in, but you might have heard Fergus mentioning about Strathclyde. This is the race they're going to feature in. Like, you're right, you can't miss a Strathclyde crew, as long as they painted their blades, of course. But yeah, the sort of maroon or burgundy polka dots on a white top, very distinctive. So Strathclyde, they're starting to build for the line. Reading, they're at 150 metres out on that very far side. Reading are on your shot right now. They're the crew in the ascendancy. They're just getting into their last 100 metres now. Strathclyde will hit the 100 metres second, but anyone could come third here. At the moment, it is Aberystwyth holding off Oxford, holding off Sussex. But that's what's going to be the race coming into the line. And on your screen, you can still see Reading. They've got about 60 metres lead coming into the finish.
Yeah, easy money now for Reading University. Coming up to the line to take first place and a win in the women's intermediate double sculls E final. It will be the crew from Strathclyde University who hold on and take second. But what a charge we are seeing in lane 3 from Oxford University, trying one last time to overhaul Aberystwyth. But it will be the girls from Wales who hold on to third place in this final. Oxford will have to settle for fourth, and the crew in lane 1 from Sussex will settle for the fifth and final position in this E final. Yes, there was no Queen's University Belfast in the end. They scratched. It's a 5-boat final, and we move swiftly on to the D final, which is already through 1,000 metres, with Newcastle in 1, Bournemouth in 2, Surrey in 3, Birmingham B in 4, Reading's C crew in 5, Hartbury's B crew in 6, and that will be left to right on your screen as you see it. Lane 1 on the left, lane 6 over on the left hand side, and Hartbury and Reading out in front, with Newcastle poking the bows into a race for third place at the moment.
So there's going to be some good scullers in these races coming up now. These did miss out on the top 12, but you'd expect a Reading crew to be pretty good at sculling, a Hartbury crew to be pretty good at sculling. Surrey are pretty strong. Bournemouth have shown their sculling acumen this weekend. And then Newcastle, not quite so renowned for their sculling, but renowned for having good athletes. So I guess they've decided we'll hit the double with these two rather than going for an into 4. Any ideas, Fergus?
Well, they toppled Reading University to win Championship men's quads a couple of years back for a club that's not known for its sculling. I'd love to see these Newcastle girls push up. They'll have been gutted not to be in this in contention for AB finals and C final as well, but they're having a real stab at this, approaching the final 500 metres. And do you know what? I think they've pushed themselves into first place. I think, by the looks of things, they have overhauled Hartbury on the far side of the course. And I think this race could be Newcastle's to lose, dare I say it.
Well, yeah, go on Newcastle. Let's see it. Let's beat Hartbury on that far side. Helen and Tegan in the Birmingham boat. They're two of the athletes I coach. They've never been in a double together before. They haven't been training in a quad or anything before. One of them's come out of the quad and the other's been doing a lightweight single, but I thought they can both scull, they can do a double. It meant they had a second event at BUCS, and I think it's important for your better athletes to get to perform more than just once.
And just as we say, Newcastle starting to poke their bows into the lead, potentially challenging for that top position. Hartbury respond, but the entire Newcastle bench has just emptied. The entire club,
I noticed that too,
is still out here. Over 50, 60, 70 athletes have just piled out of the Water Sports Centre onto the sides of the bank to cheer on their double, who have got just a few hundred metres left to overhaul Hartbury. That race is so close between them, and Reading University, we're certainly not counting them out of a sprint finish when it comes into the final 200 metres in a sculling race. This is going to be so close. Newcastle University, two lightweights on board in that crew, so when it comes to sprint racing, they'll have an absolute go at this. But Hartbury as well, motoring on, just as we saw one of their beginner doubles earlier on today, opting for the lower rating, opting for that power, and it looks like they've retaken the lead ahead of Newcastle, with Reading starting to push up on the Blue Star.
I'll tell you what, Fergus, it's actually going to be Birmingham versus Newcastle. They both go through that 200 metre marker side by side. That's going to be the exciting race. On your screen at the moment, it's Hartbury coming to the line. They got a comfortable lead over Reading. But yeah, we want to see Birmingham versus Newcastle. Newcastle are moving again now.
Yeah, that's what we've got. We've now got that in the commentary box. We've got that on the water. Birmingham against the Blue Star. Out in front, it's Hartbury. They've wrapped up the final. We're not worried about that anymore. Reading as well. They've wrapped up second place. But here comes Birmingham. Here comes the Blue Star. With 100 metres left to go. There's a huge amount at stake here in the commentary box. And it is Birmingham University who just hold the advantage. They've rode down Newcastle in the final 100 metres, final 150 of this race. It's been a spectacular performance from Birmingham, who come through and take third place over Newcastle.
Chalk up a win for the Wintec over the Hudson. Probably the athletes in there made the difference. The Birmingham crew just about managing to fight off that Newcastle wall of sound that was being shouted at from probably about 30 metres away from the Newcastle crew. You see Bournemouth now just crossing the line. You'll see on your screen that is Bournemouth there, and the Surrey crew as well. It looked like they must have had quite a good race coming down. Apologies that we weren't really focused on it, but just based on the finish, they probably had a good race through that last 500.
Yeah, again, and another cracking result for Bournemouth, getting in the top 24 of the women's into doubles, which steers us, Alex, onto the final race of BUCS Regatta 2023. We've had dozens of races, we've had hours of time trials, medals have been decided, Victor Ludorum points are being tallied up as we speak, but for one last time the crews are coming through the 1,000 metre marker. This is the C final, women's intermediate double sculls, the last race of this regatta, and it's Newcastle in lane 1, Newcastle in lane 2, St Andrews University in 3, Glasgow Caledonian in 4, Birmingham in 5, and Cardiff University on the far side in lane 6. One last time, one last showdown on the waters of the National Water Sports Centre, and at the moment it's that crew from Cardiff in lane 6 who look to have an advantage over Birmingham next to them in 5 and Newcastle's B crew in lane number 1. What an absolute humdinger we're going to be treated to.
Absolutely, it's always a bit tinged with sadness when the curtain comes down on another BUCS Regatta, but myself and Fergus get treated to another Birmingham versus Newcastle showdown, and if that race between those two crews goes well, maybe they can haul in Cardiff, because there's a lot of overlap here. This is exciting racing between about 4 of these crews. It's Cardiff, Birmingham, Newcastle. They're probably the 3 most close together, but can anyone in that second part of the pack, they're all racing each other, can they move forward as these crews approach the last 350 metres?
What an absolute metaphor this race is for BUCS that we've had over the past 3 days. Unbelievable racing, and we're treated to one last showdown. Cardiff University currently holding on to first place at the moment in lane 6, the left hand side of your screen. Going with them though, Birmingham in lane 5, Birmingham's top crew in the women's intermediate double sculls event, and Newcastle's B crew are hunting them down in lane 1 on the right hand side of your screen. Going with them though, challenging and pushing them, Newcastle's D crew, St Andrews' top crew. This is unbelievable racing we're getting for the final time at BUCS 2023. Cardiff are going through the gears. They've got 200 metres to hold on to a lead that is now clear water over the rest of the field. Clear water over Cardiff, and they look like plain sailing all the way through to the final. But that race for second place is not done.
Come on, Erin, come on, Pez, hold them off, chase Cardiff down, hold off the Blue Star. That's what I want. I know Fergus wants the Blue Star to charge. There's going to be a whole wall of noise again. They're going to be hearing it right now. Cardiff, though, on your screen, you can see Cardiff and Birmingham. Cardiff look like they've done enough early in this race. Birmingham sprint again. They're a little bit near the buoy line. I think they're going to be all right to second, but being on that buoy line is always a little dance with danger.
It certainly is, and it will be Cardiff who take first place in this C final. Newcastle bellowing their crews over the line, but it will be Birmingham who take second place. Birmingham's top crew coming through second in the intermediate double sculls C final. And then what a showdown we are treated to. Newcastle's B crew will take third place, and on the line an unbelievably close finish between the University of St Andrews, between Glasgow Caledonian, the Scottish battle for their freedom on the line, and it is Newcastle's D crew that misses out in that close contest. They come through in 6th position, wrapping up the C final, our last race of BUCS Regatta 2023, and what a belter that was.
Absolute belter. Cardiff did enough with 500 metres to go to just take that race. Birmingham tried to go with it. In doing so, they fought off Newcastle's B crew. And then, yeah, that was a great race, like you say, between St Andrews and Glasgow Caledonian. And I suppose for the record books, the very last stroke taken at BUCS Regatta 2023 was by a Blue Star crew. Maybe not what they wanted, but that rounded off another fantastic day of racing here. 3 days of racing. There's not many races that go 3 days. This is one of the few. But yeah, some spectacular racing, some spectacular weather, some spectacular mud. That was a bit different. We don't normally get that here. I suppose it got the trailer park cleared a bit quicker.
Yeah, certainly. It's been 3 days to remember, as it always is, at the National Water Sports Centre. A huge thank you goes to all of the volunteers who helped put this event on, the umpires, the marshals, the volunteers, everyone who's played their part. And of course the biggest thank you goes to the coaches and the athletes. Without them, BUCS Regatta wouldn't be what it is. So from me, Fergus Mainland and Alex Darby, this is thank you and goodbye as the sun goes down on day 3 of a wonderful BUCS Regatta 2023.
Absolutely, and we look forward to seeing you guys maybe next year.